had where, they were able to score 4 goals in the second period against the Hurricanes, or 3 goals in the second period.
You see these
against the
offensive
Hurricanes.
flurries.
Yeah, like a couple of games ago, like you see them at times look really, really good, like the team we saw all year. And then you've seen them at times go back to the team we saw down the stretch that was not in a rhythm and struggling. Like you watched last night, and I understand that they didn't have their A-plus goaltender in net, and I understand that's kind of a tune-up for the playoff of sorts, but they didn't look as sharp. I think against the Islanders the other night, they looked much better, looked much more like the team that we were used to see, but that's been less of what we've seen over the last month and a half or so. And so I don't know if there's something where you could just flip a switch. I would like to think that there is, and this team, when everything's kind of rolling, listening to Brent Johnson on with the guys the other day talking about it, feeling like if this team plays with a chip on their shoulder and plays with a little bit of an extra pizzazz, I don't know that there's a team that's better than them in hockey. But can they easily just turn that back on? I don't know that it's just as simple as playoff time, flip the switch.
The good thing I would say is, right, they got a lot of guys on this roster that have had their fair share of moments in the playoffs. And there's one guy in particular that I'm circling going, you know what? You talk about extra, bouncing your step, extra pizzazz, extra physicality. Look no further than Tommy Wilson. If I need someone to come out and light a fire under this group, I think Tom Wilson is going to be the guy for them this postseason. Moving forward, though, I'm the concern for me is in net. Like that's what is the health of Logan Thompson? Like that to me is the risk here. Game 1 to me is so important, and I compare the NHL playoffs to the NBA playoffs because they both go 7 games, right? That tone-setting game 1 to me is so important. So I understand like the thought process of, well, do you let Charlie? Do you let Logan get healthy for game 2? No. If he's ready to go game 1, put him in that game 1. You need to get off to a fast start in this series.
Yeah, I understand that logic. I almost
especially
feel
with
like
how they've been playing.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's any question that if you're asking just Capitals fans around who they feel more comfortable in net with, it's Logan Thompson over Charlie Lindgren.
Yeah.
But I think it is difficult when this guy has not played in so long to just expect him to hop back in net in game 1 and look like the Logan Thompson we saw for a majority of the season. So for me, I kind of think you go with Chucky game 1. If you can get game 1, I think it's a little bit different if you lose game 1. But assuming you win game 1, I would maybe try Logan Thompson in game 2. The tough part here is, Linnell, at some point, you're going to have to throw Logan Thompson back in net because he is the better goaltender.
Yeah.
And are you better off just maybe eating a game in games 1 or 2 by throwing him out there, and then by game 3 or game 4, he feels like he's more locked in? The problem is, like you said, it's such an up and down. You want to set the tone in game 1. What happens if Logan Thompson isn't in form in game 1 and you're struggling, you're giving up easier goals? It's just, I don't know that there's a right answer here. I think this is why, Coach Carbs is going to have a really difficult decision to make, kind of trust whatever he's going to do. Personally, I think for game 1, I'm probably rolling with Charlie Lindgren just because he's been on the ice more recently and has played.
Yeah, look, if they're going to score, if they're going to have 3-goal periods, I think it doesn't matter who's in net, right? If the offense is going to be humming the way it was for a majority of the season, then I think ultimately here in the first round, they'll be fine. But you still have your concerns. This group hasn't won a playoff series since they won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
So, like, to act as if the playoffs have been kind to the Capitals would be crazy here. I do think, and somebody that maybe follows us a little closer than me can correct me if I'm wrong here, this Caps team feels different than those teams of the past, meaning this group can score.
Yeah, I mean,
and they score in bunches. And I feel like, it's obviously super important to have a reliable guy in net. But if you can score 3-4 goals at a time, then I feel like you could beat anybody.
Yeah, and this is a different group, especially from the ones that you've seen since the Stanley Cup run. It's just different because, like you said, they're able to score. What the Capitals front office has done a fantastic job of, where it was looking a little bit bleak, Linnell, of what's the post-Ovi era going to look like.
Sure.
And suddenly you lock up Chychrun, Dylan Strome looks awesome. You've locked up both goaltenders, and Ryan Leonard looks like the real deal when he's come up and played. Like, suddenly this team looks like it's set for the future, and they're playing well right now. So they've done a really good job of that. And I think that everybody when they're playing so well. This team reminds me a little bit of what we saw with the Commanders this year, where the sum of their parts is obviously, maybe not as much as some other teams, but the way that they play together.
They love each other.
When they play their best hockey together, it's almost unstoppable. So that's the big thing is, can you get that chemistry back? They need Protas back out on the ice. He was huge this season. But if they can get out there and they play their best hockey, they're going to be tough to beat. But it's just assuming that they can flip that switch and get back to what we saw earlier in the season.
I'm glad you mentioned chemistry. It feels like it's something that isn't talked about a lot. I know this Commanders season, we talked about it a lot more because it felt like that was the driving force behind their success. 4-win team going to an NFC championship game. You can say the same about this Caps group.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, from the bands that make her dance to, all of it. There are rallying cries within that locker room. I think having, veterans like Tom Wilson and Alex Ovechkin obviously make everything, easier, and it mends things for you. But credit to Coach Carbs as well, man.
He is so good. And I don't think people have talked enough about this, that I honestly think the thing that has fueled the Capitals the most this season is what happened last year once they got into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because they were thrilled to get there, and then they were out as quick as they got there. 4-0 sweep by the Rangers.
They earned it down the stretch to get there.
They
but
did.
Yes,
they did. But you get it, for guys like Ovi, Wilson, guys that have been there before, just to get into the playoffs means nothing because they've been there before. You got to win a playoff series. So I think Ovi came back more motivated. Look how hot he started the year compared to what happened last year when he started the year slow. So I think that motivated this Capitals team and really brought them together. And then you see them shoot up to be first in the Eastern Conference this year.
You mentioned Alex Ovechkin. Lights the lamp last night for $897. I wanted him to get to 900 before the season ended, but obviously a little bit of a drought as you get geared up for the postseason. If he is able to secure another Stanley Cup title, that's 2 in his illustrious career. You have the all-time goal-scoring record. The hell with the DC sports conversation. He is on top of any list in this town, as far as I'm concerned.
He's already at the top, in my opinion.
Based off of the longevity and then the goal-scoring record. If he's able to get 2 Stanley Cups, how much differently do we talk about him in terms of greatest athletes of all time? You know how I feel about LeBron and Tom Brady because of their success in the latter portion of their career. Alex Ovechkin fits the bill perfectly. Do we talk about him maybe being on the Mount Rushmore of greatest sports athletes ever?
Yeah, I don't know that he gets there. I'm not one that can speak great on hockey history. I know that Gretzky's still the greatest. I don't think there's any question about that. I think it helps his legacy against Crosby. I saw a Pittsburgh fan.
Is that really even a thing?
Well, I saw a Pittsburgh fan tweeting last night, and by the way, screw the Penguins. But it was cool seeing the moment last night where they gave him a Rolex.
I did see that. I saw
cool.
That because of you.
I don't know how much. I don't know how I feel about that because screw the Penguins for life.
Yeah.
But a Penguins fan was saying like, Ovi is the greatest goal scorer of all time. Yeah. There's no question. I don't care who you are, whether you're a Pens fan, whether you're a Rangers fan, it does not matter. You know that Ovi's the best goal scorer. Is he a better player than Sidney Crosby? I'm going to say yes. I'm also biased, but I think if he can,
certainly biased.
But if he can win a second cup,
that was the argument.
Yeah, why not? Like Crosby can do maybe a little bit more, but when you are the best at something, you are the best goal scorer of all time. To me, I don't even care what his legacy is because I know what he means to this city, where he is so important that growing up, hockey wasn't something that really mattered that much. But I always knew about Ovi.
Exactly.
And
that's why
people in this area didn't play hockey. And now you see little kids all over the place. I know Grant's kids playing hockey, right? Like little kids are playing hockey. That wasn't the case before Ovi. It's not like the Capitals just came into existence when Ovi got here. So I know what he means here.
I think we can call him the most transcendent athlete in the DMV in terms of maybe history. I told the story when he broke the record. I remember I grew up in a Dallas Cowboys household, and think about how young we are. We watched the Redskins be terrible our entire life. I was told
that changes so much of my thoughts on you, by the way.
Thank you. I'm a soldier, man. I stuck it out through and through. I was raised in a Cowboys household. I stuck it out even though we lost every other Sunday. And, I was a diehard Wizard fan as well. So I was always told, now the Redskins never going to be good. The Wizards never going to be good. This is a hockey town. I said, what? What is hockey? May have been the first question that I asked. What is hockey?
Yeah.
Obviously, though, when you see those red Alex Ovechkin number 8 jerseys around town, man, it becomes something that's bigger than you. And I think as a sports fan, I couldn't call myself a sports fan if I didn't appreciate what he's been able to accomplish. That being said, they got to get back on track here.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
this, going out in the first round, I feel like puts a wet blanket over how special of a season this was.
You nailed it right there, because if they have the same cap stuff that we've seen in the past, where it's
Right.
disappointment after disappointment in the playoffs, with the exception of 2018,
Yeah.
you can't have that. This season has been so special. And if they were able to cap it off with a cup run, it'd go down as an all-timer in DC sports history, something that was maybe the most memorable of any of them. I know the Super Bowls mean more. I wasn't around for those, obviously, but I know the Super Bowls
Where were
are
we?
always going to – yeah, exactly. They're always going to be transcendent because they're Super Bowls and it's a different sport. But
Yeah.
Can you just imagine, Linnell, the craziness that we had this year, where this team went from being a barely get into the playoff team to they look awesome, to Ovi's looking great, to Ovi's injured. He comes back, still breaks the record. They're the top seed in the Eastern Conference, and then they go on a run. I think this season has a chance to be an all-timer if it isn't already. The big part is you cannot get into the playoffs now against the Canadiens and crap the bed. You just can't.
No. Not something that would be acceptable for this group. Game 1 is Monday. Make sure you keep it locked on the Fan all afternoon long. Be calling number 9, 800-636-1067, and win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals, Monday, April 21st versus Montreal at Cap One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Caller number 9. The time is now. Call in to get those Caps tickets. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we will pivot from the ice to the construction site. Big news on RFK comes your way next here on The Fan.
This sports update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. The Nationals shut out 1-0 by the Pirates, dropping 3 of 4 in Pittsburgh. Now 5 games below 500, a big early season series on the road at struggling Colorado. Mackenzie Gore on the hill for Washington tonight at 8:41 pitch, and you can listen to it here on The Fan. And the Capitals fall to the Pens 5-2 in the regular season finale. Washington's best of 7 series with Montreal begins at Capital One Arena Monday at 7. Listen here on The Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision or purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan. Liddell Willingham, Toby Altizer sitting in for the fellas. I believe Brian going to be back with you Monday, right, Toby?
That's the plan.
So there we go.
That's the plan.
Also on Monday, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs for your Washington Capitals. You got a chance to win a pair of Game 1 tickets today every hour, 20 minutes past the hour until 5 o'clock. We're going to pot up our first winner of our pair of Caps tickets. I got Joe in Durwood. Going to be at Cap One Arena Monday night. What's going on, Joe?
Let's go, Joe.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, brother? How are you?
Oh, I am fantastic now.
How many games did you hit this season?
What was that?
How many games were you able to hit this season?
I only went to 1 this season. I went to like 5 or 6 last.
Have you been to a playoff series before?
Never.
Wow,
oh, man, it's going to be electric. I've never been to playoff hockey either, so I'm hoping I can find my way into Cap One. But congratulations, man. Thrilled for you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. And let's go Caps.
Let's go Caps. Our Caps coverage here on The Fan is presented by Ace Computers. Ace Computers proudly recommends Windows 11 Pro for the U.S. military, made in America. Check out acecomputers.com now. We're getting to RFK. I know me and you actually want to do a little inside radio here. Me and you, as the two youngest hosts that we have here.
Some would say the youngest in charge.
Some would call it the youngest in charge. I'm not a huge stickler about the whole stadium talk, and I feel like every time the stadium conversation gets brought up, I meet it with the exact same thing. As long as they're winning football games, I don't care where they play. But my tune has kind of changed, and here is why. When Josh Harris and company purchased this franchise, and you notice that there are 21 limited partners, my tune changed to, well, if they're going to get a new stadium in D.C., Maryland, or Virginia, but really when I say this, I'm talking about D.C., man, it would sure be nice if they could foot some of the bill. And I was thinking maybe 50%, maybe 60%, depending on how they're feeling. According to multiple different outlets around town here, the Commanders willing to fork up close to $2.5 billion for a new Commander Stadium, hopefully, now I'm saying hopefully because I would want it there, at the old RFK campus. I think it's so much bigger than football. And I think that's where I differ from others when it comes to this. Not only, first and foremost, Josh Harris, the company, have done an excellent job since coming here. They've turned around the football program. They've brought a sense of respectability to the organization. It's brilliant. But what he has the opportunity to do is not only be a guy that, we cheer about and we drink beers to. Yeah, we love Josh Harris. He's the guy responsible for turning around the Redskins or the Commanders, whatever. I think with him funding this stadium project, forking up $2.5 billion, you get a chance to leave your legacy, Toby. It's about legacy at this point. You're a DMV guy. I believe he's from Bethesda. You understand what this football franchise means to this tri-state area, but then put sports to the side for a second. You can be a steward of your community, a philanthropist. We know what Nats Park did to the Navy Yard area and how it, resurrected the business world around here. I think RFK can have the same type of impact. My whole pushback was, well, damn, it's DC really in a position to be forking out that much public money? Because at the time, I'm thinking they were going to put up over half. But now that they're being asked for, what seems like $500 million, that's a far less riskier investment to have tremendous growth to me.
Yeah, so this is where I think it's interesting. So Mark Seagraves was first with a report saying that the Commanders would put up as much as $2.5 billion. The district would provide up to $850 million. They'd start with $500 million paid out between 2026 and 2030. What I think is so interesting about this is $2.5 billion for the ownership group is insane.
They got 21 limited partners. I mean,
$2.5 billion. I understand that. I'm sure they're good for it. I'm not worried about that. But $2.5 billion for the ownership group to fork out just seems like an unrealistic amount. So the question I'd have for whether it's
I see where you're going,
whoever it is, how committed are both sides to this? It feels like one side for sure is. I would assume that the other side is. I think that for sure Harris is committed. I think he wants to get this done.
Yeah.
I think that DC is mostly committed. But what if Josh Harris were to come back and say, $2.5 billion is too much? Can we cut this down to 1.5? And suddenly, or can we go 50-50 on this joint where we're going, if they're splitting just over $3 billion, it's like 1.6 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering, to your point, how can DC justify that when some of the stuff that's going on in DC right now is happening? So that's where I think this is difficult. I'm a little skeptical because we've seen stadium deals. We've seen stuff in this area before fall through all the time. So, the reports and everyone celebrating the other day, that's fine. I'm going to believe it when shovels hit the ground.
Yeah.
Until then, I'm not going to be fully on board.
Look at you taking the mature approach to this.
Well, I'm glad to see that they're making progress.
For sure.
But I want to know, Seagraves was on with Grant and Danny the other day and said it feels like it's in the red zone. And I don't know if I fully buy that it's in the red zone. I don't necessarily think that we're, still at the 50-yard line and we're taking 1 yard at a time.
Well, okay.
But
2 yards in a cloud of dust is what you're feeling right now?
That's where I'm interested is like, are we at the 20-yard line and we're getting close to the goal line? Or are we just taking another 5-yard gain near the 50 and like every other step along the way, this still needs voting, this still needs that, and this and that, and this and that, and suddenly this thing that we think is about to cross the goal line is really not that close.
Well, if it's anything like the Commanders' red zone offense this year, we are in RFK, my boy.
Do they have Jaden Daniels on their side for this? Because if so, it's getting across.
Mayor Bowser doing her best Jaden Daniels impersonation trying to get this thing across the goal line. I think the fact that dollar figures that the team is going to put forth, the fact that that's now being discussed, I think it means it's a lot more likely. If it was just DC talking and there wasn't clear mutual interest from both sides, I would have a concern. Even before I knew the dollar amount, I had a feeling this was going to happen because it's what everyone wants. Yes. And look, me and you have been very clear on the record saying we could care less. But the old line I like to use is y'all love nostalgia, right? When you all were going to RFK with your mom and pops back in the day, you didn't have your gut that hung out over your waistline. Your hair wasn't gray. So, like, the nostalgia doesn't matter to me. To me now, what it's about is how is it going to help revitalize the community? Because it's great to be able to host Super Bowl and WrestleMania. WrestleMania this weekend, by the way, Toby. I don't know if you knew that.
I couldn't care less.
Wow. You didn't strike me as a guy that
not big on wrestling.
Anti-WWE. Says a lot about you, Toby.
It's fake. Continue.
Wow. Anywho, no, I just think the opportunity to revitalize the community, I think, is the most important piece here. And why I talk about legacy when it comes to Josh Harris and this ownership group. You've already, laid the foundation for the football program. Your fingerprints are all over it. Now it's about how can you help your community, and I think that is something that will be felt here forever, long after Jaden Daniels plays his final snap. long after Terry McLaurin calls it a career. That's what's most important to me. And I want to give a big attaboy, a shout out to Josh Harris and the ownership group, man. They have done everything right since they've gotten here. And I know it's from a football standpoint, we're in love with Jaden Daniels. It's the first time in me and your lifetime that we've had a quarterback here that we know we can hang our hat on. But like, the ownership group is kicking ass in every facet. Attendance, fan activation, the stadium. I mean, they've done a tremendous job, and I know people are upset that they're not going back to that certain name. But we're getting tweaks to the uniform this year too. I'll be first to say it. I don't care about that stuff. I really don't.
I want the
care
uniform
about the product on the field. The uniform thing doesn't move me because I think, and this is where we're completely on the opposite side of the spectrum with this, I think the black uniforms are the best uniforms in the NFL. You can't stand them, I know.
Now, I think that they have made their mark and they're going to stay because the Hail Mary was in the black unis. So
I think before that we had. I think before that we hadn't won a game.
Yeah, I mean, remember that stupid Thursday night game where we're all hyped up with Sam Howell and the Bears came in and spanked us? Yeah,
how can I ever forget that Thursday?
It was like a funeral because everyone was wearing black, right? So yeah, I think those are there to stay. But give me the old uniforms. But I thought it was interesting. A caller yesterday, I don't think we were able to get to him, but a caller yesterday was saying that so much of this fan base is left living in the past. And I thought that was an interesting thing. I don't necessarily agree fully with what he's saying, but when you think about how this fan base talks, and it's understandable because so much of what's happened over the last couple of decades is forgettable. Yeah. For our lifetimes, this team has been forgettable. There's a reason that the fan base doesn't look like it once did because the last couple decades were forgettable. But you got to make sure that with the RFK site, and by the way, I wanted it RFK just like everybody else does, but you got to make sure that it's not, oh, man, we got to go back to the glory days because it's not going to be RFK. It's going to be a new stadium at RFK, right? Like, it's not going to be the same. The stands aren't going to be shaken. We want Dallas. That's not going to happen. But if you can mix the two together, Joe Theismann said months ago that it's a way that you can bring the fan base together. Our age group that never experienced RFK, we couldn't care less. Build us a new stadium. The old part of the fan base that's seen the 3 Super Bowls, that went to games at RFK, that has that nostalgia, I think it's a beautiful way to bring everyone together and say, here's your new stadium to our generation, and we're at RFK. So even though it's not the RFK Stadium that you grew up going to, you're still going to that same area and feeling those same memories that you once did.
For all the people out there hooping and hollering about this thing, are you all going to show up to the games? Because I give Josh Harris and company credit. They have improved the fan experience at FedEx. Yet people are not showing up still. There was still major attendance issues this past year. You mentioned never being able to go back to the glory days. I agree with you partially. I do still think you can create that type of environment at RFK to where it's the place to be. It's where people want to go. I get annoyed all the time. Me and you spend a lot of time at Cap One Arena going to Wizard games. I call Wizard games, and Jeff, you'll appreciate this, the Mo Gala. No one cares about the basketball. No one cares about what's happening on the floor. It's about, can I put my best fit on? Can I walk around with the finest thing in the city? Make Wizard games the move. Make Commander games the move to where it's a place that you want to be. It's where you want to hang out at. I know the tailgating thing is another
massive thing,
topic of conversation quickly here because I feel like I'm out of the loop on that. There was reporting that if they go back to the old RFK site, the parking lot tailgating, that experience that you get at FedEx, how difficult is it to replicate that at that site?
I mean, it's impossible. It really is. So for example, I know 2 stadiums that are very much like FedEx, and both cities from what I've worked in, where in Milwaukee, Miller Park or American Family Field where the Brewers play is similar to FedEx Field in that it's not near anything. It's just plopped in the middle of parking lots.
Right there.
You're never going to be able to get the same amount of tailgating space anywhere you go unless you build it in that exact same spot because it's literally all parking lots around it.
Right.
So you're always going to lose tailgating space. But if you put it at RFK, it gets really difficult because they're saying in order to get the actual parking infrastructure that they want, you're building parking garages. You ain't tailgating in parking garages, or at least it's not going to be supposedly allowed. People, I'm sure, will still find ways, maybe without grills.
All I can think about is some drunken fan slipping.
But I think there are still ways. I went to a game at Soldier Field in Chicago. All right, it's not like there's. I was. It was the worst football game I've ever been to. It was the Carson Wentz broke his finger or whatever.
Oh wow!
I can't remember exactly. It was the worst football game I've ever been to. terrible. But regardless,
Oh,
there were
these are-
people still tailgating. Like,
That's okay.
and they don't have parking right there. Like, it's not like it's a parking garage right there. So you'll still find ways. Now, it might be like a mile away. So that's going to be, less fun than walking directly into the stadium. But there are still places that you could probably find a tailgate.
It's going to be interesting to see Mark Seagraves of NBC4 reporting the Commanders in the city of D.C. close to a $3 billion stadium deal to get the new Commander Stadium back at the old RFK complex. We'll see if it happens. What'd you say, Toby? We'll believe it when there are shovels in the dirt.
Basically, yes.
Bingo. A lot more to get to here on 106.7 The Fan. Linnell Willingham, Toby all times are sitting in for B. Mitch and Finley. Keep it locked on The Fan all day long. We're giving away a pair of Caps Game 1 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5 p.m. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, talk a little bit of seam. Nats begin a weekend series with the Rockies coming up tonight. We'll preview that next here on The Fan. Well, Willingham, Toby Altizer sitting in for me, Mitch and Finley here on The Fan. We'll take you up to 2 p.m. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win, 11:20. Our first winner came from Durwood. I always feel like maybe this is just me thinking the world revolves around me. Anytime we have a caller from Montgomery County and it's from the Redland, Durwood, Gaithersburg, Olney, I would assume that they know who I am.
You would be correct. That makes it seem like the world revolves around you.
100%. 100%. A lot more to get into. As we creep into the 11 o'clock hour, we're also getting to the Commanders here a little bit. We talked about the RFK stuff last segment. NFL draft 6 days away. One thing we'll talk about, what does Washington have to leave the draft with? So I'll let you simmer on that for a little bit. But we got a big weekend series coming up for your old Curly W's. I'm saying your Curly W's as you were the co-host of the Busted Loose Baseball podcast. Toby Altizer, Grant Paulsey. You can get that wherever you download your podcast. The fellas aren't playing so well right now, and the bats have gone cold. Am I in 2024 right now? It's crazy because I said at the start of the show, if you were to judge this group every 2 series, I think you would have, we're about to hit the 20 game mark. Today is game 20, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Today is game 20, 7-12. Each series, you can look at them differently. The one thing that's been consistent is what we all kind of figured the Achilles heel of this team would be this year. It is the bullpen. But in some of these games, their bullpen's not getting the run support.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse yesterday to give up 1 run.
Yeah.
O'Neal Cruz hits one out of the ballpark, leadoff homer. There was no other offense for the Pirates, and you couldn't muster a run. Yeah, with all due respect to Andrew Heaney, solid major league pitcher for a long time. Scoreless? 7 1/3? Come on.
Nasty.
Like a shutout against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Like, it's not like Paul Skeens was on the hill and you got shut out, because I can understand that. That happens. It's unacceptable, frankly, to have these back-to-back series where you went to Miami and you lost 2 or 3, because you're right. Like, if you were to go 2 series at a time and be like, feel good, feel bad, feel good, you felt bad about the first 2 series of the year.
Yeah.
And then Arizona and LA here in D.C., they won those 2 series.
We'll talk a wild card after those 2 series.
It was insane. They look like a totally different team.
Yeah.
And so you feel like, okay, now momentum's growing. Then you go to Miami, and it's a sleepy dungeon playing there, and they didn't play with energy. They go to Pittsburgh. It's another sleepy dungeon because no one wanted to be out in the cold, and frankly, the Pirates aren't spending money either, so fans don't always show up for them outside of maybe Skeens days, and still nothing. It's really disappointing to see this team where every single year we go in and you're hoping for something a little bit better. 71 wins the last couple of years. You're expecting them to take a step forward, and they're just not. And the bullpen, it'd be one thing if you're like, okay, there's a couple guys on the injured list, they're coming back, or they could go still pick up this guy. Linnell, they got one dude coming back in Derek Law, and with all due respect to Derek Law, it's not like you're bringing back prime Mariano Rivera.
He had some good moments last year.
He's solid. He's nothing more than solid. And so you bring back one more solid arm, that's suddenly going to fix the bullpen? No, it's not. So this bullpen is going to be bad whether you're looking at it in April, May, June, July, August, or September. And so it's not going to get any better. And this offense isn't going to score enough runs on a night-to-night basis to win a lot of ball games if the bullpen gives up a 7 ERA.
So I think that's the discussion and the talking point right there. What does this offense have to show between now and July for Rizzo to make a move to bring in a bullpen arm? Because I think that's where you're kind of looking at right now. And I'll give him a little bit more grace when it comes to the offense, because obviously we've seen K-Bear hit it really well to start. James Wood, looks like the best power hitter in baseball right now. I'm probably hyperbolizing that. But
a little bit there.
You pick up what I'm putting down.
Sure.
He's looked amazing here to start. Dylan Cruz trying to get out of his little slump that he's been in.
Looked much better in Pittsburgh.
So what does the offense have to show between now and July for Rizzo to feel like that's a move worth making? Because we know he's not scared to go make trade deadline moves.
Yeah, I feel like you just got to show more consistency. This team can score some runs. I think the difficult part about this, and really the reason why I think this season was so intriguing, but also why I think you've seen it get off to a slower start than maybe you would have liked, is this season was going to go where the young guys took it.
Yeah,
Like James
100%.
Wood has been fine, but outside of him, like Dylan Cruz has struggled. It was going to be on Dylan Cruz to get things going. Jacob Young struggled out of the gate. He's playing a little bit better now, but even so, Jacob Young isn't some dude that's going to hit 30 homers and make the most impact with his bat. So it's dependent on these young guys. The offseason acquisitions, Nate Lowe's been really good.
Yes,
I've
he
liked
has.
what he's been able to do, but Josh Bell has provided next to nothing. Paul DeYoung is now hurt, but even when he was on the field, defensively he was good. Offensively wasn't giving you enough at the plate. So it's just a difficult spot for this team to be in, where seemingly since 2019, this team has been in a free fall. And they remind me, frankly, a little bit of where the Wizards are, where
That's a good
everyone
parallel.
everyone looks at the Wizards and go, gosh, they got to win now. And it's like, no. They don't have to win now. The issue is they were terrible. And then they brought in the new front office and they finally started doing things correctly.
Yeah.
It's only been a couple of years of doing it correctly, but it's longer time frame of being bad. Whereas now for the Nationals, 2019 happened. They eventually start moving on from some of their guys and they went down. But really, they've only started developing and getting more guys in the organization to really, really help over the last 2 to 3 years. And so it takes a little bit longer in baseball to rebuild some of these things, especially if you're not going to spend money in free agency. So it's frankly disappointing. Like, I don't think there's any other way to say it. You go to Pittsburgh, a team that doesn't score a lot of runs, and you face Skeens, and you were in that ball game, and the bullpen blew it. You beat Mitch Keller, who's a pretty good pitcher, but you lose to Bailey Falter and Andrew Heaney and look listless at the plate. It's unforgivable. To lose 2 or 3 in Miami just can't happen. Going to Colorado, frankly, for me, I know it's a little bit lofty, and who knows exactly what the schedule is going to be for the series with the weather.
Yeah.
You almost have to sweep this for me to feel good about this road trip at all. You finish 5-5 if you get a sweep here. The Colorado Rockies are horrendous. They're like the only team in baseball I'd look at where the Nationals step on the field, and I'd say the Curly W's are better, but they've got to go out there and find a way to win some games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Next couple series for the Curly W's go as follows. They're back home starting Tuesday for a 3-game tilt with the Orioles. And then, struggling Juan Soto comes to town. I was listening to WFAN earlier this week. Holy cow.
Yeah, by the way,
Sal about to lose his mind.
By the way, Juan, you wouldn't hear that from WJFK if you were having this. So if you want to come back to DC, you feel free.
Call letters are better. Baseball is better. Come back to DC, Juan Soto. First hour in the books here on The Fan. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altives are sitting in for B. Mitch and Finley. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. So make sure you keep it locked on The Fan. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll get into the National Football League NFL Draft 6 days away. The Commanders doing extensive work on late day 2 and day 3 running backs. What is the sweet spot for the Commanders to draft a running back? That's next on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Well, tonight, 2 NBA play-in games. The winners taking the 8 seeds in the East and West first. The Miami Heat are at the Atlanta Hawks at 7. The winner gets Cleveland. Then in the West, a matchup with major importance for the Wizards. Memphis welcomes Dallas for a 9:30 tip to see who will face OKC. If Memphis wins, the Wizards get their 2025 first-round draft choice. If the Grizzlies lose, the Wizards get a future Memphis second-round selection. Now, last night, the Caps lost their regular season finale 5-2 to the Penguins. The Nationals were shut out by the Pirates 1-0. Washington in Denver tonight to take on the Rockies at 8:40 first pitch. Listen to it right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Linnell Willingham alongside Toby Altizer will take you up to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Big show for you all. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. So make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all day for that Game 1 of the Caps opening round series coming up this Monday from Cap One Arena. Super, super excited about that. 6 days away from the NFL draft, though. That is what I am even more excited about. And it's crazy. I was saying it to you, Toby, before we came back from break. It feels like with this year's draft, I've contradicted myself each and every day on social media.
Well, you've never done that, by the way. That's kind of new.
Contradicting myself?
That's a pretty new one for you.
Sell that to someone who's buying. But no, the one thing that I continue to feel about this draft is it's the most wild card driven draft I think we'll ever see here in recent memory in terms of the Commanders and pick number 29. I think they can go any which way. I think there's a bunch of speculation about what's going to happen at the top of the draft. We'll obviously get into that as well in terms of what happens with the quarterbacks. But with Washington at 29, I feel like, and this is something that we do as a toxic fan base, right? Everyone wants to be right. Everyone wants to have their guy get picked. This is the first time really in a while where I think anything can happen at pick number 29. Literally anything. There are so many different positions of need that this group has. Let me rephrase that. That's looking at it with the glass half empty. The glass half full, I'm hearing this weird echo. I know you're probably hearing it too. The glass half full approach is, well, they've done what they've needed to in free agency, so there aren't any glaring holes that you have to address. And one thing we'll get into before we get out of here is what do they need to leave the draft with?
Yeah.
I think there are some things that you for damn sure need. But I want to talk about running back here for a second because it feels like it's the sexy position that everyone wants. Washington needs a home run hitter in the backfield. I understand that completely. But what I'll say about running back is this. I'm starting to lean towards it being irresponsible to take a running back at 29 and 61, depending on who's on the board. Now, if Amarion Hampton is on the board at 29, like that becomes a very difficult conversation for me. If Travion Henderson is on the board at 61, that becomes a difficult conversation for me. But at 29, if I'm having to pick between Travion Henderson and an elite edge rusher or Nick Emanwari at safety, like I think positional value, we don't equate that or factor that enough into the conversation when it comes to running back. We just look at, we need a guy to be explosive on offense.
I think this is a great discussion because I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah talk about this the other day. When you look at this draft and we talk about the quality of the players in this draft, maybe this is a unique one in that you kind of throw a little bit of that away. You don't fully take it out because there is understanding that an edge rusher is more impactful and worth more because you can't find them growing on trees, right? Like you can't find an edge rusher as easily as you can a running back that can be effective. But the thing that I think is interesting here is you say you don't want to draft Travion Henderson at 29. That's understandable. But if you're given the option between edge rusher 5 or if you have Travion as a guy that you're running back 3 and he's say 18 on your board and edge rusher 6 who's available at 29 is somewhere in the 30s, I wouldn't be mad if they did it because to me, when you look at this offense, to me, they're one weapon away. Want a speedy receiver? Fine. You want to go another pass-catching tight end? Fine. You want to get an explosive running back? Fine. I think one of those things needs to happen. Running back's the easiest. I think the part about this that makes it so intriguing, though, and why I think you have a good point here, is at 29, you're going to end up spending a premium pick on a running back that theoretically is better, but not significantly better than a guy that you could get maybe in the 3rd or 4th round. Like, to me, what is the gap between Travion Henderson and my guy from Virginia Tech, Bashal Tutin? I think there's a gap. Yeah. I think Henderson's better, but if you could get Bashal Tutin in the 3rd or 4th round, that's a better value than spending number 29 on Travion Henderson. So I think that's what they really have to weigh.
And that's why the draft is such a unique way to acquire talent because you're dependent upon others. Like free agency, you kind of you throw the most money at the guy you want, you get him. Here, you're really at the mercy of what happens in front of you. I just don't know, man. Like Omarion Hampton, I've banged on the table for him. I don't think the gap between him and Genty is that big. I felt that way since the start of the process. Every mock draft that you see now, though, it's becoming less and less likely that Henderson is there at 29. I don't think that Omarion Hampton's going to be there at 29.
He's not going to be there at 29.
So with that being the case, like I'm not taking Travion Henderson at 29. Like, and I know there are some people that probably feel like that's the appropriate thing to do. I just think, and last night I was saying to you that I watched the Falcons game over last night, and I'm sitting there in bed and I'm getting goosebumps because I'm remembering how damn good this quarterback is, talking about Jaden Daniels. And because he is so good, I get wanting to load up the skill group on offense, but he is going to mask and cover up for a lot of your sins on the offensive side of the football. Go defense. This defense couldn't stop anybody last year on the ground. I think there are more defensive prospects in this draft anyway than there are offensive guys. So, like, at 29 and 61, my ideal scenario probably, Toby, is walking away with 2 impact starters on defense.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but to play devil's advocate here, you said you watched that Atlanta game. You watched number 7 in the Falcons uniform destroy Washington's defense. If you could get a guy like that, now Bijan is one of a kind.
Well, so you're not. Though. That's the thing.
But if Travion Henderson's there at 29, I think this is the most reasonable discussion because there is a chance he could be.
Yeah.
I think he can be that kind of back. Not as good as Bijan, but a home run hitter where think about this. This is what I'm picturing right now. This is why I want an explosive back. I want Jaden to run a read option. They're so worried about 5 that they leave that hole open, and all of a sudden Travion Henderson breaks 1 tackle and he's gone for 65. B-Rob can't do that. Eckler can't do that. They can break that first tackle, but they're picking up 10, 15. I want a dude that is a house call waiting to happen so that you have to respect 5 and you have to respect the running back.
So what I think is my bigger want, and I think maybe hopefully I speak for all of us. Hopefully you all agree with me. I don't think like running back is the need, quote unquote, on offense. I think it's an explosive, home run hitting type of player. That could be via wide receiver. That could be via the running back spot. Or look, the kid Arroyo from Miami, the tight end.
Yeah, Elijah Arroyo.
Dude. Gas.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
He's an explosive weapon on the offensive side of the football. So I get the bigger point of wanting to get more explosive because last year, I mean, it was fun to watch. It's demoralizing to other teams, but how likely is it that you can duplicate or replicate last year going 17 plays, eating up 8:30 o'clock? Like, that's not a lifestyle you want to live, so to speak.
Yeah, I think, like I said, they're one weapon short, and you choose what that is. And really, you can figure that out in the draft. If this stud receiver that you didn't think was going to be there, maybe that's the way, or a running back, whatever. Because to me, what you have is Terry's your number one. We know that. There's no question. Terry can do a little bit of everything. I want Terry to be able to do everything, though. And right now, he's your really only speed threat in the offense.
Right.
And so you're, again, mentioned in the Falcons game. AJ Terrell's on him. Also, either Jesse Bates or Justin Simmons, always over the top of Terry.
Yeah.
I want it so that another receiver on the other side makes that safety not on the hash on Terry's side, but in the middle of the field, right? It's because this guy's speedy. Okay, well, if I can't have that, I've got horizontal with Debo, right? You've got to be able to understand that. You've got to be able to set the edge and do those things against Debo with where he's moving all around and those screens. You got to be physical. Okay, well, I need someone that then can penetrate the defense up the middle. And I need someone that doesn't just get me 5 yards. Like, I think B-Rob is going to be better this year than he was last year. I think the second half of last year was not good at all.
I also think he was nicked up, too. Remember, he almost broke his ankle.
That might be the case. But my thing is, I want a dude that you are scared when he touches the football. Like, every time Jahmyr Gibbs touched the football in that playoff game, you went, uh-oh, get him on the ground, please.
Yeah.
Every time that Bijan touched the football against Atlanta, you're like, are they going to be able to get him? I want that sort of dude in the backfield. Or, to your point, if it needs to be another seam-stretching tight end, right? Zach Ertz is going to be all reliable in the middle of the field, 7 to 8 yards past the line of scrimmage, always open because he's just chilling in the soft spots of the zone. If I can get a dude that can run up the seam and creates another problem there. So it doesn't have to be all three of those things, whether it's a speedy receiver, a seam-stretching tight end, or a explosive running back. But if you get me one of those, I think your offense goes to that next level.
For sure. And I think relative to running back, it's just such a deep class, man, that there's better value at the running back position on day 3, late day 2. Like, I would not feel comfortable. And I've gone back and forth on this, and maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and feel completely different when I crack the mic. But like this morning, today, like it feels like going running back at 29 or 61 may be irresponsible depending on who's on the board and what your other needs are. And it feels like, to me, defense. Like, the closer we get to the draft, the closer the more I remember how much this defense struggled last year. And you lost Jeremy Chin. And as excited as we are about Will Harris and the play style that he showed in New Orleans, he's not a guy that's been a formidable starter throughout the duration of his career. And I get that doesn't mean that he can't be. But, like, if Nick Emanwari is there at 29 staring me in the face, more importantly, and I don't think this guy will be there, if Malachi Starks is staring me in the face at 29, like, how do I choose a running back over that, knowing the big glaring hole I have at safety? And some of you may not agree with that, right? I love Percy Butler as a special teamer. Being a regular on defense, not something I think he's prepared for. I think he takes bad angles. I don't think he tackles very well. But he fits the brand of what they want to be.
Sure.
He's fast. He's explosive. He's going to fly around. He's a war daddy on special teams. That's great. If he never turns into a starting safety, he's going to be able to have generational wealth and feed his family for years. That's great. I just feel like that may be the one position where I go, are we sure that we like what we have there? You're an injury to Quan Martin away from feeling like you have nothing at safety. If we're being real about it.
100%. And this is where I think they put themselves in a good spot, where at 29, you can go a lot of different directions. And I just think there needs to be an understanding where they could go running back, they could go receiver, they could go a lot of different places, because it might be as simple as on their board, their overall board, they have this guy 10, 15, 20 spots higher than the guy you want them to take. Is it better to go and say, I have to take the edge rusher, I have to take James Pierce, I have to choose your edge rusher that might be available at 29, versus this guy shouldn't have been here according to our board, and so we just got to take him, whether it's running back, whether it's safety, whether it's corner, whatever it may be. If Colston Loveland is there at 29 at tight end,
you run in the pick.
I'll take that.
You sprint to there are certain guys that if they're there at 29, this is what's so interesting. And I think the good teams in the NFL benefit from this year in, year out, like your Kansas City,
Philly,
Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, those teams that are consistently picking at the back end of the draft. They're constantly having a really good football player fall to them that shouldn't be there.
Well,
and I think that's what Washington's going to run into.
This is what I want to correct our fan base on, because it's really frustrated me with this. So many people are like, well, 29, basically a second-round pick. It's really difficult to find your guy. That's what good teams have to deal with.
I know, right?
That's how it works. Like, I'm sorry that your team has sucked for my entire life, right? Our team has sucked for our entire life. We're used to picking in the top 15. Just because you're picking at 29 doesn't give you the excuse like, well, they don't hit it this year, no big problem. No, you have to hit it.
For sure.
This is what Adam Peters and these guys get paid for.
Yeah.
That's what their job is.
To your point, and this, like, we're jumping all over the place here. That's why, to me, at 29, this idea of taking, the edge rusher ran 4 flat, though, his 10-yard split, though. No. Get me production. Give me a guy that's done it at the collegiate level, at a high level, like the Shamar Stewart thing. Or is it Shamar Stewart or Shamar Turner?
Stewart.
Shamar Stewart from A&M. Like, the sack production is not there for him. It's tough, right, when you go out and you knock the combine out of the park the way that he did, but he had 4.5 sacks over the span of 4 years. Like, that to me scares the hell out of me.
Well,
I don't need a guy that they're going to have to develop. I need someone that can come in and contribute right away.
I just need you to understand that they don't get an excuse because they're picking so late.
Exactly.
Like, it's not a throwaway pick. It's still a first-round pick. They have to hit on these things. They have to. Like, why is Philadelphia still good year after year after year? They hit on their draft picks, whether they're picking in the top 15 or whether they're picking in the 30s. You have to hit on your draft picks. And so at pick number 29, whether it's an edge rusher, wherever they go, they have to be able to hit on it. And by the way, it's not just we picked the right guy. You have to develop this guy. You have to turn them, because I go back to Ron. I don't necessarily love what Ron did in the draft. The guys that he drafted, that none are here, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the issue for Ron was who he drafted. I think part of it is he drafted guys that he overdrafted and then couldn't develop them at all. If you say at 29, I want to go for this guy because we need an edge rusher and maybe there's a better player, but we can develop this guy into being a stud, then do that. But I hate this notion that it's like, oh, we should trade the first rounder because it's basically a second rounder for this guy, or we should do this, and it's really tough to find somebody. Yeah. I'm sorry, certain teams in the NFL are really, really good. They're always picking in the late end of the first round, yet they still find good players. Trent McDuffie wasn't a top 5 pick, right? And Trent McDuffie's a stud, one of the best corners in the league. You can find good players late. So miss me with this idea that Washington at 29 now has some excuse where they can't hit on a draft pick. You have to hit it.
I totally agree with you. I think, especially off of what you accomplished last year, going to the NFC Championship game, you are very much in your Super Bowl window as we continue to talk about whether you all are comfortable admitting it or not. Like, this is a group, based off the moves they made this offseason, that clearly feels like they are going for it. So I think your draft needs to reflect that as well. A lot more to get to. We'll continue the conversation on the National Football League as we continue to move throughout the 11 o'clock hour. Right now, though, caller number 9, the time is yours. Call in to 800-636-1067 and win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals, Monday, April the 21st versus Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. CoachWooden.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Well, after dropping 3 of 4 in Pittsburgh, the Nationals get ready for a weekend 3-game series against the 3-15 Colorado Rockies in Denver. Mackenzie Gore atop the hill looking to register a big win for Washington tonight. First pitch set for 8:40. You can listen right here on the Fan. And the Capitals lost 5-2 in the regular season finale to the Penguins last night. It's the Caps and Habs as Montreal comes to town Monday evening for Game 1 of the best-of-7 series. A 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to Caps playoff hockey here on the Fan. Coach Wooden's Basketball Camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooden basketball camps. Visit online at CoachWooden.com. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Speed Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer sitting in for B. Mitch and Philly till 2 p.m. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. Playoff schedule set for your Washington Capitals. We're giving away Game 1 Caps tickets every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up at 12:20. So make sure you keep it locked on The Fan for that. Right now, we're bringing the winners on air here this afternoon. Tay in D.C. going to be out at Cap One Arena Monday night.
Tay.
What's going on, Tay?
Hey, man, appreciate you guys. Rock the red. Let's get this dub.
Let's do it, man. How many games did you get to go to this year? Or is this your first one?
Nah, this is my first one.
Wow. Look at you. First playoff game, too?
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Well, congrats, Tay. Enjoy Game 1. Let's get that dub.
Let's do it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Rock the red, brother.
That's awesome, by the way.
For sure.
First playoff game. First game of the
to
season.
be a playoff game is lit.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
I know you got the chance to experience the old GP glass seat exclusives a couple different times during the year.
One time this year, I got to sit in some nice seats. I watched my guy Dylan Strome win in a shootout. So it was a good experience.
It absolutely was. We'll continue to talk about the Caps as we get into the final hour of the show. Right now, though, talking all things Washington Commanders as we're just 6 days away from the start of the NFL draft. I continue to feel like they are a true wild card going into night number 1. It feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Toby, this is what the general public here is kind of put out on the table. A lot of people want to trade back. A lot of people are interested in a running back early. A lot of people feel like we need an edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of those things can be true. I will say this, though. We're at the mercy of the evaluator, right? It's my whole slogan from last offseason.
That's your favorite thing to say, by the way.
For sure, because why did we hire a handsome, blue-eyed devil anyway if he wasn't going to make good draft picks? That's what we care about, is how he drafts. I love the trade for Larry Tunsil. You love the trade for Deebo Samuel. This is where Adam Peters makes his money, though.
Correct.
And at 29, outside of kicker and quarterback, I can make the argument for any position being taken there. And I think that's the beautiful part about this. And I know there are fans out there that are going to pigeonhole themselves into one spot and say, edge rusher, edge rusher, edge rusher. I was once you. I was there at the beginning of the offseason. After watching Saquon Barkley run roughshod in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game, yes, we need an edge rusher. 100%. But I think good teams don't stay good by drafting for need.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's not what you do. I don't think any good team does that.
Best player available.
Point blank.
Very simple. Best player available. And if it's something where you've got guys that are very close on your board, like say you got the 18th and the 21st player, and the 21st player is a guy you need at a position of need, then fine. You go with that. But in general, you don't just you get yourself in trouble when you just draft only for need, because you start overdrafting guys. You start bringing in dudes that maybe you're reaching on a little bit that don't always fit. Go best player available, who you feel fits best. And this is what they did a good job of, because right now, I don't think there's a glaring hole. I think there's still a hole at edge rusher,
yes.
and I think there are still holes around the roster. There's nothing glaring that if right now they had to play next week, they had to show up to Ashburn and Speedy get ready for a game next week, they could do it, and they wouldn't feel like there's a glaring weakness. There are weaknesses. They're always going to be.
I'd feel damn good about the chance.
But you would feel fine because you feel okay about what they've got. So that's what they've done a good job of, where you're not pigeonholed into saying, especially this is something you have to do, by the way, when you're picking this late in the draft, right? Like, this is something that plays into it. You don't know what's going to be there.
Right.
Part of the reason I think that it seems like some of the intrigue around the draft is a little bit different around here this year is obviously last year it was number 2. You know, they're going quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of had an idea. We're talking Jaden versus Drake versus Caleb. We're doing all those discussions. But this year, to your point, who are they going to pick? No idea.
That's the great part about it. And I just know there are some positions out there, though, that fans are going to roll their eyes at if they pick. Like, I'm glad you mentioned grade and who you think is the best. I'm not scouting the players. You're not scouting the players. Jeff's
Thank God,
not scouting
by the
the
way.
players.
Thankfully, we're not.
Well, yeah. Well, they could use mine.
Although I do think I could have done a better job than some of Ron's first round picks.
Well,
I would have drafted Christian Gonzalez, which is enough to say right there.
Manuel Forbes. Anywho, but no, like, it all depends on who they have on their board and how it's stacked. I could see them going offensive tackle at 29. I could see them going guard at 29. I could see them going defensive tackle at 29. It's all about who they have as the best player there. Tight end is the one position that gets interesting to me because they re-signed Zach Ertz, because you spent premium draft capital a season ago on Ben Sinnott. Can you go tight end at 29 or 61?
Sure, absolutely you can. If Colston Loveland's there.
I to say, if Colston Loveland's there for sure. I just wonder, because right now I think teams are probably, this weekend is when you're having your final meetings, probably, and your draft board's getting set.
Mm-hmm.
Not knowing what they're going to do, obviously. Do you lean on them sticking and picking, or do you think they end up trading out of this spot?
I think they would love to trade back. I don't think that there are suitors to trade back with, just because.
Well, I think it depends on how the top of the draft goes.
Well, 100%. But let's just assume that.
And if Pittsburgh takes someone at 21, meaning a quarterback,
the best case scenario for Washington for a potential trade back, Cam Ward's going 1-1. We already know that. That's kind of set in stone. He was basically telling you on Fortnite the other night with his ridiculous answers.
Yeah,
that he was going to Tennessee.
I hated that, by the way.
I thought that was hilarious.
Like, are you kidding? You got to kiss your own guy's ass that much?
He ain't Calvin Ridley.
Traylon Burks.
Top 4 receiver
that was
in
the one
league.
that got me. Traylon, like, come on.
He's a big Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears.
It honestly makes Cam Ward come off as a complete fraud, if I'm being honest with you.
No, it is what it is.
Toby?
It is what it is.
Brother.
It is what it is. It's just
you my dog.
It's just plain.
Love co-hosting with you. If somebody had to ask me who are your best teammates playing basketball at the radio station, I'm not going to say you. I would say other names before you.
That's so disrespectful.
I wouldn't just for the case of doing it.
So disrespectful.
Well, you guys haven't seen the Toby Altizer jump shot reel.
Yeah, well, there isn't one. Or if it is, it's very short. But regardless, when you look at how this draft can go, if they want to trade back, which is what I think, if you asked them, they would love to. They need quarterback to slide. So, and Shador's not going to be available at 29. Someone's going to either draft him or they're going to come up into the mid-20s and get him, or early teens or whatever, to get him, to make sure he doesn't go to Pittsburgh if they're enthralled with him or whatever the case may be.
That'd be a nightmare.
The interesting one is, does someone want Jackson Dart? I don't think Jalen Milroe's a first-round guy, but he was invited to the draft.
For a reason.
Does someone want one of those guys enough? Because someone's not trading up more than likely unless you're just trading back like 6 picks to the early second round. I don't know that someone's trading up for like a Emeka Egbuka. That someone's not trading up likely for like Trevion Henderson.
Probably not.
Or maybe
with the running back, because of the how weird the second contract has gotten for that position, having that extra year becomes more valuable. I get that, but to your point, the Jalen Milroe thing to me is very interesting.
Very interesting.
I think his rushing ability is the best trait that any quarterback has in this draft.
No question.
Like, his ability to run, like, it's better than Shador's ball placement. It's better than Cam Ward's ability to make plays off schedule. Jalen Milroe, I feel like it's a lazy comp because they both played for Alabama and they're swole, but it feels like Jalen Hurts.
Well, no, to me, it feels
like a faster Jalen.
It feels like a worse passing Justin Fields at Ohio State, where he can run, and you've seen what Fields can do in the league running.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking top 3, top 4
I think Milroe's
running
a better
quarterbacks.
runner.
He's probably a better runner.
4-3.
But Fields is one of the best running quarterbacks in the league. Like,
for sure.
When you're ranking running quarterbacks in terms of rushing ability and that style, right? Not the big bruising Josh Allen type, but you're looking Lamar, you're looking Jaden, you're looking Justin Fields. Jalen Milroe is right in there. Now,
100%.
Can he play quarterback at the NFL level in terms of being in the pocket, being accurate with the football, making right decisions? I don't think so. I wouldn't take him in the first round, but if someone's intrigued that they can develop him, that rushing ability is really, really legit.
Pittsburgh at 21 is the one that interests me because of what Arthur Smith could potentially do with him. I just look at this quarterback class in general and go, I feel like we're sleeping on it a little bit, especially with the guys at the top. I am more of a Shedeur Sanders guy than a Cam Ward guy. I think the Shedeur slander has come based off of like last name, and we're making I feel like because he doesn't have these massive elite traits, they're like we're docking other things because that's kind of my frustration with him.
Here's where I land on Shedeur. I like Shedeur. I really do. In my opinion, take it for what it's worth. I don't get paid the big bucks to make draft picks for a reason, right? So take my opinion for what it's worth.
Okay.
But when I'm looking at this draft class, I would take Shedeur as my top quarterback. The reason I think that Cam Ward and some of these other guys maybe get talked up a little bit more is I think Shedeur at his best, at his ceiling, is like 15th best quarterback in the league because he's going to have to play with timing. He's going to have to play Joe Burrow football, and I don't think he can play.
Why can't he be Joe Burrow?
He's not Joe Burrow. He's not. Like, I think Joe Burrow's more elusive.
If you gave him Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, what type of numbers would Shedeur Sanders put up?
He had Travis Hunter.
It's one guy.
I understand that.
Burrow
but
had a
Travis Hunter.
of dudes.
They didn't win anything. I understand the O-line. I get all that stuff. But Joe Burrow's better in that sense. And it's not even close. But I think if you're going to get him, your ceiling is capped. Versus Cam Ward, if you can coach him up, I think there are bigger red flags with Cam Ward. But if you can coach him up, he can get into the top 10.
That's where the arrogance comes from some of these evaluators, because you got to believe in your heart of hearts when you're selecting a guy that you have the infrastructure for him to hit his ceiling.
Correct.
You can talk about a guy's ceiling all day long till you're blue in the face. Do you have what it takes in your building to make sure that guy is going to have the necessary resources, the pieces around him to hit that ceiling? I don't think every organization can say that.
It's very similar to how these NBA drafts work at times, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
Cam Ward, to me, even though he had a lot of production this past season at Miami, Cam Ward to me is very much so like the guy that you draft and you have to be able to develop this guy because it's all talent based and potential based versus drafting a dude who's been a role player averaging 15 in college that you don't think as high as a ceiling. I think that to me is the difference. If I had to take someone that I think for sure is going to be a quarterback that I can depend on to be a starter for a decade in this league, I think I could coach Shedeur into that. But I don't think I can get the ceiling out of Shedeur that I could get out of Cam Ward, and that's why teams will probably be more enamored with Cam Ward, and that's why he's going to go first overall.
It's going to be interesting. Let's open up the phones here for the first time this show. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at us as well. It's at NELL_BTP and at Toby_Altizer. You can tweet at the 1067 the fan page as well. When we come back, what does Washington have to leave the draft with? It's next here on the Fan. B. Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer sitting in for the fellas. Brian back on Monday. Right now, though, talking all things NFL draft, 6 days out. 6 days out from the start of the NFL draft.
Crazy, isn't it?
I want to warn everybody. After the draft, if they hit the draft and knock the draft out of the park, I feel like I'm going to become insufferable. I told you I watched the Falcons game back last night, and I got all the feels. Goosebumps, hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Watching Jaden play quarterback, I forgot how much of a joy it was.
It's a blessing. It's the best thing ever. Also, rewatching the Falcons game, did you get the same sinking feeling when Jaden got bent backwards?
Dude, it was awful.
Right?
I still couldn't watch the replay.
I don't understand how he just popped up like, all right, whatever, on to the next.
He's so cool, bro. So first of all, the moment that you're talking about, we all know it. You could have heard a pin drop. I think it was me and Denton were out at Tom's Watch Bar in the Harbor.
Yeah, I was in the corner of FedEx or Northwest Stadium watching that. That place was dead silent. We're like, not again.
Yeah.
Not again.
I just hope moving forward that we don't have to worry about that, which is why I would be okay if they went offensive line with the first 2 picks in the draft. I wouldn't care. Like I said, we're at the mercy of the evaluator. What we're asking you on the phones, though, at 1-800-636-1067, what do the Commanders have to leave the draft with? Like when you wake up Sunday morning and you're reading all of the draft grades that have been given out, what would cause you to give Washington a failing grade? What do they have to leave the draft with? It's honestly a difficult question because of how well they did during free agency.
So you thought they did a good job in free agency?
I'm counting the trades as a part of free agency.
Because to be honest with you,
I like their free agent class a lot. I think it was similar to last year's class in terms
I
of
give it.
They'll outplay their contracts. I think
I'll give it. What grade would you give it? I just want to get your thoughts first.
Am I counting Debo and Tunsil?
Sure, count that.
Their free agency, I give them an A minus.
Oh boy, I'm
B plus A minus.
I'm like C plus B minus, and the only thing salvaging it for me is the Tunsil trade.
Everywhere that they address every hole that we talked about in some shape or fashion.
Maybe it has more to do with my expectations compared to what happened. I expected them to be not just a little bit better, but pretty significantly better. And I don't know that I feel like they're significantly better. I feel like they're a little bit better. I feel better in some spots and worse in a couple. But if they didn't make the Tunsil trade, I would not be happy with their offseason.
So I hear that, and that's being more critical probably than I would be. From what they showed last year in free agency, I think like your Olamide Zaccheaus signing last year, like when he was signed last year during free agency, no one cared. No one was clapping their hands. I look at the Dietrich Wise signing is something that's similar to that. A guy that maybe isn't a household name, but will come in here and outplay the value of his contract. I think he's a guy that could do that. Jonathan Jones, to bring up more expatriates.
Yeah, like
I love
Jones.
bringing him in. He gives you legit flexibility at the corner spot, and I think you're going to have a real tough competition this summer because I would be okay with running it back with Lattimore and Samerson on the outside and having Noah Igbenogany be your slot. But obviously, you're going to compete for that. I think this team this year, and this is a good thing, this team's going to be way harder to make this year than it was last year. That's how I would put it.
Yeah,
they're going to have some difficult cuts that they're going to have to make.
I'll agree on that. I think just the tough part is comparing last year's free agency to this year's free agency. Last year, they caught lightning in a bottle in a lot of cases, and maybe they can do it again. I don't know that I want to get comfortable continuing to say, hey, instead of going and getting a real difference maker that people know, let's go get Dietrich Wise. Like, I think he could be a good player. There's also, like, is he going to have a Dante Fowler type? I think he can be a solid player. I'm not trying to take a knock on him, but like, I thought that at the end of free agency going into the draft, I'd look at this team and say, yep, they're definitively better. And, the draft is going to be a big part of this, but I don't know that I really can say that with the exception of at left tackle, Tunsil really, really upgrades that position. Because we talked about, the reason I bring this up is more so because my premise was Jaden's rookie season was going to be the worst roster he was going to play with. And I still think that's going to be the case, but I don't know that year 2, his roster is going to be head and shoulders above what it was year 1. And I thought it would be.
you're like raining on my parade after watching the Falcons game last night. I just think I think we're underestimating the impact that he would have. And I think it's hard to do that because of how good he was. But like, really, he's that damn good.
Well, and here's the thing. You're not wrong. But I think the idea that you just want him to always be that is a little bit foolish. Like, Kansas City doesn't have Patrick Mahomes be Superman 60 minutes out of the game. Final 5 minutes of the game when they need it, sure. Different points throughout the game, sure. Josh Allen, I think that's the difficult part. When you put everything on his shoulders, can he do it? Yes. Yeah. Should you make a living by him doing that? Probably not.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. What do the Commanders have to leave the NFL draft with next week? Matt is in Stafford. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Matt?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, Darius and Toby. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, everyone.
So, do I get to...
Easter Bunny's coming to town.
Do I get to react to that? Can you readdress us? Can you say who you think you're talking to again?
Oh, my gosh. Wrong time slot. I'm so sorry.
It's all good, Matt. Darius is great too, but Linnell's in today. What's your take on who do they have to leave the draft?
Wrong black guy on the fan, Matt.
You gotta excuse me.
Just when you think you made it in life.
Hey.
Oh God.
Okay. Cornerback is the position that I think they'll take one of the first 2 picks with, and I think they also have to. They'll be enabling Mike Sanders still to be all over the place like Charles Woodson played for the Packers. And I think that'd bring the defense to a whole nother level. So I'd like to see him get maybe Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech.
Hey, sign me up for Hokies.
Linnell, I love you, man. You know I love you. Apologies. I'll make it up to you.
Do you love me or do you love Darius or do you love both?
You know what? I love Darius too. He knows that. Dad,
Darius
I
is a
love
lovable
Dad.
guy. Just messing with you, man. Just messing with
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you calling as always, brother. Happy Easter weekend. We get to say that to people. I was saying it to Jeff when he walked in. It's Easter weekend. What do the Commanders have to leave the NFL draft with? Zeke is in Southeast. What's going on, Zeke?
What's up, Zeke?
Hey guys, how y'all doing today? Love your show.
Good, appreciate it.
Hey, you guys, let me ask you a question. Do you think last year's draft was a success? Just the draft picks. We had 9 draft picks, right? Out of those draft picks, we got what, 3 starters?
Yes, last year's draft was a success.
3 starters, 5 contributors.
Okay, well, already this year's draft is already a success. He traded the draft picks, and we got a new offensive starting left tackle. That allows us to get another right tackle if we move the rookie over to right tackle. That's a new starting right tackle. You got Debo, a new starting wide receiver. You got a new defensive lineman as a starter. We already have more starters before we even pick in the draft than we did last year. So I think the draft has already been a success that we used to pick to get started. Now for the 29th pick, if we don't go defense, I don't care. The best player on defense, I don't care if it's lineman, linebacker, cornerback, that's what I'll be shooting for. We got too many mouths to feed on offense. You got a good running back group. You got a good wide receiver group. Who's going to get the ball? That's my thoughts. Tell me what you think.
For sure.
I appreciate
you as always, brother.
That's an interesting point because I think that is something that you have to consider, that when we heard build through the draft and supplement through free agency and their philosophy, I think they're still trying to do that, but they're also looking at it differently, where suddenly, because of how successful last year was, they had to accelerate things, and using draft assets to improve your roster. That's kind of what they've done, where they've gone and got Lattimore, they've gone and got Debo, they've gone and got Laramie Tunsil. I admit there's a little bit of weakness in my game here because I am such a draft nut. I can't say that your draft was successful already and you haven't even drafted anybody yet because you traded so many picks away.
It's different.
I think they still need to nail some of these picks, because in the short term, you definitely, if they don't get anybody and you end up just having picks from this year turn into Lattimore, Tunsil, and Debo, then sure, I get his point. But in order for this to be built long term so that we're winning for the next decade, like we're talking about a winning football team for the next decade, then you got to hit on these draft picks. So I can't say it's successful from that standpoint yet.
Yeah, I hear you. It's going to be interesting. We'll continue to take your calls at 1-800-636-1067. What does Washington have to leave the draft with? We'll take your calls on the other side. Plus, we're giving away Caps tickets all afternoon long right here on The Fan. Game 1 tickets being given away today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up at 12:20. We're back next year on The Fan.
This sports update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. The Nationals dropped 3 out of 4 in Pittsburgh. They are now 5 games below 500. So this weekend, a 3-game series for Washington on the road against the 3-15 Colorado Rockies. It's a big early season opportunity for the Nats to try to get back on the right track. Mackenzie Gore will be on the mound tonight for an 8:40 start. Both Saturday and Sunday will be 3:10 first pitches. You can listen to the entire series right here on The Fan. The Stanley Cup playoffs begin tomorrow, but the Capitals will open their best-of-7 series with Montreal Monday at 7 from Capital One Arena. Will Logan Thompson be back in net for Washington? Listen to it all right here on The Fan. And the Wizards need a Memphis win tonight to secure the Grizzlies' first-round pick in the upcoming 2025 NBA draft. The Grizzlies play Dallas at 9:30. The winner, the 8th seed in the West. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
We mentioned Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer sitting in for the fellas.
I thought I was working with Darius today.
It's good. It's very good. Who was that? Was that the ticket winner? If that was a ticket winner, revoke his damn ticket.
No, it was Matt and Stafford.
Oh, it was Matt and Stafford.
Yeah.
It's not that Matt and Stafford.
It's Matt Stafford. You know he went to high school with Clayton Kershaw?
Really?
Yeah. Only heard that about 1,500 times.
Somehow we go from that to this. Talking all things Commanders draft. 6 days away from the start of the NFL draft. Toby, I believe me and you anchor in our draft coverage over on our sister station, the Team 980. So you make sure you keep it locked all day on April the 24th. Coming up for the NFL draft.
Excited about it. Yeah, we got to make our own mock drafts so we can see who is worse at mock drafting.
I'm the best mock drafter you probably know.
I know I can get one right. Cam Ward. After that, I have no idea.
Yeah, still some debate about what's going to happen at the top of the draft when it comes to the quarterback position, something that we'll continue to monitor when it comes to the Washington Commanders. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour up until 5:20. Your next chance to win is in about 15 minutes, so make sure you keep it locked on The Fan. Right now, what we're asking you on the phones at 1-800-636-1067, what does Washington have to leave the draft with? Sunday, when you wake up and you're looking at all the draft grades from all your draft pundits, all your favorite draft pundits, what are they going to be saying about the Commanders if they don't select this player, this position? I feel like edge. I'll give the easy answer. They need an edge rusher.
It's the answer, by the way.
100%. I think it's the answer for sure. My question is, how do they choose to address edge? Do they go with the depth that's at the position and wait till maybe day 2 to go edge, or do they hit it on day 1? That's the question to me. And the one thing that I continue to get annoyed with throughout the process is like falling in love with prospects and then hearing other guys kind of like poo-poo on them. Like at the beginning of this thing, I looked at James Pierce, and I still feel this way. I think James Pierce is probably the second best pure pass rusher in this class behind Abdul Carter. But for you, Toby, when you hear things about his character and the motor doesn't run hot, I almost, and I'm going back and forth on this like I have with a lot of things in this draft, I almost feel like, man, I think Washington's built the type of locker room environment, the type of culture to where they now can course correct a bad apple, so to speak, if James Pierce is that. That's not a problem you want to have, though, as an edge rusher, not having your motor run hot. Because if you're not going to chase the ball, if you're not going to pursue, you're going to get yelled at by the fans and be compared to Chase Young, and then I'll have to defend you. I'll have to defend you against my reputation.
Yeah, I think that's where it gets intriguing because I feel like this team has created a culture that now you can bring in guys with maybe questionable backgrounds, whatever it may be, whether it's off the field stuff, whether it's effort stuff, and you feel a little bit better. Before, please don't, right? Like, please don't even bother because there's problems inside the building, much less having to deal with someone coming in that already has issues. But I think you've built something now that's strong enough that you can overcome that. I don't know, though, that they're the type of front office that is willing to take that risk right now because look at the guys that they drafted last year. They didn't draft guys with any off-the-field issues.
All captains.
And they drafted all captains, right? So I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I think that they could go that route. The thing that you hit on, though, that I think is so spot on is if they don't walk away with an edge rusher, I do want to hit on another position here in a second, but if they don't walk away with an edge rusher and you're walking into the season with this being your depth chart at edge rusher, Cleveland Farrell, Dorrance Armstrong, Dietrich Wise, Jacob Martin, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, they still have Andre Jones. If that's your edge rusher group, they're not a bad group, but there's no one that gets me excited there, except for Jean-Baptiste, I think, can maybe turn into something. I think what you have here is a bunch of, at best, number 2 edge rushers, probably more so rotational guys, with the exception of, I think, Armstrong can be a starting edge rusher. And the issue I have then is you don't even have somebody in development that could maybe become someone really good, aside from Jean-Baptiste.
That's it.
But he's
that to me is the hidden gem of this entire pass rushing unit to me.
But what's his ceiling?
Javonte. His ceiling may be a perennial 10-sack guy. That's what you need here.
I don't know about that.
Last year,
he's a solid player. He's a 7th-round pick for a reason. I like him. Don't get me wrong.
He's got traits. He sticks out like a sore thumb when you see him on the football field.
I like him. I mean,
fingers touch his kneecaps. I love it.
He came from 2 big-time programs, Ohio State, Notre Dame.
That pump out edge rushers.
Yeah. I just don't think that he's going to be someone that, look, I don't want to bank on it. Let me put it that way. Okay? If he turns into that awesome, I don't think the percentages are high. I think if you can walk away, though, from even if it's not a first-round dude, like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th-round guy that you feel like you can develop into, even if it's just in that same sort of bin, I think you need something more than just saying, like, hey, we're rolling with Dietrich Wise and we're rolling with Jacob Martin and we feel good about Dorrance Armstrong. Like, there's nothing exciting about that. Nothing feels like you're building there. I think they have to walk away with an edge rusher. Even if it's not a first-round pick and a guy that maybe turns into a stud, they have to walk away with someone that they feel like they can at least develop into a starting edge rusher.
Yeah, I feel that way as well. I think the thing about this edge rush class, which is good, I'm not pressed to go low character guy at 29 because he's got traits. Because I do think this is a deep class, right? Like there's day 2 and day 3 guys that I really like Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State is somebody that I think can come in here and start from day 1. Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, Landon Jackson from Arkansas, guys that they've been pretty active with in the process that I know can come in here and compete for a spot day 1. Here's the thing, though. I wouldn't be upset if my edge rushing pair in week 1 is Dorrance Armstrong and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I don't know if it's just me. I have an affinity for the kid. I think he has a real chance to turn into a double-digit sack guy. He's got ridiculous traits. He played the run well. Did you just forget the big sack that he had on Monday Night Football against Joe Burrow?
He's a good player, man.
Do you forget the big sack that he had against Lamar Jackson before he got hurt in that game?
He's a good player.
I think Charlie can play.
He's a good player. I'm not at all against Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I also, you have to be real, he was a 7th rounder, and I'm trying to
take the draft tag away from him for a second. Just go based off of what you saw from him last year. If you didn't know he was a 7th round,
flashes,
you would think
he showed flashes.
3rd round pick,
but I can't.
4th round,
but
pick?
Again, I don't want to bank on it. If he turns out to be awesome, great.
But you have to at some point trust what you have drafted and developed in house.
Absolutely, but that doesn't mean that you just pass on edge rusher because
I'm not saying
you're going to bank on Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Like, I believe in him. I think he can be a rotational, maybe even like a number 2 defensive end. I think that he can do that. I'm not going to bank on it. I think where we're arguing here is you believe that he's getting close to being there.
I'm higher on him than anybody, clearly. And part of it is because, I don't know.
I like him too, but I just think, to me, you need to get someone else in the fold with a little bit more pedigree that you feel like you can for sure develop into it. And if you found, a diamond in the rough, let's go. Like, I'd be fired up. I just don't want to count on that. I don't want it to be going into this season. If Javonte Jean-Baptiste and Dorrance Armstrong are your starting defensive ends week 1,
you'd be upset.
That's not enough.
It may be more of a possibility than you're even giving it a chance to be.
No, it definitely could be a possibility.
Like, that could be their starting defensive end.
I would much rather see Javonte Jean-Baptiste get a chance than Cleveland Farrell. I think Farrell's fine.
Farrell was the injuries last year with Clee, I think, definitely impacted the production. He had a sack in that Falcons game I was watching.
I mean, he's a fine.
So I may be a little skewed when it comes to my thought on him, but like the edge rush class, I think, is deeper than maybe the fans are aware of. This draft class, Daniel Jeremiah tweeted this out at the beginning of the process. I've heard Todd McShay seconded as well. Picks 20 through 60, you're getting a similar caliber players. That speaks to the trade down, but some of the day 2, day 3 guys at edge are super interesting. Like, fans out there, some of these names I'm about to pop off here, go look the highlights up. Go search these dudes up. Look up stats. Look up highlights. They can play. Q Robinson out of Alabama, a little bit undersized at just 250, but I like him as a potential late day 2, day 3 guy. Jack Sawyer, I just mentioned, love him. Braden Swinson out of LSU. Saw the last Tiger you drafted, turned into the damn rookie of the year. So maybe you should just go from that well. But David Walker out of Central Arkansas is a guy that I really like. Another guy that's kind of undersized that comes in and fills that Dante Fowler role. The advantage that I think Washington has here is they've created enough depth at defensive end to where the guy that they're drafting doesn't need to be an every down player. I don't think that they're drafting a first and second down guy. They're drafting a guy that's going to put his hand in the dirt and go chase the quarterback. And I think with that being said, if that's going to be the criteria, maybe you don't have to take it at 29 because there are guys that have the pure pass rushing traits, but maybe aren't as strong at the point of attack against the run. Because I think you added your run stuffers this offseason. Adding Dietrich Wise, like that to me, I'm circling that as like my free agent signing that I think moves the needle for this team.
Yeah, I mean,
that to me is it. That's
a run stuffing kind of move. You're hoping that maybe Kinlaw can be better than he has been historically against the run. But yeah, I mean, they've made some moves for that. I'm not sold. Put it that way.
1-800-636-1067. What do the Commanders have to leave the draft with? Skip is in Vienna. What's going on, Skip?
Hello?
What's up, Skip?
What's up, Skip?
Hey, I love the show, and both of you. It's NFL draft time, damn it. Talk draft. You guys are doing a great job of it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I think what I want to see, and I think this is fairly simple, but I don't care what they do as long as they draft a difference maker. I want somebody that comes out there and gives them some real competitive advantage. If it's Connolly at right tackle, that really improves the running game, which broke down with a lot of injuries last year, that's fine. A great cornerback, a wide receiver, a running back. I think any of those, as long as they're really good players and make a difference, I'd be happy with. I just don't want to see them trade out and get nothing because I think they've got holes on this team and I think they have needs.
For sure. No, I agree totally.
And I think that's a good point that he brings up because sometimes we fall in love with this idea, and I want them to trade back for the record, but sometimes we fall in love with this idea of quantity of picks versus give me the quality player. Like if you get a blue chip guy that you think you can have that difference maker that he's talking about at 29, even if someone gives you a better offer than maybe you were expecting, maybe just take the difference maker because it doesn't necessarily help you to have guys that are depth dudes. I think you would much rather have it so that you are going to have people that can actually make a big time difference. I think you would much rather have that.
For sure. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I think the trade back conversation is fascinating because it's we all sports radio is built off of hypotheticals, right? Like we get it.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate hypothetical conversation talking about trading back. Because there are certain scenarios you would look like a damn fool to trade back if
Yeah, I mean,
Mike Green is on the board for Marshall at 29. He ain't trading back.
Instead of picking Chris Olave or Kyle Hamilton, you end up with Jahan Dotson.
Right.
We've seen it.
Exactly.
Right? Like, remember a couple of years ago, we felt good about that. You're like, you got Jahan Dotson and Brian Robinson and
Sam
quarterback
Howell.
in the future, Sam Howell.
Come on.
And look at where they're at now. We're like, you know what would they be better if they had Chris Olave, which hopefully he can stay healthy.
Had Kyle Hamilton.
He can really play. But my gosh, if they had Kyle Hamilton, right? Like
it changes the whole conversation and the whole dynamic of the team. 100%.
So to me, the thing that I think that they need to walk away from outside of talking about edge rusher is I think you have to walk away with a running back. I think you do. It doesn't necessarily have to be an early running back, but I think back to a couple of years ago, I remember people leading up to the 2023 draft. You remember this? Everyone was talking about how good the tight end class was. Everyone was telling you about how good the tight end was.
This is also a good time.
Bucky Brooks was talking about this, just looking back in 2023. Maybe this is Lance Zierlein, actually, had said that the top two positions were corner in that draft, and number 2 was tight end. And Washington going into 2023 was going to be starting Logan Thomas as their tight end. And so you're like, okay, this is a position that makes some sense. Some of the guys that were drafted, Dalton Kincaid, Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame, Luke Musgrave, Luke Schoonmaker, Brenton Strange, Tucker Kraft.
It's a good class.
Darnell Washington, even getting later on, Davis Allen is a 5th-round pick that's made some impact. Who did Washington draft? 0 tight ends. They drafted Emmanuel Forbes, Juan Martin, Ricky Stromberg, Braden Daniels, KJ Henry, Chris Rodriguez, and Andre Jones. Very forgettable class. And I think Ron was, I don't know what Ron was doing, but to me, a loaded running back class where I don't say there's a glaring hole at running back, but there's a hole at running back. Walk away with one of the running backs.
Yeah, I think you have to, like you said. But the more and more I think about it, because there's such supreme depth and we're bragging on the depth of the class, how much sense does it make to take one early? If you know you can get a quality guy in the 4th or the 5th, does it make sense to spend your richest, most premium draft capital on a position that, quite frankly, is not that impactful? Here's the other thing that I think we're totally sleep on when it comes to the run game from last year. The offensive line struggled down the stretch and got blown off the ball consistently. So maybe if there were more holes created, maybe you run the ball a little bit better. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Right now, be caller number 9 to 800-636-1067 to win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals. Monday, April 21st versus Montreal at Cap One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com.
This update brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Nationals baseball in Denver, Colorado tonight against the Colorado Rockies at 8:10 p.m. on the Fan. Left-hander Mackenzie Gore against right-hander Chase Dollander. Rockies have lost 6 in a row. Nationals have lost 5 of 6, so you can bet both teams are trying to get well against a team that is struggling. Capitals open the playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens. Will join the coverage at 6:45 on the Fan. Game 2 is also in D.C. on April 23rd. Caps fall to the Penguins last night 5-2. NBA playoffs tonight, Miami at Atlanta at 7. The winner gets Cleveland. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30. But John Morant is questionable with an injured right ankle. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer back with you here on the Fan. About an hour and a half left to go before we hand things over to Grant and Danny. Make sure you keep it locked on the Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you keep it locked all day long to get your chance to be in the house Monday at Cap One Arena for the chance to see the old Washington Capitals. But hopefully, Toby, the fellas are able to start fast in this series. I know we were talking about it earlier to start the show, the conversation of who should be in net. I think I'm leaning with you now.
Chucky, let's go.
I'm being influenced. Right now, though, let's go out to caller number 9. It's Tim in Arlington. Tim, what's going on, brother? Congratulations, man.
What's up? How we doing? I appreciate it, y'all.
Let's go, Tim.
Linnell, thank you, guys.
Let's go, Tim. What's the plan? Do we have an Ovi jersey to rock? I'm a Stromer guy. I think I'd be rocking a Stromer jersey. What are we wearing to the game on Monday?
Oh yeah, got my Ovi jersey. Got it ready. We're gonna get it washed and ready for the playoffs.
Are we going red, or do you have the Screaming Eagle, the black one? Which jersey we
Those
got?
black jerseys are hard.
We're going red, but
okay.
might leave the stadium with the Screaming Eagle. You never know.
There you go. Go into the game on someone else's dime, but leaving with a little merch on your own. I like that.
There we go.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Well, enjoy the game, man.
Yes,
have a great time. Go
Tim,
Caps.
We appreciate you as always, man. Enjoy. Make sure you keep it locked, though, man. All day long, we're giving away a pair of Caps tickets every hour, 20 minutes past the hour, up until 5:20 for your shot to be in the house for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Right now, I want to continue our conversation on the Washington Commanders and the draft, rather, 6 days away from the draft. No calls now, so chime in at 1-800-636-1067. What does Washington have to leave the draft with? I do want to pivot here a little bit because the TV behind me kind of influenced me a little bit. Not Roman Reigns or the wrestling. It's not at all. So don't frown.
Thank you, please, because I don't want to talk WrestleMania.
What was your thoughts on old Nico I choosing UCLA?
Can you say his name?
Nico Iamaleava.
Iamaleava.
I mean, it's
you were closer.
You probably butchered it.
I didn't butcher it.
You sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Iamaleava. Jeff, what you just say?
It's a difficult name to say. It's Nico Iamaleava. But yeah, it is insane. You know, I think what they did, what happened in this whole situation, it's interesting because when you first saw this, you saw college holdouts. This is going to be the beginning of a lot of problems.
Well,
I think the way that Tennessee took care of it, I think the way that this whole thing went down, I think they did a good job of making sure that I don't know that any side's wrong in this necessarily, but I don't know that we will see this as much as I kind of thought when I first saw this.
Look, there's one clear villain in the situation. Like, Coach Heupel did what he was supposed to do, right? Like, no one's above the team. I get all of that. I don't blame Nico because he's just a 20-year-old pup that's probably just getting bad advice at this point. The NCAA is the problem. For whatever reason, there is this reluctancy from them to govern their sport. Like, do your job. I don't understand what the holdup is for where college football and college athletics is inevitably going. They're going to need a CBA. They're going to need a salary cap. There are going to be contract slots. Like, you have to put some parameters around this thing. And I'm the first guy that's going to scream from the mountaintops, pay the players, pay the players, pay the players. But, man, at some point you have to have a governing body of rules so that there's checks and balances, because at some point someone's going to get screwed over really bad in this process.
Yeah, and you say
it's going to be the kid.
You say no one's bigger than the team, especially a guy that only threw for 2,600 yards and 19 touchdowns. Like, if he threw 50 touchdowns, we can have a discussion, bud.
This was the number.
We might be able to up it. No, look, I'm a Nico guy. I like Nico. I think he's a really talented quarterback. But with all due respect, bud, you didn't do a lot in the playoff game.
They didn't ask him to do much. Dylan Sampson was the workhorse of the offense.
I understand that. But we can have this discussion. Like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire did a lot of work in that LSU offense.
He's no Dylan Sampson, though.
I'm just saying, if Joe Burrow came asking for money after 2019, that's a little bit different than what we saw in 2024 with Nico Iamaleava. That's a little bit different. So I think the issue here, I think to your point is, you can villainize Nico, you can villainize Tennessee, which I don't know that anyone's really against Tennessee in this, but you're right, it's the NCAA. Because the problem that they ran into here is the NCAA spent all of their resources fighting NIL instead of preparing for the inevitability that NIL was going to become a thing. And so as soon as the floodgates open, they're like, what do we do? And now you're years into it, and you're getting to things that you never thought you'd see in college sports, because the NCAA didn't prepare for this at all. They didn't prepare at all. They spent all their time fighting it, and now that it's here because they couldn't fight anymore.
That's how they move for years.
It's terrible. It's terrible. And so I don't know that this is something that's going to become a trend, but it's not a good spot to be in right now with college football, with college sports in general. And by the way,
is there a solution?
Yeah, there are solutions for sure. But the funny part to me is, for years, I've always been an NFL professional sports over college sports guy. I enjoy college sports. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But some people are like, oh, it's better than the NFL.
No chance.
They're like, it's a more pure. Not anymore. It's not.
Well, college basketball, you can make the argument. I never looked at it from the standpoint of one being more pure than the other. I think in college basketball, the effort that you see varies relative to the NBA. Like, we're going to talk NBA playoffs before we get out of this hour, but like the NBA playoffs and the NBA regular season, two completely different things in terms of effort, intensity, all of that. But back to the NCAA, like, is this the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to speak?
No.
This is embarrassing. I think it's more embarrassing than anything, because the NCAA, like we continue to say, it's a very simple solution. You need a commissioner, which I know earlier this college football season, everyone was like, Nick Saban. Wouldn't be a bad guy to govern college football.
To be honest with you, the issue that I have is less with NIL. I think there are definitely problems with it. It's more so the transfer portal.
Well, the rules around the portal,
being able to move, like we were talking before the show, we haven't brought this up, and this doesn't really necessarily have to deal with Nico, but it kind of falls in this same line where Chad Baker-Mazara, heck of a player for Auburn, he's going to be 26, and he's going to be playing for another school next year, because he's already played for two different schools before he went to JUCO, then went to Auburn. I know our guy Brian over there is a big Chad Baker-Mazara guy. He's going to be 26 playing college basketball. What the heck? What's going on? Like, so Nico, moving on, like, that's just kind of where we're at. Like, if you're not getting what you want, and like, I don't think it's a good move, because I think it's
terrible advice. Let's just be real.
It's short-sighted, because if you're Nico, the place where you're going to get your bag, so to speak, is from the league, hopefully, when you continue to develop.
Bingo.
But it's a wacky spot where I'm not getting what I want. The poster child of this to me,
it should be Nico. They were recruiting his ass in 10th grade. They broke the rules for this guy.
This was a couple of years ago. Hunter Dickinson went in the transfer portal.
And essentially, hot piece of garbage.
Well, this is essentially what he broadcast. He said, who's going to pay me? Who's going to pay me? It's not fit. It's not coach. It's not it. Who's going to pay me?
Don't bring up Hunter Dickinson. All of the Maryland alum are going to become scorned and upset because
Well, he ends up at
blame Kevin Willard.
He ends up at Kansas, and it's not anything to do with being a Jayhawk, and it's all about
because Maryland
who's
didn't
pay
have
me
a
the most.
coin. Call it like you see it, Toby.
I don't
You
care.
wear glasses for a reason,
I
brother.
couldn't care less where he went. I could not have cared less where he went.
It's another guy that should have been a Terp that they couldn't afford to keep because the Terps
it's just wrong.
are cheap as dirt.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
It's a tough situation. I do think we agree here that the NCAA, in some form or fashion, has to get together. I think we're so far away. 10 years from now, it's going to be conferences like AFC, NFC. They're going to be divisions. And I think only the top schools are going to be participating.
Well, and the top
your Alabamas, your USCs, all of your like college athletic blue bloods are going to be who dominate the sport and are who participate in the new version of the sport.
It's so tough because football drives everything. Understandably so. Football's the moneymaker. But you put other people in such bad spots. You really do. Like, think about the fact that Maryland has to go play at UCLA and USC, and those schools have to come out this way too, right? And by the way, not just the basketball teams, but track, baseball, you name it, whatever sport, you have to travel across the country. What's going on here? Like, part of college sports is it's supposed to still be about student athlete. It's supposed to be. It hasn't been for years. I get that. But it's still supposed to be. It's gone now.
No, it's all about the money aspect of this. And you were in a couple of weeks ago when we had Cam Ward from Largo High School on overtime a couple.
Not
of weeks
Miami
ago.
Quarterback going number 1 overall.
Yeah, the best Maryland public high school player walking God's green earth. That's who we had. But asking him the question of like, I think it's so difficult now to be a high school athlete and a college athlete growing up and coming up in this time, all the distractions of social media, the distraction of NIL, and whether you want to believe it is or not, it is a distraction. Do we get to a point where the pro game gets watered down because guys aren't wanting to go pro anymore? Because think about this. Some of these guys are coming from, impoverished neighborhoods, and the goal is to go to the NFL so you can, feed your family and create generational wealth. You can create generational wealth as a 17-year-old if you get the right NIL bag. That's why I said if I could go back in the space-time continuum, I'd be D1.
I think the exact opposite, Linnell. I think this is great for the NBA because players will now develop in college instead of riding the bench and averaging 6 points a game in the NBA and sitting down there and being looked at as cast-off because they can't average 20 as a 19-year-old.
How difficult is it, though, to maintain those work habits that got you the bag once you get the bag that early?
I mean, sure.
That's what I worry about. Some dudes are going to be wired the proper way. Others aren't.
I think you're better off having a kid that is a borderline lottery pick, that is very, very raw. I mean, look at how many of these Harry Giles, a guy like that, right? Is Harry Giles and what his NBA career turned into, would Harry Giles have been better sticking around at Duke for another year? Absolutely.
4 years, yeah.
Absolutely.
I get what you're saying.
I think it actually helps out the league because instead of being hasty to get to the league, and you get a kid who's only 19 years old, raw as can be, I can't put him on the floor because, frankly, like the way the Wizards did it this year worked, right? But there's not everybody playing like the Wizards, right? Where they're willing to give the guy that they're not trying to win. They're not willing to give the kid that needs playing time. And all of a sudden, he's either playing in the G League or sitting on the bench and not getting real minutes. I think it actually helps out the league a little bit.
For the NBA, I would say so for sure. The bigger thing to me is like, do guys stop declaring? Not do guys stop declaring, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, do you lose the drive to want to get the NFL contract because you're getting, I don't want to say similar money, but you're getting big bags thrown at you as a 17-year-old, as an 18-year-old. I'm thinking about 17-year-old me, 18-year-old me. If you would have told me I had a $1.5 million NIL bag coming my way,
but
you got Louis Vuitton down.
But I
bust down watch, bust down chain.
What's the
private chef?
What's the difference?
Seafood every damn night.
What's the difference for this Linnell and say our guy Cam Ward, right? Would take him for example. I think he looked like he had his head on his shoulders. He looks like a really good kid, someone that I think is going to make it. But say, what's the difference for him versus I now can make $1 million, $2 million at Michigan State versus I can now stick around at Michigan State and stay a little bit longer. It's just delaying it, right? Because now you're a little more hasty to go to the league.
Yeah.
You're going to get that money regardless if you can play, right? Like Cooper Flagg, there was never a question that he was going to get the bag, whether it was at Duke or whether it was in the league. He was going to be fine. It's just, I think it's just I think it's going to allow kids to mature a little bit. I think also too that NIL is going to even out, and we're going to get to more of a controlled world eventually. But my gosh, is it turned into the wild, wild west?
We need to do something.
Sports.
We need to do something because it is getting out of hand. Talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs coming up on the other side of the break. Make sure you keep it locked, though, on the Fan all day long as we give away Caps Game 1 tickets today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, 1:20. Keep it locked right here on the Fan. Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altides are sitting in for the fellas. Brian, back with you Monday. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. Big weekend coming up. We got Caps Game 1 tickets today. We're giving them away every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20 p.m. Your next chance to win coming up at 1:20, so make sure you keep it locked right here on The Fan. We've talked NFL draft. We've talked Caps Canadians. We've talked a little bit about the struggling Washington Nationals. NBA playoffs, Toby, get underway officially tomorrow. We got the final play-in game here tonight. We'll talk all things Washington Wizards coming up in the final hour of the show. But as we sit here right now, knowing what the important playoff matchups are going to be, because you are, I'm going to ask you a Milwaukee-based question. I know this is going to probably ruffle your feathers. Do you agree with me when I say if the Bucks get bounced in round one, Giannis is gone?
No.
You don't believe that?
No.
I
don't think he's going anywhere.
The fan in you? Why?
No, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he loves Milwaukee.
Why would he want to waste the prime of his career in that terrible city?
I think there are changes that need to be made, but no, he's not going anywhere.
Why would he stay? They're the second oldest roster in the NBA. They haven't gotten out of the first round since they won the finals. Yeah, Giannis hasn't been hurt. Hasn't been healthy.
There are moves that need to be made, and their biggest mistake was I love Giannis. Love Giannis.
I think you're out of.
Their biggest mistake was letting Giannis pick a head coach because that backfired with Adrian Griffin, and now they're stuck with Doc Rivers. But he's got Damian Lillard, and Lillard's. I know it hasn't been great, but they did not put a good roster around them. I think they need to make some changes. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he loves Milwaukee too much.
I don't know. I strongly disagree with you. I think
90%, 98% of people that cover basketball or love basketball would disagree with me. I think the 2% that probably less than that make up Milwaukee Bucks fans or people in the Milwaukee area would disagree in terms of saying that I think he's going to stay. But yeah, I mean, this is what I can't stand about the NBA, by the way. He's not winning. Why didn't he leave? Stop.
Dog, what you want him to do? You got to think about where Giannis has the chance to be talked about. We're going to be talking about Giannis as a potentially top 10 greatest player of all time.
We're not winning. Time to go somewhere else. Okay, LeBron.
They have shown no ability to maximize his prime as an athlete. It's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, to be
it's
fair,
the Myles Garrett thing in Cleveland.
They definitely didn't win a ring in 21 or anything.
They did, but that was 4 years ago, Toby. At what point?
That's 4 years ago, not a decade.
You're okay with if the Nats just decided
they just
to punt?
traded for Damian Lillard 2 years ago,
and it hasn't worked. It was a bad deal.
Okay, but it's not acting as if they haven't tried to do something.
Giannis is a star that I think would benefit from being in a larger market. I think the NBA would benefit from Giannis being in a larger market.
I don't care if the NBA would benefit.
I do.
I hate. No, who cares, man? I hate this idea that, you know what? They'd be better off if he wasn't there. Screw that. Why does everything have to be? Why does everyone have to be in New York or LA?
That's not what I'm saying. I just want him in a situation.
I want him in a bigger market.
I want him in a situation that's conducive to winning. What the hell is he winning in Milwaukee?
A championship in 2021.
Bonbons.
A championship in 2021.
What is like the state food of Wisconsin?
Cheese and beer.
Cheese and beer.
Giannis ain't leaving. I'll put down a friendly bet with you. He ain't leaving.
You don't think if you're Milwaukee at a certain point in time, it may be best for you to sell high on Giannis.
You know that's Toby's second home.
I already know. Look, I got him hot under the collar. He's sweating over here. Toby, you have to be realistic about the Giannis thing. There are 2 years left on his contract. He's got a player option in 27-28.
Yeah, move on from one of the best players in the league.
Move on from him now, though.
Get out.
What are the odds that, first of all, they got him? He was a diamond in the rough draft pick. That he's a success story of the NBA.
Linnell. You know this.
You need assets. What assets does Milwaukee have outside of Giannis?
In the NBA, you need one of those dudes, and they have one of those dudes. So you're telling me they should move off that dude?
Giannis is how old? 32?
I think probably just
turned 30 or 31.
He's not old.
I'm saying, I don't know if
he's 30 years old.
If I'm the organization, Toby, I'm not asking, hey, Giannis, do you want us to trade you? If I'm Giannis, though, I'm looking like, hey, man, I'm getting older. I'm in the prime of my
You
career.
also, here's the other
I'm
thing.
playing my best basketball right now.
Hold on. Here's the other thing. You act like Giannis knows anywhere else. He came
in America.
He came from Greece, and you act as if like, he'd be way better off.
Well, hold on. I have a very well placed. First of all, Giannis loves New York. Giannis absolutely
he loves New York.
He loves the Greek boroughs of New York.
Yeah, he loves New York. He loves plenty of places. Doesn't mean he wants to go live there.
If you're Milwaukee and someone
there,
offers you a haul for Giannis, how do you turn it down knowing the current state of your franchise?
Because it's Giannis.
If they come up short this year, they need to be hitting the teardown button.
No.
You're old as hell. You have no assets. Like what? You traded away your best young piece to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah. Well,
Who cares more about what color draws he's wearing than scoring buckets?
I think their GM has done a poor job of putting stuff around him.
So if you're Giannis, why
on.
would you hold yourself captive in a situation where the GM's clearly asleep at the wheel? You're not able to maximize, your ability because they can't put a team around you. If I'm him, I would want out totally.
No.
Totally.
No.
You haven't gotten out of now, I keep saying you haven't gotten out of the first round since, but we know that he's not been healthy. I understand that part of it. But damn, their roster's not good. It's not a good basketball
can change
team.
Around quick. It's the NBA. It can change quick, man. I don't know. Everyone's so worried about. I hated that when they did this in DC with Beal too, and I understand Beal's a totally different player, but this idea, get him out of there. He's got to go win somewhere. Stop with that, man. He's better for the NBA. I don't care what's good for the NBA. I care what's good for me. Why do I care?
Are you admitting what this really is? This is about your infatuation with Giannis. This has nothing to do with what's best for basketball. This has nothing to do with what's best for the Greek.
Why do I care what's best for basketball, though? Why do I care?
I'm talking about Giannis.
It's the same thing. I hate this discussion. This is like my Chris Russell take right here. This is the stuff that I can't stand right here.
You're going to start complaining about Thanksgiving and schedules that you have no control over?
2 years ago.
You caged animal.
2 years ago, Linnell, it was in the World Series. Yeah. It was the Rangers and it was the Diamondbacks. And everyone said, this is bad for baseball, ratings, this. You know what I missed, Linnell? They didn't play baseball last year because it was so bad it tanked the league. I forgot that. No, it was Dodgers-Yankees, and everyone's so thrilled about it. It's good for baseball. Stop it with all that stuff. I don't care what's good. It's not like it's going anywhere. Relax.
Giannis isn't going to win another title in Milwaukee. If Giannis cares about his legacy, if Giannis cares about being, talked about as one of the all-time greats, he would get out of Milwaukee.
He's already talked about as one of the all-time greats.
How much better would the legacy be if he had another title, which he won't get in Milwaukee?
Oh yeah, so going to the Lakers and winning a title
I'm not
definitely
saying the Lakers. There are teams
there
are teams that have assets.
Remember when loyalty was a thing in the NBA? Because Linnell hates that. Linnell likes one L word, and it's Linnell.
Come on, man. What does loyalty in pro sports get you? Nothing. Literally nothing.
And won him a championship in 21. He's going to try and do it again.
What won him a championship is that the officials in Phoenix night blew the whistle so much that he shot 21 damn free throws in a Game 7, which is ridiculous.
It was Game 6, by the way.
Or Game 6.
He doesn't know what a Game 7's like that. So, which means more? His title in Milwaukee or Kevin Durant's couple in Golden State or LeBron's couple in Miami?
Maybe if he got more titles than Kevin Durant, we would maybe have a conversation about him.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to go join forces and diminish a title with whoever, great. Feel free. Working hard and building your team and
wasting
winning
your career away.
It's not wasting your career, man.
To me,
it's not wasting your career. It's not all about championships. Not all the time.
You're right. It's not. In the last 3 years, he's gone without one.
Again, this is my issue with the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
All these discussions we're having right now, my issue with the NBA.
It's tough. Final hour of power coming up here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. When we get back, we will keep the conversation on the NBA. Will Dawkins, the general manager of the Washington Wizards, had his end-of-season press conference on Wednesday. We'll give you the best sound from that coming up next on The Fan.
The impressive regular season came to an end for the Washington Capitals. Now they prepare for the Montreal Canadiens beginning Game 1 Monday night at 7 right here on The Fan. Caps fall to the Penguins 5-2, but another historic goal for Alex Ovechkin.
Strome, in and across. Ovechkin scores! From the office, buries it past Nedeljkovic. 8:97 as Ovechkin and Crosby trade goals on this last day of the regular season. Brilliant moments from both, and the Capitals are down 1.
John Walton the call with the Capitals Radio Network. NHL playoffs do begin Saturday night. Avalanche at Stars and Blues at the Jets. Nationals baseball at Coors Field tonight against the Colorado Rockies at 8:10 on The Fan, with left-hander Mackenzie Gore facing right-hander Chase Dollander. Rockies have lost 6 in a row, and the Nationals have lost 5 of 6. NBA playoffs tonight. Miami Heat at the Atlanta Hawks at 7. Winner gets the Cavaliers. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30. Concern for Ja Morant. He has a injured right ankle. RBC Heritage Leaderboard. Justin Thomas at 10 under. He'll tee off at 140. Mackenzie Hughes at 8 under. Alongside Andrew Novak at 8 under, a plethora at 7 under, including Wyndham Clark and Cam Davis. NFL mock draft. Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports likes the Commanders going for Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M, in the first round. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Final hour of power with Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer here on B. Mitch and Finley. We'll take you up to 2 p.m. Keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long for your chance to win a pair of Caps tickets for Game 1. Make sure you keep it locked right here today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour up until 5:20. We'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets. Next chance to win coming up in about 16 minutes at 1:20. I want to get to the Washington Wizards here because it feels like we've done like a 4-hour version of the Beltway Blitz there.
Yeah, we're hitting everything.
We talk a lot of Caps, talk a lot of Nats, talk about the Manders. Now we talk about the old DC family. And the Washington Wizards, I think, are in a very unique spot as we get geared up for this offseason. One, it's probably the most important offseason of this rebuild. And here's why.
Because they're going to get Cooper Flag?
Well, we'll get to the NBA draft lottery coming up here in a second. If they don't end up with the top 3 pick in this draft, is that going to be tough? I think they're in a good spot, and it's the most important offseason for the reason you just mentioned. One, you get another chance to add a blue chip caliber prospect, but then 2, building off what you were able to accomplish this past year. I think anybody that watched this group from February 1st on saw a different brand of basketball from the Washington Wizards, and I know they had multiple 15-game losing streaks. I know they took their lumps a lot, but I thought this group really improved a lot. And the defensive identity of this team, I think, is starting to, come to the forefront here. When you bring in a Marcus Smart, when you bring in a Chris Middleton, guys that are known for their defense, you obviously get better in that category. Will Dawkins, the general manager of the Washington Wizards, spoke Wednesday about that Wizards' defensive identity moving forward.
And I think some people, when we drafted Keyshawn, didn't see him having the impact that he could potentially have defensively, but he really embraced that and got better throughout the year. Obviously, Bilal and Alex think defense first, and the size, the length, the versatility, the ability to switch, it's kind of what we were looking for within our team. And again, we weren't where we needed to be defensively, but we have measures that we looked at. So you add the length, you add the switching, Keyshawn's block shots, Alex block shots. Last year we were 14th. This year we were 11th. So incremental gains there. But in terms of actual shot contests, we ranked 8th in the league. So we were forcing guys to take tough shots. And that's kind of what you're trying to do. I think last season, opponent 2-point field goal percentage, we were like 28th. This year we were 19th. That's a huge jump for us, especially with a young team. So we had a couple more young players. We get them a little bit more comfortable physical, like we're making that jump in the top half. So incrementally getting better on defense. And there's other things like rebounding. We were dead last year, moved up 5 spots. Like we're going to continue to get better. But it's all about the focus and the mindset. And when we talked to the guys at the end of the season, they understood it, and they think defense first, which is important.
Wizards getting defensive. They're going to have to if they want to, really establish themselves as a long-term playoff team. And I know we're a little bit away from that, but like you have to have an identity and know that, hey, when I go play the Wizards each and every night, I know one thing's for certain, two things for sure. If shots aren't falling, if the whistle's not going their way, they're going to play hard and defend. Like what I think they did this year was kind of establish that baseline culture of, hey, this is what Wizards basketball looks like when it's going well.
Yeah, they played much better, especially once they got those vets in there with Marcus Smart, Chris Middleton. They actually started winning 2 money games, in my opinion. They were playing much better basketball, playing much better defensively, and seeing that identity grow, because that to me has been the issue for the last couple of years is defensively. They've been able to score for the most part, but having guys buy in on the defensive end, I think that's truly the thing, buy in, right, defensively, because that to me is the big thing. Like anybody, can play defense, even if you're not the most talented, because you just got to give effort. And this team showed that. They've got some good defenders. Keyshawn, I think, is going to be a really big part of their defensive identity in years to come. I think Alex Sarr, even though he's got some work to do on his offensive game, I think he's going to be able to play a really good defensive brand of basketball just because of his size and length, ability to guard out on the perimeter from time to time as well. And I think just seeing the guys really buy into that was encouraging. So hopefully they can build off of this season. If you can get a guy like a Cooper Flagg or someone like that in here, even he's a good defender. He's bought in on the defensive end. So that to me is the main thing, because if you want to win in this league, you got to be bought in on that defensive side of the basketball.
Wizards have the NBA draft lottery coming up next month. Last year, they did really well for themselves, ending up with 3 first-round picks, including Keyshawn George out of Miami. Here's Will Dawkins on what Keyshawn provided last year for this group.
I think Keyshawn's evolution is a good story for young players. The way he started the season offensively, struggling. I think the first month of the season, he was shooting like 12% from 3. But from February 1st on, it was 39% from 3. Never got discouraged, never doubted himself. I think I talked to you guys a couple times. There was like, hey, I thought he was going to be this offensive player. Like, don't rush the process. But he's got size. He's got versatility on offense. Defensively, his ranks were pretty impressive. Even when we sat down the other day, I was like, I didn't think you were going to be this level defender this early. And he just kind of laughed. But our evaluators were spot on early on him. They were, hey, you need to come see this guy. I was like, okay. Like, no, really, you need to come see this guy. Didn't play well. They're like, that's not who he is. Come back again. So we have really good, passionate evaluators who stayed on key, and we feel like we got pretty fortunate there. But defensively this year, effective field goal percentage, like the type of shots that the players take, 91st percentile across the NBA, not rookies. Like, that's high level. Blocks, 91st percentile. Like, deflections, 81st percentile. Like, the kid was very, very active, and steals was 75th percentile per position. So he was there. And you talked about the offensive stuff. I think the most telling stat or number we have for Keyshawn is he led all rookies in the NBA in on-off differential. So when he played, he has a positive impact on our team, even when he has the ball or doesn't have the ball, whatever the role was, and that was throughout the entire season. So we got to see that growth towards the end offensively, but he's one of the hardest workers, and I'm not surprised that he had the finish that he had.
I get excited when Keyshawn George is brought up. First, everyone was calling him Keyshawn George till about January when he started knocking down shots. Will Dawkins talked about it. First month of the season, he shot 12%. 12% from the three-point line. It's crazy right now that we're at the end of the season. When I stack up the Wizards young pups from Bilal Coulibaly, Keyshawn George, Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, even add A.J. Johnson into the mix, I think before the season I would have looked at Keyshawn George as the guy that probably had the least amount of upside. Now that the season's over, I think we have to re-rank our young Wizards in terms of who has the most promise and upside going forward, man. Because Keyshawn George, what he did defensively this year, and Will Dawkins alluded to some of the metrics here. That's what you need in today's day and age. If you're going to beat a Boston eventually, if you're going to be competitive with a Knicks team eventually, if Giannis stays in Milwaukee, you need multiple wing defenders. That's the thing that matters to me.
Yeah, I think Keyshawn was a welcome surprise. You knew that he had some versatility, but he was kind of thought of as that third guy that wasn't necessarily going to make a huge impact, and maybe you see what happens there. And I think offensively, I was impressed with his game as the season went on. Can do a little bit of everything. Not exceptional at any one thing, but can do a little bit of everything. And to me, almost reminds me of what, when they traded for Bub in that pick, you trade away Denny Avdia. He reminds me in a lot of ways what Denny could do. A little bit of a different offensive game than what Denny has, but can help you on the defensive end. I think maybe even a little more athletic than Denny. So I'm intrigued to see what his skill set can bring. And that's why, you don't mind making a move like you did to move off Denny, because you're bringing a guy like Keyshawn George that you can have for cheap for a little while and see if he can have the impact that Denny had on that cheaper contract. And I think he definitely can.
One of the more underrated parts of this Wizards season, and I'm going to pat myself on the back here because I feel like I was the only one here trying to defend the cat. Jordan Poole got punched in the face in front of all of America and then was dealt to Washington pretty much right after. Last year was tough for him, right? Moving across country, being in a different area, losing at the rate that he's never lost at in his NBA career. For him to bounce back this year the way that he did, career high in points, career high in field goal percentage, career high in three-point percentage, career high in assists and deflections, him impacting both ends of the floor I thought was really impactful. But the one thing that I wanted to continue to harp on is I spent a fair amount of time in that locker room this year. He is the connector. He is the leader on this Wizards team, talking about Jordan Poole.
Yeah, we traded for Jordan for a reason, and we knew how talented he was. I would say the first half or first part of the season last year, like he struggled, and I think we're all on record talking about that. But the second half of the year, he started playing like Jordan Poole. And as he got more comfortable through the summer, you got to see the year that he had this year. So he really emerged on the basketball court. BK trusted him with the ball, gave him opportunities. I think everyone knows that he had the career year in terms of points per game. He had the career year in three-point percentage, but I don't think enough people talk about he had a career year with steals. Like he had a career year in blocks. He had a career year in assists. Like he impacted both sides of the ball and got better. And that was the kind of development plan for him. And you got to let Jordan be Jordan. And I think Brian did a good job of that. But inside the locker room, he kind of took a lot of ownership of the environment here and took some of the young guys under his wing. And again, Chris and Marcus, when they got here, really helped him and see the game. Like those are championship level players, and he was one as well. So he felt good about the season he had, as he should feel good about the season he had. But Jordan Poole's a big time player. Like we knew what we were getting with Jordan.
I know everyone wants to trade him away. I think he's your best young asset right now. 25 years old, walking 20, 25 point per game score, impacts both ends of the floor. You saw what he did defensively last year. The leadership thing to me stands out because this is a super young team. Their opening night lineup was the youngest in franchise history. They were the second youngest team all year long. His impact in the locker room, I think, is just as important as his impact on the floor. A Bub Carrington, a Keyshawn George, a Alex R. Him and Bilal are like this, like they're locker mates. Like I think he deserves a ton of credit for him being able to change his mentality and put team first in a difficult situation.
I think people forget how young he is. And so I think he's actually been a really good leader. I didn't necessarily believe that he was going to be, but I think he's been such a good leader for these young guys because he can relate to them while also still having a championship pedigree from his time in Golden State. So I think having that in the locker room is huge for these guys, and having a guy that they can depend on as a legitimate scorer. I mean, his ability to get a bucket is up there with just about anybody in the league. Honestly, when you go watch this dude in person, I don't know how anyone ever guards this guy. He's back tough. And forth. I mean, it's insane what he's able to do. So having that as a piece, I don't think he's a number one on a championship roster, but having him be a part of this organization to help some of these young guys along while still being a really good player on the floor, which was kind of slept on all throughout the season. His ability to score the basketball was huge. So, we'll see what his long-term future is, but I didn't think that I would have been fine with him kind of being the vet for these young guys. I'm actually, after watching him this season, totally fine with him being the experienced vet in the room for, Bilal and for Bub and these guys that are just coming into this team.
We'll talk about it a little bit more in the next segment, but if you had to inject me with truth serum right now, I'm saying he's here for the long term. 25 years old, doing the things that he can do offensively is huge. you mentioned the veteran leadership. When they traded for Marcus Smart at the trade deadline, that to me was like the move that signified, hey, we're getting serious about this rebuild. We're bringing in a guy that's going to help our culture. Here's Will Dawkins talking about the impact of Marcus Smart.
When Marcus first got here, we talked about, hey, I'm very familiar with you. Like, I lived in Oklahoma when you were at Oklahoma State. I saw you a ton. I know what you're about. I still got family in Massachusetts that are huge Marcus Smart's fans just for how you play the game. And his time in Memphis wasn't what he thought it was going to be. Not his fault, not Memphis' fault. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. And we told him, I want you to be you. I want you to kind of help yourself get back to being yourself and finding your joy. And I think he found that here. He told us that. And obviously he played really well, shot the ball really well, defended. But I said, we also need you to play the role of someone who can uplift people. And he made me better. He definitely elevated the staff and just how we scout and game plan. And he really helped all of our players. It's not just Alex and Bub and the young guys. He made Jordan better. Like, Jordan's looking to his right. I got Marcus Smart with me. Like, I can do a little bit more. So the impact he had on the organization in the short amount of time he was here, and even when he injured the finger again at the end of the season, he was bringing a lot of value inside the locker room and even in the timeouts. So for a defensive player like Marcus Smart, who is elite and has been elite for a long time, to see some defensive signs in Alex R tells us a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And you got to think about it, right? When you're rebuilding like this and you're tearing things down to the studs, how rare is it to get two stud veterans in your locker room, like a Chris Middleton, like a Marcus Smart? It doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Like, this is the perfect situation right now. And I know we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, Toby. We were being funny. I just feel like they're further ahead. They're in a better spot in their rebuild than I anticipated when the season started. I didn't expect this growth from the young pups the way that they got it. I didn't expect the second half of the season to look the way that it did. I'll be totally honest and transparent. I was ready to fire Brian Keefe after January 1st because the effort wasn't there. They were getting blown out every night. But since February 1st, since the trade deadline when they acquired the veterans and they started to establish an identity, they have played a hell of a lot better. A lot more to get to. About 40 minutes left to go in the program. Beat caller number 9 right now to 800-636-1067 to win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for the 2025 playoffs with your Washington Capitals. Monday, April the 21st versus Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com.
impressive regular season came to an end for the Washington Capitals. Now they prepare for the Montreal Canadiens beginning Game 1 Monday night at 7 right here on The Fan. Caps fall to the Penguins 5-2, but another historic goal for Alex Ovechkin.
Strome, in and across. Ovechkin scores! From the office, buries it past Nedeljkovic. 8:97 as Ovechkin and Crosby trade goals on this last day of the regular season. Brilliant moments from both, and the Capitals are down 1.
John Walton, the call with the Capitals Radio Network. NHL playoffs do begin Saturday night. Avalanche at Stars and Blues at the Jets. Nationals baseball at Coors Field tonight against the Colorado Rockies at 8:10 on The Fan, with left-hander Mackenzie Gore facing right-hander Chase Dollander. Rockies have lost 6 in a row, and the Nationals have lost 5 of 6. NBA playoffs tonight. Miami Heat at the Atlanta Hawks at 7. Winner gets the Cavaliers. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30. Concern for John Morant. He has a injured right ankle. RBC Heritage Leaderboard. Justin Thomas at 10 under. He'll tee off at 140. Mackenzie Hughes at 8 under, alongside Andrew Novak at 8 under. A plethora at 7 under, including Wyndham Clark and Cam Davis. NFL mock draft. Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports likes the Commanders going for Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M, in the first round. I'm Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Baby. One more time. I'm doing my best JP Finley impersonation where I sing the lyrics bad. Coming back from break and don't announce the show. P. Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free. All the Odyssey app, but Willingham, Toby, all the times just sitting in for the fellas. P. Mitch back on Monday with our guy Toby. It's a winning weekend here on The Fan. Keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long for your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to go see the Washington Capitals in Game 1 of their first-round playoff series. Every hour, 20 minutes past the hour, up until 5:20, you'll get the opportunity to win. Your next chance to win comes up at 2:20 during Grant Denny. But we do have another winner, and we're going to keep the tradition going. William in Silver Spring. Have all of our winners been from Montgomery County today?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, William? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good now that I got some.
Well, now that you got some free tickets, well, since you saved the money on the tickets, go buy a new damn phone, Will. Your phone's crapping out.
Yeah, it keeps switching over to my truck. Sorry about that.
No, you're all good, brother. This your first Caps game of the season? How you living when it comes to the Caps?
This is going to be my second game of the season.
Okay. What game did you go to earlier?
Was the one where they played Detroit, I believe, the first time they played Detroit at home.
Did they win?
They did win.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, if they didn't win, then maybe we need to work something out here.
Get your ticket transferred over to a loved one, For sure.
Enjoy the game, man.
For sure, man.
I appreciate you guys.
That's William in Silver Spring. Shout out to William, man. Toby, I am actually a Washington Capitals virgin. I have never been to a Caps
I thought
game.
you went a couple weeks ago.
So Chase Hughes invited me to go see the Caps, and then I went to Kenny's Sub Shop, and I got a steak and cheese, and that steak and cheese devoured my stomach.
Hold on.
That's too much.
And I was in the gutter.
You had a chance to go see Ovi score.
I know.
During his during the goal chase, and you let a steak and cheese take you out?
Now, to my credit, he didn't score that game.
Okay. But still,
doesn't matter. There was a chance he could have scored.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. You know how it
That's
gets
just
when
like Toby
when the BGs get the BGing, you know how it goes.
Choosing what? What's it like, Jeff?
You choosing the Nets over the Caps game that time.
I didn't have any way into the Caps game.
Rumor has it
you
did.
are
and
Toby
you chose anyway.
Altizer.
Yeah, you're TA.
Remember that.
The youngest in charge. Rice Cube.
Yeah, I remember that I'm Toby Altizer, not JP Finley. I can't just waltz wherever I want.
Oh, bro, you already. I'm not messing with
You're
you.
underselling. You're underselling
Selling yourself. Yeah.
how famous you are, and it's
I'm
actually bothering me.
I'm not famous.
As someone that gets called Darius by callers. So clearly there are levels. To
yeah,
this.
to be fair, I have not been called Darius yet. So
there we go. There we go. We're going to continue the conversation on the Washington Wizards. I want to take some calls on this. Toby, I'll get your thoughts on this first when we go out to the calls. We're in a spot right now. I said it in the last segment. This is the most important offseason, in my opinion, of their rebuild because this is the best draft class they're going to get to pick from, it feels like, in the next couple of years.
Some might disagree.
Oh, yeah, next year's class is interesting with DeBansta and Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the lottery coming up next month, if they don't land a top 3 pick in this draft, would you consider what they're doing right now to be all for nothing?
No.
Is it worth tanking if you don't end up with the pick?
There's nothing they can do about the lottery. They've done their job. I think that what the Wizards did this year is exactly what they should have been doing years ago, where they drafted a bunch of young guys last year and they played the young guys. And so not only did you accomplish the feat of being a bottom 3 team where you have the best odds that you can possibly have of getting the number 1 overall pick and in turn Cooper Flag, but you also got Bilal, you got Bub, you got Sar,
but none of
you
those
got
guys,
Keyshawn.
None of those guys are that difference-making prospect.
I understand that, but you got them to play.
Yeah.
You got them to play. Like, I don't know that you can view it as a disappointment because what the heck could they do elsewise? Like, they did their job to be at the bottom. Now it's up to the NBA not to cheat and to give them a fair chance, right? Like, make sure that they get a fair chance. If they don't win the lottery, it's not their fault. They did their best job that they possibly could. So I like what the Wizards have done.
Do you realize if, like, they don't win the lottery and they don't get the top talent, they're not going to get better?
I understand that, but there's nothing.
They're going to be a middling team.
What can they do about that? They did as best they could of being as bad as they could while still developing young talent. What else can they do? I understand. I'm going to be so frustrated if they don't get a top 3 pick. And specifically, I'm going to be frustrated regardless if they don't get a top pick.
This is where
because but they did what they were supposed to do.
Talk about losing.
Yeah, it's now in their hand. It's now in the NBA's hands, not in their hands.
So I'm glad that you brought that up. They did do what they were supposed to do in the second half of the season. That first half of the season, you can flush it down the toilet. But the second half of the season, post February 1st, I think they lost, which is important for your lottery odds. And they also got better. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. Here's the dilemma that I think they could possibly have coming up in the lottery. If you don't get the number 1 overall pick, clearly the best case scenario for this group is Cooper Flag.
Yeah, absolutely.
The next best scenario for them is Ace Bailey. The third best scenario is Dylan Harper. The Dylan Harper thing is interesting to me because, one, based off of the comment that his father made under David Aldridge's post, I'm not sure that they trust the Wizards front office. Not fair. Totally being, objective with this. The old Wizards front office, is susceptible to the jabs and the barbs about not knowing how to run a basketball organization. But Will Dawkins, Mike Winger, Travis Schlenk have done yeoman's work since they've gotten here to D.C. This is the tough part to me. Say you land on the 3rd pick in the draft, and it's Cooper Flag 1, it's Ace Bailey 2. Knowing what you got from Bub Carrington and Jordan Poole this year, they played well enough to me, Toby, to where I can make an argument, hey, maybe that's your backcourt of the future. Do you pass on Dylan Harper, or do you still select Dylan Harper, knowing what you have right now in your backcourt?
Best
I would
player
say the answer is
available.
probably no.
Best player available. I really don't care what position it is. Best player available because, like you said earlier, I don't think they have a superstar on this team right now. In order to win championships in the NBA, you need a superstar. So if you think Dylan Harper can be a superstar, you take Dylan Harper regardless of what you have in-house because he's going to ultimately take a job. And also, I don't mind having Poole and Bub, but one of them can slide to the bench pretty easily and become your 6th man. So to me, it does not matter where you pick. You take best player available, guy that you think can turn into a superstar, guy that you can develop, whether it turns out hopefully to be Cooper Flag, or if it's Ace Bailey, or if it's Dylan Harper, or if it's VJ Edgecombe, whoever it ends up being, whoever you think can turn into a superstar, because that's what this team needs. That's what you need in the NBA. They don't have it. The best way to acquire it is through the draft or through trading assets, which they have. They have cap space. They have assets. So if that's something that comes available in the offseason at some point, they could maybe make a move and do something like that. But for right now, through the draft, you just draft the highest ceiling guy that you can find and hope that you can develop him into a superstar.
So real quick here, speaking of the lottery, the Wizards are slated to have a top 6 pick in this draft. They cannot pick lower than 6 because of where they finished. They have a chance to have a second first-round pick as well. If Memphis wins tonight in the play-in game and becomes the 8th seed in the Western Conference, Washington would get their first-round pick. If Memphis loses, that conveys into a second-round pick next year or the year after because it is top 14 protected.
Go Grizzlies.
So we are 100% rooting for the Grizzlies tonight. And guess what? I don't know if you saw this. Ja Morant, all of a sudden, questionable game time decision with an ankle.
Sounds like he's going to play, right? It's kind of gone back and forth. It sounded like he wasn't. Then yesterday, it sounded like he
if
was.
You're Memphis, why would you want him to play? You need the pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like you have an opportunity to get into the playoffs. You have one of the best players in the league. You have a chance to maybe go on a run. But at the same point,
I want to know,
are they going to actually win the NBA Finals? Probably not.
Probably not. But what do you do here if you're the Wizards? This is why it gets tough when you're rebuilding and tanking. If you don't end up with a top 3 pick, let's just say worst comes to worst, you fall to number 6. Damn.
I mean,
you tanked for nothing. That's how I look at it,
But
man.
they didn't tank for nothing because even if they don't get the draft pick, they got valuable playing time for Alex Sarr, for Bub Carrington, for Keyshawn George on a team that had nothing to play for. You know, if you're going to draft guys, this is how you should do it. It wasn't something like they threw those guys out there, and as soon as Alex Sarr missed a 3, it wasn't, come on back, bud, sit on the bench next to me. It was, keep shooting, guys. Keep going, keep going. Let's get better. And yes, part of the reason they look better in the second half was getting a Marcus Smart, getting a Chris Middleton in there. It was also because Bub Carrington had played 40-plus games already and was understanding the NBA. It's because Alex Sarr had played, because these guys got opportunities to play. So if you're going to tank, this is the correct way to do it, way that they've done it specifically this year.
I hear that, but I'm looking at it like, yo, how do you get over the hump? You draft
you have to get
franchise-altering talent. You're not like VJ Edgecombe probably is not that. Right? Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma is probably not that. Con Knippel's not that. Derek Queen is not that. That's my whole thing with this, the lottery odds. Like, it's a very difficult, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the way to do it, right? Like, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm missing what you're trying to say here, because to me, they weren't going to be able to.
I would feel sick to my. Well, I'll be clear and concrete. I would be sick to my stomach if they don't end up with the top 3 pick.
Yeah, we're all going to be frustrated because that would be getting screwed by the NBA, right? Like in the draft lottery odds, right? Like that's how it is. Like there's nothing that they can do about it. I think the way that they've gone about it is appropriate. Like this is what you have to do. And by the way, if for whatever reason they end up picking 5th or 6th, they should do it again. And if the guys that are young find a way to win games, then okay, I live with the fact that they hurt their odds. But if it's the same thing again where you don't end up with Flagg or Bailey or Harper or Edgecombe or whoever you view as a top dude, you do it again next year with the young guys. Let them play, and you lose basketball games and hope that you get one of the boozers or you get someone, DeBansa, whoever it is, as a stud in the next year's draft. You need a superstar.
Yes, that's my whole point here.
And you got to go any way to find it. And for the Wizards, the best way to do it, because you're probably not signing someone in free agency.
No.
Because chances are you're not going to be able to trade for some superstar that's disgruntled somewhere, because why would they want to come play in D.C. right now? You have to draft this dude, so they're going about it the correct way, and now it's up to the lottery to fall your way.
It's tough relying on ping pong balls to, like, determine your fate. Like, that's the tough part for me. And I feel like with what they have already, a guard is not really what's needed here to me. Now, I get it. Dylan Harper could end up being
best player, man.
A superstar.
It doesn't matter. I love Bub Carrington. I love Jordan Poole. If Dylan Harper can be a superstar, that should not stop you from drafting it. You draft the best player, and you'll figure it out. You draft the best player that can be a superstar, doesn't matter what position, and you see what happens.
Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long. We're giving away Caps Game 1 tickets today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up in about 40 minutes, 2:20 on Grant and Danny. We're back with you next. One final segment to go. B. Mitch and Finley here on 106.7 The Fan. Linnell Willingham, Toby Altizer taking you up to 2 o'clock. Grant and Danny will take you on your afternoon drive home. Make sure you keep it locked on The Fan all afternoon long as we continue to give away Caps Game 1 tickets today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour up until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up at 2:20 on Grant and Danny. Speaking of the Washington Capitals, Toby, big game coming up Monday night. We opened up the show having the discussion of should it be Charlie Lindgren or Logan Thompson in net. Has your mind changed at all throughout the show, or are you still rolling with
Chucky?
Rolling with Chucky.
Chucky, just because to me, you roll with the guy that's been in net, that has game reps under his belt the last couple of weeks. Now, at some point, the counter argument is, Logan Thompson has to be back in net. He is my goalie, right?
One of the best tenders in all of the NHL.
At some point, he has to play. And if you end up in a hole, regardless, I just think that you roll with the guy who's been in net. He hasn't necessarily been hot. You can't even say that, but he's been in net, has some reps. It's just tough for me to throw in Logan Thompson game 1 and expect him to be Logan Thompson we saw all throughout the season. But I trust Coach Carbs. I really do. I think he understands what's going on. If he trusts Logan Thompson to go in there game 1, so do I.
Yeah, the more important thing I think in this series and throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs for this Caps team, will their physicality wane? Right? We know that they're going to be able to score with the best of them. They've had major issues defensively over the past 2-3 weeks as they've been in pursuit of OV's, goal scoring record. The defense and the physicality to me is the other metric I'm looking at for this group. Will they come out and be the aggressor, right? On Monday night. I think that's the huge thing. I mentioned Tom Wilson earlier in the show. That is my X factor. That is my key for this entire Stanley Cup playoff run.
Yeah, I think
he set the tone, and can he score goals after scoring 33 this year?
And specifically in this series, when you have a fast Canadiens team, right, where they're going to try and get up and down the ice, they're smaller than you, but they're quicker than you, but you're more physical. Try to pound them into submission, honestly. With the physicality that you have. A couple nights ago when there was nothing going and Ovi came out in the second period and just hit everyone that was on skates. Have some of that physicality, pound them into submission, get back to playing the hockey that we saw this team play, because this team, when they're rolling, is the best team in hockey, in my opinion. Yes. When they're rolling, but it's been a little while since we've seen it. We've seen stretches, maybe a period here or there, but the last month or so has not been as good. But it'd be interesting to see if they can find a rhythm again. I think they can get by just about anybody in these playoffs. But got to start with the Canadiens. You got to get past this team. This is I hate doing they got to do that. You got to win this series. Yeah. Top seed in the Eastern Conference. Been a really, really cool season. Been a lot of fun. But you don't want to look back on this years from now and be like, wow, the OV goal chase was awesome, but it kind of derailed the season also. You don't want that to be the case.
That would stick. Our Caps coverage presented by Ace Computers. Ace Computers proudly recommends Windows 11 Pro for the U.S. military. Made in America. Check out acecomputers.com. Now, breaking news that we just got into the program before we get out of here. Tonight's Nats game officially postponed. Tomorrow's game pushed back an hour to 4:10 Eastern time, and we now have a Sunday afternoon doubleheader, 3:10 and 8:10. So is it really snowing?
Oh yeah, it's snowing out
hard in Colorado right now.
Really fickle weather out there. Yesterday it was in the 70s. Today it's snowing.
That's my grandmother will call that pneumonia weather.
It's snowing pretty good out there in Colorado, so they're not going to be playing tonight. Not surprised at all. It's kind of seemed like that was going to be the case. So that'll be interesting to see what they're able to do.
Does that change the pitching schedule or no?
No,
we were set to get a Big Mac start tonight, weren't we?
Yeah, I would think that he still goes tomorrow, and then you push everyone back a day. I'm interested what they're going to do. You get an extra guy for that doubleheader on Sunday.
Right.
Maybe they can bring in another arm. Maybe they push back someone else to start and bring up someone for the minor leagues, but I don't know who that is. Their best option for that would have been Shinosuke Agasawa, the Japanese pitcher they brought over.
He got toe up during spring training.
He's not been great. He's been okay in AAA, but he's also on the injured list right now with a what is that?
Oblique?
Oblique injury. So he can't come up. Yeah, there you go. So interested to see what they do, but they need to win at least 2 or 3. I would be disappointed, frankly, if they don't sweep this team because they're not any good. So not going to play tonight, though. It's snowy. Maybe, you know what, Linnell? It couldn't cool down the offense any more than it already was cooled
I'm
down.
about to say, hot damn.
Hopefully the bats can maybe melt some of that snow tomorrow.
For sure. What you got planned this weekend, man?
I am going to head over to the most beautiful ballpark in America in a couple of minutes.
The ballpark at Camden Yards?
I'm going to go to Camden Yards because I figured there wasn't any Nats baseball to watch tonight. I'll go watch some O's and Reds tonight. I'm excited to see Ellie De La Cruz.
I was about to say, Ellie's coming.
Oh, yeah. So,
somebody worth seeing.
Yeah, watching some good baseball at Camden Yards tonight. You know, filling in for JP. Figured I got to do the JP Finley and go hang out at Camden.
You know, JP loves Camden. No, JP loves
Have you been there before?
I have not. I've been to...
Have you been to Nats Park?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I have. Honestly, though, first time I went to Nats Park was because of work. Thank you to all of you all who participated in the chat. Thank you to all of you who called in on the phones. Thank you to Brian, White Brian, Landfill, Jeff. Appreciate you all. Keep it locked on the Fan all afternoon long. As I mentioned, coming up at 2:20, your next opportunity to win a pair of Caps tickets.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. Breaking news from the Nationals game tonight. It has been postponed. The Colorado Rockies and Nationals, originally scheduled for tonight, has been postponed because of inclement weather. The game will be made up and rescheduled for 8:10 p.m. on Sunday, April 20th. That's the second game of a split doubleheader with Sunday's 3:10 start. As we count down to the NFL draft, we'll look at some mock drafts and what they think the Commanders will pick. Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports believes that the Commanders will select at their 29th pick Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end. Capitals preparing for the Montreal Canadiens. First game is Monday, April 21st. Live play-by-play at 7 on The Fan. The Capitals fall 5-2 last night in Pittsburgh. Connor McMichael scored for the Caps.
A puck that comes out of the zone, picked up by Wilson, moves it 2-on-1. He's got McMichael with him. They score! McMichael on the rebound on a great rush up ice by Tom Wilson. McMichael finishes it off. It's 1-0 Washington.
John Walton, the call on the Capitals Radio Network. NHL playoffs begin Saturday night. Avalanche against the Stars and the Blues versus Winnipeg. NBA playoffs tonight. Miami at Atlanta at 7. Winner gets Cleveland next. Dallas at Memphis, 9:30. Winner takes on Oklahoma City. John Morant is questionable with an injured right ankle. George Washington basketball earns a commitment from 6'10 forward Luke Unger from Northwestern. It's time to build the beer snake. The DC Defenders return to Audi Field Sunday, April 20th at 5 p.m. The atmosphere, electric. The fans, loud. All that's missing is you. Tickets at dcdefenders.com/tickets. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's a good Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. April 18th, 2025. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. Tony Pauline, NFL draft analyst, stopping by at 5. What are the Commanders going to do in the first round? And EJ Raddick of NHL Network joins us at 6 to preview the Caps and the Canadiens. Game 1 is on Monday. Speaking of the Capitals game on Monday night, we have tickets for our listeners. We're going to be giving them away all show long. At 20 minutes after the hour, we're going to give you the cue to call. And at that time, when prompted, the 9th caller is going to win Caps tickets every single hour. 2:20, 3:20, 4:20, 5:20 today, right here on Grant and Danny. 2 tickets in the good seats. If you want them, you better be listening.
Don't call now. We'll tell you when, but when the time happens, get those little dialing fingers going and win yourself some tickets. We're giving 4 pair away today,
So it's not that
awesome?
often, I will say, Danny, that I am very jealous of the tickets that we give away.
Yeah.
Because there are rules. We can't win the things that we give away for good reason. People at the station can't win them, right? There's all kinds of rules. This is one of those where I'm jealous that you guys are getting tickets in the good seats. Because I don't know if I'm going to that game. I'm going to have to maybe fork over some cash to get in the Capital One Arena and sit in the seat with the fans. Maybe I'm going to be at Nats Park on Wednesday working. Maybe I'm not. Nobody knows. But I know what you guys are going to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be winning tickets on this show today. So make sure you're locked in for the next 4+ hours. Speaking of the Capitals next week, we told you yesterday it's just going to be a monster DC sports scene. Monday and Wednesday, Caps Canadiens at home. Tuesday, Orioles in town to take on the Nationals at Nats Park. Thursday, night 1 of the NFL draft. Friday, day 2 of the NFL draft with game 3 of Caps Canadiens north of the border, with the Nationals welcoming Juan Soto back to DC as a Met for the first time. Give me a break. What a week, right? Monday and Wednesday, Danny, we're out and about at City Tap House in Penn Quarter.
City Tap House, Penn Quarter, my friend. We've been there before, and we liked it so much we're going back. When the Capitals play home games in this postseason, that's where we're going to be before the game. I love that fact. That place is awesome. It's just a couple blocks right there from the arena, probably a couple hundred yards as the crow flies, but you got to take a left just there on I Street. So close. Food is awesome. Vibes, atmosphere are great. I cannot wait to go back there Monday and Wednesday.
How about this developing situation? So we're giving away the tickets all day long to game 1. If you don't win tickets today for game 1, we got a text from Christian saying that we'll actually have 2 tickets, a pair together, to give away on Monday live at our show in Penn Quarter at City Tap House. One last pair that somebody can win right before the game as they're pre-gaming, eating, drinking, being merry 2 blocks away from the arena. So someone's night's getting made. You come out, you got to be there to win, but you can enter into a raffle for the final pair of tickets as a station.
That's pretty great.
That we're going to be giving away. So we are trying to hook you guys. You just got to let us help you go see your beloved Capitals.
Let us give you these tickets, please. Will you just let us do it? You listen to the show, you come hang out with us, you win tickets. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. That's everything that we can do.
There's also a little birdie chirping in my ear.
What's that?
Little birdie's chirping.
I don't know about this birdie.
Sounds like we got a Friday field trip.
Oh, hello there.
Going out to Chantilly to Pupatella, where my favorite pizza exists. So you and I, next week, we are moving, we are shaking, we are putting our willpower to the test because we're on our co-pair program.
Yeah, it's going to be something.
How about a sports bar on Monday, a sports bar on Wednesday? We're going to be at the MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar for
Sports
the
Bar Thursday
NFL
night.
Draft Party Thursday night. And then at my favorite pizza place, Pupatella in Chantilly on Friday. Let's go make some good decisions.
Yeah, that check-in's going to be something, isn't it?
Hey, Kurt.
What happened?
I had to sit down today, lost another 3 pounds.
I did not. I gained a little bit of weight this past week. Not good. Not as good a check-in for you, pal.
Not always linear.
Yeah.
Right? Another bucket of water off the Titanic for your boy. I got work to do. Next week's going to be a little bit of what do we call that? It's like when you throw the red flag, you don't like the call.
Oh, it's difficult. It's
easy.
It's
easy?
arduous. It's uphill. It's harder. Oh, come on. What is it? Challenge. Yeah.
Going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
But bring it on. I love a good sports week. And next week certainly is that. All right, I want to start with the NFL draft. We are 6 days away from round 1. The perception for Commanders fans seems to be that Washington's going to either trade back or just take an edge that falls into their lap. And when you hear everyone banty names about which defensive end do you want, it's just them grabbing at some of the best defensive ends in the country. Here's the problem, though. We've asked the question rhetorically a few times over, what if a lot of guys at that position go before Washington picks? And you're now choosing between the 5th and the 6th defensive end. If the 3 guys you had first-round grades on or 4 guys you really liked are gone, then what do? Matt Miller is an NFL draft analyst at ESPN, an expert on the draft, who's been talking to teams over the last few months. And he actually brought up the possibility that the Commanders at 29 might not get any of the edges that they really like because they might be gone before they pick.
I think what will be interesting to see is how wiped out the board is at defensive end, especially because you have so many teams in the middle of the first round with a clear-cut need to edge. Atlanta, Arizona, Cincinnati, and they pick back-to-back-to-back. You have the Chargers at 22. They could definitely take an edge rusher. The Ravens at 27. The Lions at 28. So there's like 6 teams between pick 15 and where Washington at 29 that could take edge rushers. So will be like, if you want to sit there as a fan on Thursday night, print out my rankings if you want and cross off those edge rushers, because we can all want an edge to be there at 29. There might not be, because that run could absolutely happen.
Danny, there is a legitimate possibility that Mike Green out of Marshall, who everybody likes, is long gone. That Donovan Ezeraku, who I like out of Boston College, who put up some huge numbers as a pass rusher, is not available. That maybe even, I think Michael Williams will be gone. It's obvious that Abdul Carter is going to be gone. But let's say one of the other guys, like Shamar Stewart or, I don't know, Landon Jackson goes. If that's the case, they should not pick an edge just to do it.
You don't do it just to do it.
And they know this. I'm not talking Adam Peters, but I am readying maybe the fan base for them doing something that nobody sees coming. Maybe they take a safety because they feel like they're a Quan Martin injury away from being in trouble. Maybe they take a running back earlier than you think. Maybe it's Travion Henderson from Ohio State. Maybe they do go wide receiver because somebody fell at 29. Like this idea that it's got to be an edge, which seems to be a prevailing thought. I certainly get the logic, but the board's got to work in your favor to get there.
It's 100% correct. So, I mean, where's the value? And what we do with drafts and teams, and we talk about mock drafts, and then after the draft happens, we give grades. You know what that's all based on? The perceived weaknesses and slights and needs of the team, right? So if Washington goes through this draft for the sake of argument, and that a defensive end run happens, now just for the frame of reference, depends on who you look at. If it's Dane Brugler or some of the other guys from ESPN, there's different folks, but 15, 16, or 17 of the top 100 players listed in this year's draft are edge rushers. Okay. So there is some depth here possible. But let's say that the first round graded guys are all gone, even guys with a couple concerns like a James Pierce or whatever. Everybody's gone. You don't just do it to hear yourself talk, A, to your point. But B, if that happens, it means that there's better value at another spot. Maybe the third best corner hasn't come off the board yet. So that's a position. Maybe that would make sense. Or the third best wide receiver, or maybe the best guard hasn't been taken yet because there's been a run on defensive ends, quarterbacks, more guys go in the first at another position. You're in a spot that's very dependent there at 29. You don't get to really dictate the board. You're in a spot where you got to go, we need to be ready to pivot. I mean, you've done this in your fantasy drafts. Obviously not the same. I'm not telling you it is on a 12-team snake, but you go, all right, my next pick, I think I'll probably be able to get, wide receiver 4. And by, 7 different guys go take wide receiver 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, that probably means what? Tight end 2 is there, or running back 5 is there, whatever. I mean, you see the point. That to me is part of this dependent spot that they're in. And I think it's the challenge.
Yeah. I think when I look at the corner position, and based on what we've heard from the people that do this for a living, there's a very good chance that corner is where the value is at 29. If you think it's as big a need as I do, because I think it is number 2 for them behind defensive end pass rusher. And frankly, I should just call it edge because I need someone who could stop the run too. Mm-hmm. But the second biggest need they have, I think, is corner. And I'll never be upset taking a weapon. If they take Henderson at 29, there's going to be some people that think it was too early. I won't care. You just got a piece that's really, really going to help Jaden Daniels in this offense, which is already good, really good, get better. So I'm fine with that. But I think Barron from Texas is gone. I think Johnson from Michigan is gone. But maybe the rest are there for you. And that could be Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky, who was just at the Top Golf event, visiting them the last couple of days. Maybe they like one of those corners higher on their board. If the corner that's left as the 3rd or 4th in America, let's say, is their player 11 on their board, and the best edge that's left is player number 36 on their board, or let's just say, well, you should not take the edge. I mean, that goes without saying. That's pretty obvious. But I want to go back to Matt Miller, the ESPN NFL draft analyst we had on a couple of days ago, because we actually went through the names at defensive end, and he took a stab at what is the possibility. He gave us percentage chances of likeliness that the best defensive ends are still there when Washington picks. So here's what he said. Abdul Carter.
0.
All right, right. So we'll just start there. Mike Green, Marshall.
Darn it.
Yeah. Mike Green of Marshall.
5%.
Oh, so
damn it.
That's my guy. So
there's a lot of rain on this little parade I'm having here, man.
Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College.
Oh, it's 20%.
Oh, wow. So he's even. Okay. James Pierce.
I think so. 95%.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nick Scorton from Texas A&M.
We're doing percent chance he's there, right?
Yeah.
100%.
All right. Shamar Stewart.
20%.
Michael Williams.
I would say 20%.
All right. Landon Jackson.
100%.
So based on what he's hearing, he's going cross Mike Green off the list. If he's there, take him. Cross Donovan Ezeraku off your list, who's everybody's kind of mocking to Washington. Mm-hmm. If he's there, take him. And cross Shamar Stewart, who can't even get sacks in college, but is this unbelievable athlete and specimen, off your list. Meaning you're left with some dudes with some baggage here.
Yeah, so Pierce obviously has talent. So he doesn't seem like an Adam Peters and this Washington new brand of player. People look at the traffic stuff. That to me is secondary, honestly.
Well, explain what you mean by traffic stuff.
Sorry, he was pulled over and cited for driving on a suspended license and not having failure to produce insurance and a couple of things that frankly immature stuff that kids do and have done.
It's not assault,
right?
It's not mistreating a woman. Like it's not the serious stuff.
Well, it's also not drag racing. It's not doing what Jamin Davis did. You know what I mean? So to me, it's hey, let's get that stuff taken care of, but I don't see that as the red flags. What's emerged, and you don't know. This is silly season. This is hoping flush something down. Maybe he falls to the team that wants him. Who knows? But there have been work ethic concerns. There was some lateness at times, missing some offseason things that don't reflect well, whether he's grinding, playing, and play out. That's the negative report that's out there. Again, I'm not espousing it. I'm saying that's what's out there.
the thing that I think hurts him is he was better as a sophomore than he was as a junior. And that trajectory is not what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So as a junior in 23, he had 10 sacks and 15 tackles for loss. And I think the thought was if he made another leap, he could go in the top 10 or 15. Instead, he had 2.5 fewer sacks and fewer TFLs and fewer impact plays in the same number of games. And because of that, now you kind of went in the wrong direction. But I could get down with James Pierce. The idea, though, that he is a lock to be there, I think speaks to, at least according to Miller, the gap between him and Ezaraku and Green and some of the other guys that are going to go higher. Nick Scorton, he said, will definitely be there. I think that would be an overdraft at 29.
I do too.
To me, that's one of those where I go, that's not worth it necessarily. I know he's had 15 sacks the last 2 years. He's another guy. Had 10 sacks 2 years ago, down to 5 sacks this past year, played in more games, in more snaps, was a little bit less productive, but huge, 6'4", 280, like a massive guy, has the length, I think, that action figure ability maybe to be a Montez Sweat type figure, and he went 26th. I just think there's probably someone who's going to be more impactful and a more sure thing sooner, who's really, really good at a position of need, available at 29 that you could take before Scorton.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, this is now, you're in the range here from this is me parroting experts, where you can kind of shuffle up and deal the guys that are ranked between anywhere from 20, 25, all the way to 50, where some people might love Maxwell Harrison, the kid from Kentucky, for example, the guy that ran the fastest 40 among the cornerbacks. Some people might love Landon Jackson, who's more of a solid stay-at-home defensive end who can get you some workman-like sacks, but for the most part, is an edge defender, is there to stop the run. The traits of a Nick Emenwari from South Carolina, the safety that looks like he's built in the lab. This is one of those where it's hard to get a great feel because either someone's going to value traits, a Shamar Stewart or Emenwari, or they're going to say, I want that workman-like production, see Ezaraku. This is, I think, a tougher draft to read. I mean, obviously, it's always going to be tough in the 20s and 30s as to what teams are thinking, but I think this one's especially tough this year, especially because of how close it basically, folks are saying, anywhere from 25 to 50 is in terms of year over year, how close these guys are together.
I'm also nervous because the perception, I think, looking from the outside in on this class is that these defensive ends are very much eye of the beholder. And with all of them, there's risk, which is normal in the draft. But I don't know that there's slam dunks outside of Carter. So you got to get it right. I mean, that's the job of Adam Peters and his staff. But it's not like at 29, you're choosing between a couple of guys that we're really sure about.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, whether it's because of the lack of production or maybe the lack of measurables by a hair or a little bit undersized or something off the field, everybody's got some real blemishes. It's just going to be harder to hit a home run on the pick. Doesn't mean they can't do it, and this staff is really good, and hopefully they will. But while I'm married to the idea of an edge, I wanted to start today for people that missed the Matt Miller interview with just suggesting it may not fall in their favor.
Right.
When you're picking down the board like they are, you don't get to dictate. You're not picking 5 or 7
multiple
or 9.
runs are going to happen. The tackle run's going to happen. The edge run might already happen. Yeah.
You have to react to the board and to some extent what other teams are doing. And they're going to have to do that. But we can get more into the first round rumors, the NFL draft 6 days out next. But as we told you, at 20 minutes after the hour, every single hour on the show today, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 20 minutes after here on Grant and Danny, we are giving away a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Game 1, Monday night at Capital One Arena of the playoffs against the Montreal Canadiens. So right now, congratulations to caller number 9 at 800-636-1067 in honor of Ryan Leonard. You are going to win those 2 tickets to the round 1, game 1, game against Montreal. This is April 21st, coming up on Monday night, Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Good luck to you. This is The Fan.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Washington Nationals versus Colorado Rockies is postponed because of bad weather in Denver tonight. So Saturday's game is now a 4:10 p.m. Eastern start on the Fan. And Sunday is a split doubleheader, 3:10 p.m. Eastern and 8:10 p.m. Eastern on the Fan. Capitals hockey against Montreal Canadiens Monday night, game 1 of the postseason, 6:45 pregame start on the Fan. The NHL playoffs begin Saturday night with the Blues against the Jets and the Avalanche versus the Stars. Tonight, it's the NBA playoffs with Miami at Atlanta at 7. Winner gets Cleveland. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30. Winner takes on Oklahoma City. John Morant, questionable with an injured right ankle. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Strome. In and across. Ovechkin scores! From the office. Buries it past Nedeljkovic. 8:97 as Ovechkin and Crosby trade goals on this last day of the regular season. Brilliant moments from both.
That was John Walton on the call of Caps hockey last night. The boys just trying to get through 60 minutes pretty healthy, and they were able to. They didn't help Clay Stevenson very much, although I didn't know that that was necessarily a priority. They didn't play anybody defensively, essentially. But they get through the game. Ovi scores a goal in the power play. It was a 6 snipe, and he's 3 away from 900 going into next season now. But more importantly, we got ourselves a winner. We're giving away tickets every single hour at 20 minutes after. Here on Grant and Danny all day long. Game 1 against the Canadians, and the first winner is David in Fredericksburg, who's going to be a Capital One arena.
Audience love, guys.
Congratulations, buddy. Who are you taking with you to the game?
My daughter, my oldest daughter, who's into hockey as well. Can't wait, man, to go. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm glad you won. Thank you for listening.
Good for you, bud.
And somebody else is going to win in a little under an hour. So we appreciate you. We'll see you at game 1.
Awesome, guys. Let's go Caps.
Absolutely. Thank you. There's David in Fredericksburg.
Yeah.
On Grant and Danny. So our next winner at 3:20. Make sure you're listening at that time and ready to give us a call. Ovi's goal last night, ridiculous. Maybe not the best thing I saw last night, though. The best thing I saw was when Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin both presented Ovi with a present outside of the locker room after the game.
Yeah.
They gave him a Rolex. It was a beautiful watch.
Gorgeous.
It was a great moment. It was very classy. And I got to say, my hatred for Sidney Crosby has softened a little bit over the last couple of years. I'll always dislike him and the Penguins. It's the ultimate rivalry. It's the best rivalry in DC sports at this point. But maybe it's because the Penguins don't win anymore. Maybe it's because the Caps got through past Pittsburgh and won a cup, and that took away some of my venom. Maybe it's because he's given out presents. Him and Ovi, the last few years, end of their career, have been way more just pleasant toward one another, it seems like.
It's like Magic and Bird, the same way it kind of happened. There was the reverence over those years.
Also, Ovi and Malkin were feuding for a while. They were best friends. I think they were roommates at one point. Then they hated each other's guts for a while. Supposedly, Ovi knocked out Malkin's agent at a wedding or something. And they started hating each other. Now they like each other again. So, I don't know. My animus toward those two guys has kind of dissipated over the last few years. Last night was a great moment, I thought.
It was awesome. And I got the torch for both of us. So I got you. I'll pick up the slack where you're lacking. I've got more than the full allotment of units of hatred. So I'm happy to donate extra to your cause.
It's not like I'm rooting for them.
You're big fans of both.
No, I still can't stand them. I can't stand the Penguins. And I get up for those games. They're my favorite games, other than last night, which was just a nothing burger. Someone texted me and was like, Ken Sabrin's so angry about the effort. I was like, why? There's never been a less important hockey game ever. The only thing that matters is getting out of this game healthy. At one point, Brandon Duhaime limped off the ice and had to go back to the dressing room. And I'm breaking things in my basement. Because I need Doggy ready for game 1. He came back and he was fine. But that was all that mattered to me last night. If they lost 9-0, other than the fact that a Penguins fan or two would have chirped me, it would not have mattered to me a little bit.
Yeah, you're more mature in that regard than I am. I can't stand it. That bothered the hell out of me last night. I know it meant nothing. Still does. I even if it meant nothing, would have been nice to have been 5-2. the other direction. But listen, put that stuff aside for a second. The correct reverence that has happened for this record and for Ovechkin's achievement has been really nice. While the NHL media, I think by and large, has failed in their duties here.
Not this year, I wouldn't say.
I would.
Really?
Yeah, Darren Pang a month ago is calling him a one-trick pony.
I mean, a couple of guys have made dumb comments.
Right.
But
And
the
NHL
league's
media
coverage in general they've made him out to be the titan of the industry.
The NHL itself has done a nice job, but the people that can't help themselves, the Canadian-centric media have done nothing but take shots at it, knock it, and that's only quieted down like over the last couple of weeks. So I think they've tripped over and embarrassed themselves. What's nice is that the players get it. The players fully understand and comprehend the absurdity of all of this. They get that it's harder now than it's ever been. Forget about a couple 3-on-3 overtimes here and there, right? Forget about the handful of empty nets more than maybe somebody had or didn't have, based on analytics and people doing things now in a smarter way than the 1980s where half the guys didn't wear helmets. But the players have understood this and given Ovi his just desserts, including his biggest rivals, quite frankly, when you talk about Crosby and Malkin together. I thought that was a really nice moment. And you know my thing, I like my villains to stay villainous. So that, I begrudgingly have to admit that was awesome, but that's exactly what it was. It was awesome.
Yeah, I just want him to get his roses. So I don't really care who gives him what or who's a villain and who isn't. Every time Islanders fans, who I don't like, give him a standing ovation, or last night, Pittsburgh, they're chanting Ovi's name.
Really cool.
I think that was probably Caps fans largely because there was a lot of red. Because imagine people were buying like a month ago tickets to that game.
Because you thought maybe, yeah.
Hey, you thought he wasn't going to have it yet, and then he went on his crazy heater and he got it several games earlier. But I would think there was a ton of people that were Caps fans in the stands, and you saw it, some of the aerial shots in the arena last night. But I'm sure there were also Penguins fans that were giving him his flowers and standing up. And he's a classy guy that about a month ago dragged the Caps back on the ice so that they could celebrate, speaking of flowers, Marc-Andre Fleury, and that they could properly say, we appreciate your career as the team captain. And you've seen other team captains on other teams do similar things now for Alex Ovechkin. Even the hockey fraternity does this kind of thing in general. Matt Martin, who I've never liked. He is this third-line guy over the years, bottom six player for the Islanders. He's big, he's physical, he flies around and hits people, at times toes the line, and is a fighter. He's just the kind of guy that if he's on a rival team, you're going to hate his guts. And he checks that box for me. But he's had a long, long career with the Islanders, and he's playing what is likely his final game on Long Island a couple of days ago when the Caps were there, and they did the receiving line for him. He's not breaking Gretzky's record, but that's just a hockey thing.
Yeah.
It's stick taps, it's we appreciate you. For those 60 minutes, there's no helping each other up like football. There's no getting jerseys signed, after I tackle you. Hey, let me meet me at midfield. Let's But after the game, these guys really do a nice job, I think, honoring and celebrating each other.
Yeah.
And I love that about hockey.
Yeah, it's part of the built-in culture of appreciation for it, because they all get the grind. I mean, any game where you can only do it for 90 seconds maximum and then you have to be subbed out tells you how hard it is, and they get it. You know what I mean? Like, you get a couple trips up and down the ice, then you physically can't do it anymore. So then you got to go sit down and get a breather. Like, doing that for 20 years or 15 years or playing 1,000 games with all the bumps and bruises and pucks off shins and teeth missing and everything under the sun. These guys have the correct appreciation for it.
NHL Network's EJ Radic at 6 o'clock. Your next chance to win Caps tickets for Game 1 at 3:20 here on The Fan. Let's do this. I want to get back into the NFL draft because 6 days, 5 hours, 25 minutes from now, round 1 of the NFL draft gets going. We talked about Washington and the edge position at pick number 29. The top of the board, which for the first time in a long time, Danny, has nothing to do with the Commanders.
Not our problem.
Pretty fascinating after the first 3 or 4 picks. I think the first 3 picks in some order are going to be Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. As much as I think the Giants have kicked the tires on, done all their due diligence on, tried to figure out if they want and could go Shedeur Sanders, I don't see it right now. They have too many other needs. They're not a quarterback away. They're probably blowing out their GM and their head coach. And for all of those reasons, go get yourself a great defensive player. So let's say the Browns go Travis Hunter, which I think is absolutely in play. I think the Giants just have to take Abdul Carter, who maybe is the best player in the country.
Right.
Probably could go 1-1 in some years, honestly. Maybe last year he would have. And maybe
not with Caleb Williams, but I know your point. Yeah,
maybe not last year, but 2 years ago. I'm thinking of like a weak quarterback class,
right?
In a year where you don't have a slam dunk QB, he goes 1-1. But you're in a division with Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels now. So you got to prepare for chasing QBs around. I think they do that. But the two burning questions about the early first round to me are, where does Shedeur Sanders go? And what happens with Ashton Genty, the running back? Because a lot of people are mocking him to the Raiders at 6. Seems like it makes a lot of sense. But if he doesn't go 6, how far could he slide? Because that affects then Amarian Hampton from North Carolina. That affects Travion Henderson from Ohio State. So those two questions to me are the most fun about the first half of the first round.
I'm with you. And those, we do this every year, but kind of that the draft starts at blank, right? Because last year it was going to be pretty chalky. It was going to be quarterback 1, 2, 3. That's what we thought. Okay, so now the draft starts at 4. Where does the first big decision get made? Is it receiver? Is it tackle? Is it this guy, that guy? So for me now, this year, the draft starts at 2. With the Cleveland Browns, I think it's Travis Hunter, but I wouldn't bet any amount of money on that.
But don't you think it's either Hunter or Carter? Because that waters down the intrigue a little bit. I would be shocked if it's not one of those two guys.
I think it's one of those two guys as well. So, but still, there's some variance there because there's variable there. Then the Giants at 3 hold a lot of cards. Let's say for the sake of argument, the Giants have their hearts on Abdul Carter, and that's who Cleveland takes. Do they just pivot and go Travis Hunter? I certainly would. Or are they still in the Sanders market? Kind of to your point.
Travis Hunter in that media market, by the way. Come on.
Yeah.
Superstar.
It would fit.
Even if teams don't love him as much as we would imagine them to as a dual threat. Like, let's say that in the top 5, you're probably drafting him as a receiver, not a corner. And let's say you just don't think he's a guy that can play both sides of the ball, like receiver every down and then corner 60% of the time or something. Even if it's just a handful of snaps a game, so be it. I mean,
Right.
he's a lot less of a prospect if he just does one. It's like Shohei Ohtani is only a hitter, or he's the MVP, or only a pitcher, where he's top 10 in Cy Young balloting. The beauty of Shohei is he does both. But as one, he's still really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Travis Hunter, if he was only a receiver, is going second overall, or if he was
Agreed.
only a corner. So maybe you're overdrafting him a bit if he doesn't end up doing both. But he's still, I think, a top 10 player at either position.
Agreed. Yeah,
which is wild to think about.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's right on. I mean, to me, the point of him is both. Otherwise, I'm not doing it at 2. If I don't think he's going to do that for me long term, I'm not taking him at 2. And that doesn't mean he's not incredibly talented or gifted or among one of the coolest prospects we've seen in some time. But if I'm an evaluator going, I don't think he's going to play both ways for me, then it's nowhere near as exciting, to be frank with you, right? I'm solving one of my precious roster spots on both sides of the football with somebody. That's a rare commodity. That, you know what I mean? Like, that's the rarest of rare. So yeah, but I'm with you. Back to the two big questions. Where does Sanders end up? Is this perceived free fall? Is it real or is it disinformation in the weeks of disinformation? Who benefits if he falls down? Well, a team that's not picking 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. Same thing with Genty. So I don't think Ashton Genty gets out of the top 10. If the Raiders don't do it at 6, I could see the Bears doing it.
Dude, Ben Johnson pouncing on him. Yeah. I absolutely could see that.
It would make sense to me. In terms of Sanders, I also don't think he gets out of the top 10. Not because I think he's a bona fide superstar top 10 prospect. I think there's enough teams that are needy. See New Orleans at 9. I don't know that he would get past there. I'm beating this drum. I think Pittsburgh trades up to get him. I think Pittsburgh moves into the top 10 to get him because they know he won't be around at 21.
If Pittsburgh does it, I can't wait to sing your praises. I don't see that happening. I think he could be their pick at 21. In fact, right now, because I think he'll be gone, I could even see them taking Jackson Dart, which would
talking about Pittsburgh, you mean?
Yeah, way overdrafting him. But they want a quarterback, and if they just stick and pick, that would be the next guy off the board. I think only 2 go in the first round. Cam Ward out of Miami, and the aforementioned Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. But I guess my point is I would not be shocked if Pittsburgh took Dart at 21 because they need a QB that badly, and the Aaron Rodgers thing is just seemingly going sideways after he basically told Pat McAfee yesterday, I got other things I care about. Football's got to wait. But also, I'm not ready to retire. So if you're the Steelers, what does that mean for me? What am I supposed to do? It's like being in a relationship where, do you want to get engaged? You don't want to get engaged? What am I supposed to do? Well, you keep telling me you got to figure things out on your own. But the Saints are interesting from a quarterback standpoint because of what's going on with Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys haven't been tracking this, Carr was pretty much only in New Orleans, according to the people that are super plugged in there, because of Dennis Allen, who he played with the Raiders. Okay. Dennis Allen, Derek Carr guy. Dennis Allen fired, gone, no longer there. Saints people that are left, not as big a Derek Carr support group. Carr hasn't really wanted to be there this offseason, and he's made that known. Now he's got this mystery injury, this shoulder thing that's getting worse, where he's saying he's not going to play this year or can't play. They're digging in on the shoulder to see what's going on, right? It all came out a couple weeks before the draft. To me, that is a very big flag, and it's not green. I mean, that tells you that there's some acrimony there. So if you're at 9 and Shedeur Sanders is there in New Orleans, I don't know why you wouldn't do that, especially when Dion's given the blessing of wanting him in New Orleans. He's talked about what colors he would like him to wear. He'd look good in, and he referenced the Saints colors, basically. I think that could actually be an okay fit back into the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is he's a guy that I think requires a little bit of time and patience, and that's what New Orleans should be doing right now. Yeah, a little bit. I
think any quarterback in this class probably does.
Fair enough. Yeah, but I think they're a great candidate because they need to be in the middle of a teardown. Like New Orleans, it's a terrible cap situation. They got old, they got bloated, they got injured. They're in a bad place, and they're not winning this year. So if you're willing to be patient with that and use this to kickstart a new core, I'm all in favor of it. But if they want to try to, I don't know, delay that and limp along and well, the NFC South stinks. Let's win 8 games and maybe win that dumb division. Maybe they don't do that, but to me, that would be a good fit.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. What's your number one question about the top of the draft board that's most intriguing to you? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on that. Plus, I've heard people's vision for the RFK site could be similar to a neighborhood in town right now, and I want to talk about how likely it is that they could pull that off. Next on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel's going to give all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. You can join FanDuel today to get started. That's $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many different ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, I do this a lot with the live betting, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. I think it's a little bit better and easier to win that way because you've kind of seen how things are playing out, how teams are matching up. Go to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. The Nats game has already been postponed for tonight in Colorado against the Rockies. They'll try again tomorrow, although there's also snow in the forecast tomorrow, so we'll see if they can get a game in.
Triple header Sunday? Question mark?
We don't do triple headers, but they'll try to figure something out. Maybe they'll have to play 2 because they don't have a game on Monday, although on a getaway day, I would doubt it. That's the problem, though. You don't go to the West Coast very often, and you're not going back to Coors.
That's right.
So you got to find a time when you're on the West Coast, when you're off and they're off. Like, making that up is really, really difficult.
Yeah, they're going to try to do a double dip Sunday probably, or not even probably. That's what they're doing. But I'm betting they play Monday, which stinks, but I think that's that.
Both teams are off?
I don't know about Colorado, actually.
I think they are. You could do a really early game there, like noon local,
Mm-hmm.
get them on the bird and get them back here because they play Tuesday against the Orioles.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to not have to fly cross country, but there might not be any way around it. So maybe if you played 2 Sunday and then 1 Monday, or if you get 2 of the 3 in, now you only have to make up 1.
Yeah, Colorado's off. They're traveling too. So that's probably what they'll do.
But snow and baseball doesn't go together very well. It's like donuts and dieting, man. Rain and NASCAR. Like you can't have them at the same time. So the Nats will not be playing tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I keep hearing as people are bringing up the RFK site. We had the big report this week. $3 billion deal is close to coming to fruition between the team and the city. The mayor's working with Josh Harris. We saw the numbers reported. I'm still stunned by them, and I'll take the under on these. But that the owner, Harris, would put forth $2.5 billion of a little over $3 billion to build the stadium. I keep hearing that people want it to look something like where we're sitting right now, the Navy Yard, where you've got all these restaurants and all these bars, and you can go eat and drink before you go to Nats Park. And, I can go sit over at Walters and have wings and then get over to first pitch and enjoy Nats baseball. I just don't know how realistic that vision is from a size standpoint. Now, Navy Yard is not as big as you think. I looked it up. I think it's listed at like 60 to 80 acres or something like that. So it's dropped into a pretty small footprint. So there might be close to that you could carve out for the restaurants and the bars.
But there's so much green space that has to stay green space.
That's the thing. The green space doesn't go away, and you got to add your hotels. Obviously, they have those in Navy Yard with the restaurants and the bars. You got to have some parking. It's going to be very, very limited in terms of parking lots. So tailgating is going to be next to zero. But if you have enough bars and restaurants, can that supplant tailgating for you?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you are. Some people are going to
have to.
Some people are going to say no, and others will, will make shift and kind of do what you have to. But to me, it's the waterfront part of it that is so similar. Like my buddies who run the Salt Line over there, just south of the ballpark, for example, set up camp there before anything else was around. Now there's a few establishments down that way on that side, and there's a couple residences and the like. But right there on the Anacostia River, gorgeous. Like that setting is super possible. The river runs right past it. I mean, it's 500 yards from the edge of RFK Stadium to where it is kind of that little mini lake with a sort of an island in the middle. You've got all sorts of possibilities there. I'm not smart enough to know what you should do and how. I don't know how much should be.
Can you build on that right there? Like, is any of that swampland or whatever the protected stuff is?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how green it is. I don't know if it's eligible. I don't know if that's one of those things.
For example, certain areas in DC where,
totally,
for whatever reason, like you actually can't build on the surface.
Put a structure in there at your own risk. It's going to sink a foot a year. You know, like so. I don't know. But I think there's all sorts of possibilities. Everything from like a water taxi where you could catch it by Nats Park and get shuttled up there would take 20 minutes. To
see that stuff to me, and I'm not saying no, but like that's fantasy football. Nobody's doing that. You know what I mean?
Like, but I think you can't think outside of yourself. You wouldn't do that, but I think a lot of people would. Like, I don't think that's nuts.
As a regular way to go to a football game?
Totally.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I'm not talking about 50,000 people, but you don't think a few thousand would do that the same way a few thousand would ride the Metro, a few thousand would park in the neighborhood?
Eat at Walters and then board a boat.
Who knows?
And then go around the river to this. I don't think so. I mean,
you wouldn't. I don't know that I would either, but I'm saying there are options is my point. You could do one of those a barge kind of a situation as a restaurant or as like a place that's there on the water that's gorgeous. There's a million things that you could do.
People could jet ski there. Like you could just get a bunch of jet skis you could rent. You could jet ski and there could be a moat and we could jet ski around the moat.
Probably couldn't do that.
Kind of right into the locker room maybe.
I don't think you would do that.
Okay.
But I mean, again, different things are possible. The point is, it's the waterfront part of it that's got people so intrigued and kind of salivating with the possibilities because that's similar to what the Navy Yard is, right? I mean, you look at the wharf, you look at the Navy Yard, that's kind of the unique boundary right there, just east of the stadium, where you could actually build something kind of cool that's not just the Panera or the Hilton.
What about a ferry where we're on the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and then we just kind of drive onto the ferry and then that takes us there? Do we like that idea?
No.
Okay.
I don't. Do you have any follow up on that or no?
No, I didn't know you were so upset about it. I thought we were having fun.
No,
we're
no.
not having fun.
I don't get what you're doing.
Okay.
But to me, what's hard is the amount of green space that can't change. That I think people are kind of going, oh, you built. This used to be a salt pile, a McDonald's, and a car wash,
right.
where we are right now. Right, there was nothing else. Now it's everything's on top of each other. Used to be able to drive through every alleyway. Now it's like you can't because there's an Amazon truck that's fighting a mail truck at some drop-off point for $7,000 a month condos, right? So I don't know all the different possibilities or what would make sense, but it's a lot of picking and choosing there.
I wonder just how many people are going to need to get theirs out of all the deals that get swung over there.
A lot of people.
How many people get their hands in and go, we'll do it, but I need my whatever your thing is.
Totally.
Because the more people that are involved getting their thing with that amount of space, I think the more complicated it gets really quickly. But the waterfront's going to have to be pertinent. And, like the Navy Yard, to your point, I don't go over there very often because it's on the other side of the ballpark. But it's a massive draw on a game day, on a nice weekend, spring afternoon. We've done some events over that way, and people enjoy it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We do have a double play coming up at 3:45. Remember, your next chance to win tickets to Game 1 of the Capitals and the Canadiens is at 3:20 today. You got to be listening at the end of our next segment for the cue to call if you want tickets to Game 1 of the Caps at Capital One Arena. Next, Bet Online. Assign playoff odds to every single team. What percentage chance do they give the Commanders to making the NFL playoffs in 2025? We'll get into that on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Washington Nationals and Colorado Rockies postponed because of bad weather in Denver tonight. So Saturday's game is now at 4:10 p.m. Eastern on the Fan, and Sunday will be a split doubleheader. First game at 3:10 p.m. and second game at 8:10 p.m. All games live play-by-play right here on the Fan. Capitals open the playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens at 6:45 on the Fan. They fall to the Penguins 5-2, but Alex Ovechkin did score a goal in the final regular season game. NHL playoffs center stage Saturday night, Avalanche at Dallas and the Blues at Winnipeg. NBA playoffs tonight, Miami against Atlanta at 7. The winner takes on the Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round. Dallas Mavericks take on Memphis at 9:30. Winner faces Oklahoma City. Ja Morant still questionable with a injured right ankle. Take a look at the second round of the RBC Heritage at Hilton Head Island. Justin Thomas at 11 under par, 2 shots ahead of Andrew Novak. Mackenzie Hughes, Siwoo Kim, Russell Henley, and Scotty Scheffler all at 8 under par. CBS Sports mock drafts for the Commanders. Mike Renner believes that the Commanders could select Anika Egbuka from Ohio State. He is a wide receiver with pick number 29. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. Byron Curran on the Fan.
The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program is the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. About 17 minutes from right now, we are giving away a pair of tickets to Game 1, Caps Canadians. We're doing that all day long at 20 minutes after the hour here on Grant and Danny. Bet Online went through every single NFL team and assigned a likeliness for each team to make the NFL playoffs.
So Washington, where would you have so at first glance when I saw this number, 57%, I went, wow, that's actually kind of low. But then you think about it, the best team in the NFC, the defending Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia, had an 80-some% chance of making it back. Then the next best was Detroit. And then there were a couple other teams that had higher percentages. Tampa had a higher percentage because they play in a bad division. But 57%. And when you first look at that, you'd go, that's disrespectful. That's, maybe a little bit low for them. But upon further review, it makes sense. When you do the math, every year, it's about half the teams that make the postseason don't the following year. Teams that don't do. I mean, Washington did it. They went from worst to a 12-win team, more wins than they've had in 30-plus years, right? So you look at some of the teams that are returning, whether it's Detroit, Minnesota was 14-3, which I forgot about. I had them as good. I don't remember them being 14-win good, but there they are. Green Bay. You just do the math, and if the NFC West has a soft out-of-division schedule, you could get 2 teams from the NFC West that maybe bumps Washington out of there, any regression with a more difficult schedule, et cetera. So 57% is kind of right where you'd see. To me, I think a lot of people would say, that's actually not too terrible. That makes sense.
So I'm guessing it's based on the odds that were assigned, and there's all kinds of data used in that, putting that together. Like, I would just top of my head have said 70%. But as you said, now you have to recalibrate everything. Because if Philadelphia is 75, then Washington has to be adjusted accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're getting at and what you're asking me is actually what we're going to make our poll of the day today on Grant and Danny. You can go vote right now on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. Grant and Danny's poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. How would you juxtapose your thoughts on their likeliness to make the playoffs with the 57% given to them from Bet Online? Do you think they have a better chance than that? Do you think that's right around where you would say, or do you think they have less of a chance than that? I would have said statistically a better chance than that. Just looking at the landscape of the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Philly's better than them in the division, probably. You can convince me in the NFC North that Detroit or Green Bay are right there with them in the conversation or better. In the NFC West, everyone's still on San Francisco. I'm not. I think they're going to come backwards, which means probably staying put from where they were last year because they crashed back down to earth. But, the Rams are still really good. I just have a hard time seeing in a 3 wild card conference, Washington not being one of those going into the season. So I would have said closer to 70% than 57. So if I'm voting on our poll on Twitter, I'm saying I think they have a better than 57% chance. But I also say that knowing a regression is very possible, that it's very, very hard for Jaden Daniels to repeat what he did, and that their schedule is brutal. I mean, some of the metrics you can look at, it's one of the 5 hardest schedules in the sport.
Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm at. To me, my first glance, I went, oh, that's probably pretty low. Then upon further review, I actually think it's right on. I think it's actually a pretty good. There's a better chance than not that they go to the postseason, right? But that doesn't factor in anybody's jump forward. Doesn't factor in, I'm making this up, but Seattle gets right in their first year with Mike McDonald. They won 10 games. Could they win 11? Are the Rams reloading? Are they good enough? You do some of the math within your own division, within your own conference. You could be good. I actually think they're going to be pretty good. But you don't get the Hail Mary. You don't get the that one lucky break. And instead of a 12-win team, we look at them as a quote-unquote disappointment that wins 10 games against a more arduous schedule, and you could be one of those teams that won 10 and didn't get in. I don't think it's crazy for them to be good, have this still be a step forward, and not necessarily be an NFC championship caliber team again.
What teams could be the surprises in the NFC this year, a la Washington 1 year ago? And I don't think the draft is overly relevant in this because other than Shedeur Sanders going to, say, New Orleans, there's not a team in the top 10 expected to get a quarterback that's in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
So the balance of power of really quality quarterback play that's AFC dominant is only going to tilt further that way if Cam Ward is as good as he's supposed to be because he's going to an AFC team at 1.
Here are my candidates. Ben Johnson in Chicago. They were maybe they do this coming year what they were supposed to do last year. They were everybody's darling, and they went 5-12, and they were around 500 until that Hail Mary, and then they got broken.
I think they're a great answer. They got outscored by 60 points last year.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem for them: is they're in the toughest division in football.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think they're going to be way better, but way better from 5-12
could be 8 wins. Yeah,
could be 9-8. If they're 9-8, though, they're knocking on the door of the wild card. But they're in a division where the Detroit Lions won 15 games, went 15-2, and were the NFL leader with a plus 22 scoring differential. The Vikings were 14-3. The Lions won 15 games and had to win in Week 18, or the Vikings won the division. How crazy is that?
Very.
A plus 100 scoring margin for the Vikings. The Packers were 11-6. 11-6 would have won the NFC South. It would have won the NFC West. It would have knocked on the door in the NFC East. It would have won 2 of the divisions in the AFC. And they finished a distant 3rd, but they were plus 122. I think Detroit will get a little bit worse, but is still a 11 or 12 win team. Minnesota, it's hard to imagine them going 14-3 again, especially if they have a rookie quarterback in McCarthy. So they'll come back a little bit, maybe from 14 wins to, 9 or 10 wins. Green Bay at 11-6 feels sustainable. I think they're a division champion caliber team with Jordan Love, ideally, a year further removed from some of the injuries he's dealt with and getting better. But the Bears are just in a loaded division. But that's a really good answer because they addressed their offensive line. They threw money at the guard position. They have 2 new starting guards. Caleb Williams is working with one of the better offensive minds in the league. And if you trust in Ben Johnson's scheme, it's not going to look like Detroit's in 1 year. But maybe he could work some magic with last year's number 1 overall pick at quarterback, which means he's ultra talented.
Throw a couple other teams at you. The Atlanta Falcons. I know they're easy punching bags because you could do this every year with them, but 4 games they lost last year by less than a score, including an overtime loss against Washington in a must-have game. They're now a little bit more settled at quarterback, you would think. Cousins was injured, at times a liability for them last year. If you buy Penix, and again, that division stinks. Right, the best team is Tampa, who's fine.
So you got to really be convinced, I think, in Michael Penix to go with Atlanta, because I'm not sure that their defense has been fixed. Now, maybe they're going to draft somebody early to get sacks. They got 0 pressure again last year. It was one of the worst pass rushing teams in the NFL, and their defense was really, really bad. They allowed 423 points. Just as an example, the Bucs allowed 380 last year. It's like a 50-point difference between the top 2 teams within a game of each other at the top of that division. Maybe Atlanta could make the playoffs, but if they do, I just think they benefit from the South. Like, I don't see a Tampa 10 or 11 win season and Atlanta also winning 10 games and being a wild card, right? You track that? Like, to me, one of those two teams wins 10 games with 7 losses and gets in, and the other's probably 8 and 9. It's just a bad division.
It's a bad division. Yeah, because I think New Orleans can't get out of their own way. I don't think Carolina's ready for prime time.
How about this one? You just talked about Michael Penix betting on a quarterback. If you really like Penix, you're going, what if ... If Penix is good, the Falcons could be good. What if Sam Darnold plays well in Seattle? I think most people are anticipating he leaves Minnesota. Bye-bye, Justin Jefferson. Thanks for the time, TJ Hawkinson. See you later, Aaron Jones. That offensive line, which is awesome. Kevin Hill's in my rear view, and he's going to become Sam Darnold again. Midnight strikes, turns into a pumpkin. We're back to the Jets, Sam Darnold, the 49ers, Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
What if he plays like he did last year, which he collapsed at the end of the year? Big games didn't go his way, but it was well over 30 touchdowns and barely double-digit.
He was great for 15
interceptions.
games.
He was an MVP candidate for half of a year, and for the season, he was a Pro Bowl-type quarterback. If he plays like that, then he's better than what Geno gave him last year. And you got, as you said, a defensive-minded coach in Mike McDonald. You mentioned it earlier. They went 10-7 and barely missed winning the division. They were even with the Rams in the win-loss column. Could Seattle be a sneaky 10-11 win team?
Without a doubt. And everybody's on San Francisco. You and I are not. But again, you still have a core of...
I don't get that. They went 6-11, and I know they got terribly injured last year.
I think it's that.
They lost their final 4 games. They were really like 6-7, and then they kind of punted as they were banged up. But they've lost everybody. Like, what am I missing here? Some of the decisions they've made this offseason, I guess people just love Brock Purdy more than I do.
Well, it's Shanahan, it's Purdy, it's McCaffrey, it's,
So they're banking on 17 games from McCaffrey. Okay.
Which I'm not.
No, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
But if you say, like, 2 years ago when he was the OPOY, he was the player of the year on offense in the league, they were a Super Bowl contender. If you think he plays in 16 games this year and is a 1,500-yard back who catches 70 balls again, okay, that's a good point. Now they're good again. I just don't think that's a thing.
I don't either. I don't think guys that are older and off injured become older and uninjured. I just don't see it working out that way. I think their window may have closed.
There was also rumors they were going to trade Brandon Ayuk, which I haven't heard in a few weeks. Is that over with? There was the talk for that Trent Williams was at odds with them this offseason, and maybe that they were butting heads a little bit, that he could be moved if they really wanted to create some space for Purdy. I guess those things are not happening. I mean, if Ayuk's there and Trent Williams is there, and McCaffrey is healthy, now at least Purdy, who I do think is largely, I think he's fine. He's good. Top half the league QB, but he is a beneficiary of a really good situation. I mean, he could still thrive with that supporting cast, probably.
Yeah, and Shanahan pulling the strings. So the other...
They drafted my guy, Ricky Pearsall, last year.
Who's
I think he's going to be good.
I'm with you. Arizona, 8-9 last year. Frisky, pain in the butt. Again, this is for you. I saw your immediate reaction. It's a Murray thing for you, and it's a Murray thing for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I guess my point here isn't that I'm thinking Arizona's a championship contender or they're really good. The reason I bring up Atlanta, Arizona, you could pick maybe another couple that fit into this. It's not always that you would say straight up on a lab report they test better than Washington. They could be a worse team in almost every way, but benefit from who knows what. The fact that they were frisky, involved in a lot of games last year, they could be a 10-game winner.
What does that mean? Benefit from who knows what? What do you mean?
Like, you get a good scheduling quirk. You get the Hail Mary this year. You get the benefit of luck. You get the ball bounce on your side. You end up playing the team that has their starting quarterback that's injured or whatever, like Washington got in 2020. Arizona was okay. I'm not saying that I saw the second coming of the Kurt Warner Super Bowl Arizona Cardinals, but they were pretty frisky under Jonathan Gannon and company. And there are some nice little pieces to go for Kyler Murray. I mean, obviously Marvin Harrison, their tight end just signed one of the richest tight end deals in human history. They got some pieces that are intriguing. So if, let's say, San Francisco stinks and the rest of the division doesn't run away with it, these guys beat each other up, they could be the team like Seattle that won 10 games last year. They could be the 10-win team. Not necessarily that they're great, and I'm writing home saying, I just saw the best team in the NFC. I don't think that's the case, but when you're talking math at the back end of the postseason, that's kind of what's at risk here. And that's why I think that percentage for Washington, to bring it back to that part of the conversation, is probably right on. Washington could be good, and I think they will be. They could also regress because of the challenges of the schedule and second-year sophomore slump for quarterbacks, whatever you want to call that. I think that's all on the table. they could still be moving forward, but not have the same kind of year, and somebody else gets the benefit, gets the break or two.
The Cardinals have sneaky had a pretty good offseason, too. Just looking at who's come and who's gone since last year. So they went out and they brought in Akeem Davis-Gaither at linebacker from the Bengals. Notably, Jacoby Brissett as a backup quarterback comes over from New England. Josh Sweat, one of the pass rushers from the Philadelphia Eagles, got paid pretty well to come to Arizona. Calais Campbell, who just never retires.
The ancient one.
I mean, shtick aside, he's got to be 41.
He's close to 40. If he's not 41.
Is he not 40?
I thought he was 38 or 39, but
that would make more sense because how could you keep playing at 41?
It's not like he's playing quarterback either.
That's what I'm saying. He's a defensive lineman. It makes no sense.
He was 38 this past year, but 39 this year.
So he's 50 is what you're telling me. So he goes from the Dolphins to the Cardinals, just signed with them. They made some decent moves. They did not lose a ton either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you look at some of their free agents that have moved on, it's not like they lost Pro Bowl talent. You're right. My initial reaction when I go, I don't see it. It's number one, it's a Kyler Murray thing. But number two, I do think that's a good division. I think the Rams are good. I just made the case for Seattle possibly being frisky. I don't see San Francisco necessarily like I have the last few years as an NFC Championship game type team. But for whatever reason, the industry really likes them.
Yep.
So if San Fran's good, then we're saying that's 3 competitive division title type teams, or at least 10-ish win type teams. So that makes life a little bit harder. I think Marvin Harrison will be better in year 2 than year 1. I did not love his rookie year. Remember, I liked Malik Neighbors more than him. I still feel good about that. But the people that were sold on him, I think they saw what they wanted to. Like, he's very talented. He's going to be very good. But he's got some work to do still. Well, he's not the finished product maybe that a lot of people suggested he would be. They need another weapon. I'd like to see them get another receiver because Michael Wilson and Zay Jones are just okay. If you had Harrison and one other piece for Murray, that would be awesome. They can run the ball with James Conner and Trey Benson as well. They have a 90-catch tight end.
Trey McBride is a star.
Trey McBride just signed a huge extension, too. He's one of the best tight ends in football, one of my favorite players in the league. He's awesome. So it's a good little offense. And then you brought in Calais Campbell and Dalvin Tomlinson to upgrade the D-line. I think Davis Gaither is going to start for them at linebacker. Sweat's going to start on the edge. So they'll have 4 new starters in their front 7. That's pretty crazy.
Yes, it is.
And a defensive-minded coach you've mentioned, and Jonathan Gannon. So him and the coordinator, Nick Rallis, will have some pieces to work with. Yeah, I guess I'm talking myself into them being a 500 kind of team, and now you're a couple bounces away. But if we're playing like Washington definitively better than or not, I would still throw Arizona into the Washington's better than pile.
No doubt about it. And I would take, if they matched up, I'd take Washington. But that's not always the point when it comes to the postseason, right? Because not everyone's playing the exact same schedule. They could benefit where Washington. Then a week, the Washington's got Kansas City on the road. Arizona's got broken San Francisco with half their roster hurt.
All right, you know what time it is? It is 3:20, which means it is time to give away another pair of tickets on Grant and Danny. Someone's going to Game 1, Caps Canadians. So let's do this thing. Caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. You are winning a pair of tickets to the round 1 game on Monday night at Capital One Arena coming up on the 21st. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Congratulations to the winner. We're giving these tickets away 20 after the hour all day long.
This update brought to you by DC Defenders. Nationals baseball postponed tonight in Denver because of bad weather in Colorado. So tomorrow's game is now at 4:10 p.m. on the Fan, and Sunday will be a split doubleheader. Game 1 at 3:10 p.m. and Game 2 at 8:10 p.m. live here on the Fan. Capitals open the playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens at Capital One Arena at 6:45 on the Fan. Game 2 is Wednesday, April 23rd, also at 7 p.m. Caps lost yesterday 5-2 to the Pens. NHL playoffs begin Saturday night. Avs at the Stars and Blues at the Jets. NBA tonight, Miami at Atlanta at 7. The winner gets Cleveland. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30. Winner takes on Oklahoma City. John Morant will have his injured right ankle taped up pretty good to see if he can go. This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. It's time to build the beer snake. The DC Defenders return to Audi Field Sunday, April 20th at 5 p.m. The atmosphere electric, the fans loud. All that's missing is you. Tickets at dcdefenders.com/tickets. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan, our double play at 3:45 today. It's Friday, so we'll win off the field. You'll call us and tell us what little things going right in your day that nobody else would care about. We've got another winner for the Caps tickets. Alberto is going to be making the trip from Hagerstown. We were just talking about Hagerstown yesterday and about how often I go there and how much I love to go to Hagerstown. Alberto, what's up?
What's up, man? Thank you, guys. I'm excited for Monday. I can't wait for the playoffs, man. I'm super excited.
Who you taking to the game with you?
My son. We're both excited. We've been to plenty of games this season, and we're definitely excited for Game 1, and hopefully we go all the way.
I love it. Have you been to a playoff game before?
Yes, I have. I went.
The best.
They won the Stanley Cup, and they lost the first game.
All right, let's reverse that.
That's the one you went to.
I don't want to go 0-2.
That's the one I went to.
Yeah, I'm sure you left thinking, this is a Stanley Cup team. That's happening.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for listening, and congrats to you.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me on. Have a good day, fellas.
You got it. Alberto taking his son. That'll be fun.
Fredericksburg, Hagerstown. That's where the winners are from. That's where we're playing.
We are making
Look at
moves.
this. Yeah.
You have to be a minor league affiliate, current or past,
Seriously.
of the Washington Nationals at the single A level. So next stop, Potomac. Somebody
gross.
out in Woodbridge.
Right?
Home of the Peanuts.
The old Prince William Cannons back in the day.
If you're near Fitzner Stadium, is that place still up? Wasn't there a fire there a few years ago? I kind of remember.
Let me
Dad,
see.
look that up for me. See if there was a fire at the Peanut Stadium at some point. Or maybe I'm making that up. I hope not. I hope I am making it up, to be clear. Not that there was a fire.
I hope it happened, said Grant.
No. I meant I hope there wasn't a fire.
Fitzner Stadium hit by fire. I'd see 2012.
Boom. Well, that year's just, what are years, really? So the memory is correct, but it was 13 years ago.
Wasn't just a couple months back.
I was like, what? Like 6 months ago, I think.
Looks like end of June in 2012.
That makes perfect sense.
There you go.
Right around the mini camp for Robert Griffin III, just as I assumed.
You got to correlate those things in your mind, right? That's what it was.
Very recently.
Yeah. They're chanting RG3 while it was on fire.
There is no better sports atmosphere in this town than a playoff hockey game. There's some things I like.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very fun to go over to Audi Field for the DC Defenders. It's different. It's low stakes. The team is 13-3 all time at home. They've got another game this Sunday afternoon. Like, that's a lot of fun. I think the Nats, when things are cooking, when the team's really good, a blast, right? That's regular season. That's playoffs. Doesn't matter. Big game. A lot of people. That can be a lot of fun. Although I will say game to game, it's not that fun. Like, I hope the Orioles series is good next week. But going midweek last week, even for the Dodgers, when it was cold out, weather wasn't great, didn't cooperate.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
It wasn't a good atmosphere.
Mm-mm.
But the atmosphere is in the arena at Capital One. Wizards is meh. Commanders got a lot better this year, but we've talked about it a lot on the show, pedestrian for a long time because of the stadium. We've always had one saving grace. You could feel like you were in an awesome sports town in an awesome moment when you go see the Caps and everyone's rocking the red. And if you haven't been to a playoff game and you're winning these tickets today, good on you.
It is cool. Now, you're going to feel that heart right out of that chest.
Well, that part's the worst.
I mean, it's coming. Like you're going to be cold but sweaty. You're going to have anxiety, but you'll be cheering. Like it is the strangest thing where every second you're walking this tightrope and you have nothing to do with the game. All you're doing is cheering when appropriate and gasping and feeling terrified.
Yes.
Every time the puck is not on your side of the ice, it's like, oh my God.
The hockey playoffs are excruciating.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about that. But early in the series, I am able to still kind of keep my wits about me. Because in game one, worst case scenario, you're down a game. Now, if you lose game one into game two, I start to get a little tight. I start to get a little anxious. There are certainly some nerves. If you're down 0-2 into game three, now it's on like Donkey Kong. Now, every time the other team has the puck in the offensive zone, it's a disaster. The worst is overtime in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
I do, but I know your point. Yeah.
It's excruciating doesn't even begin to say. I mean, if the other team has the puck across center ice, you feel like death. Every second that they have the puck could be the second where you lose. Now, when you're on the other side of the ice, here we go. We're calm. It's not overly exciting, but you're just not hating life.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get to the worst one. So we're walking the path here. Elimination game playoff hockey.
Yeah.
Kill me where I stand. Just
take me.
I don't care how you want to do it. Take your hands and choke me and write a nice letter to my wife and send it off in my behalf. Take a golf club to my head. Whatever you want to do, Rouillet, you do it. Overtime playoff hockey, years off the life, man.
Yeah.
Bad.
I've
and the Caps love doing it.
Well,
they
their favorite
cannot
bit.
play. Watch this. They will play 4 overtime games in this series.
Just in the first round.
That's all they do.
The number of times that it's like that movie with Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried or Seyfried or Seyfried.
You rick me when you do this.
What I don't know what is
have
it?
a little respect.
Seyfried?
Amanda Seyfried.
Seyfried.
She's gorgeous. She's a wonderful actress.
She's very good at acting.
She's been around for a long time.
But it's a movie. It's called In Time. It's where like you don't like the whole thing is time. The currency is time. Yeah. That's what I said first. So they've taken. I just hold up my wrist and they've taken the time from me.
Dude,
it's a long
bit.
way to get to the bit.
That was a deep cut, but you're so right.
Where it's like that sci-fi movie where like you're like that's a week for dinner.
I think people are tracking, but for people like Ryan and Darius who have never seen a movie.
Now, movies are things you can go to a theater and sit down or watch them at home.
Every person on their wrist, it has the number of minutes you have left in your life. And it's counting down, and you can look at it all day long. So you're like, oh my, I have 900 hours left, or whatever it is, 10,000, 1 million hours. And so you could do the math, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But when certain things happen, the time disappears or doesn't. And then they pay you in hours in this futuristic thing. So like when you go to work or whatever and you do a good job, someone gives you more minutes. But this, my friend Danny, what he was saying, Darius, about this hypothetical movie.
Mm-hmm.
Again, movie is
it's a movie.
It's like pictures that move.
Yeah,
right?
and there's talking on it.
Yeah.
Soundtracks.
So you just go up and put your hand like at a laser tag where you have to put the
Your
gun
little
in
QR code.
Like battery charged. You're in the laser tag. You put your little QR code under there, and the Caps just zap hours from you. Hey, boof, gone.
Yeah, I have walked in there, and I'm up 3-1 against the Penguins, and just years off my life.
Only in Caps hockey is 3-1 some of the scariest words you could ever hear.
Yeah.
Oh, my team's leading the series 3-1?
Oh my God.
Why? Why do they have to be?
Yeah. At one point, I don't think this is true anymore, but at one point, I reported this out a million times to lick you. 20% of all 3-1 collapses in NHL history belong to the Capitals. At one point, I don't think that's the case now. There have been more teams that have done it. But at one point, if you take 5 3-1 collapses, at least one of those was Washington's.
Did you hear, by the way, that Amanda Seyfried and Sydney Sweeney are going to be in a movie where they are lovers?
What, really?
Now, I'm not going to see that movie.
Like they love each other?
Yeah.
How about that?
Indeed. Bet you there'll be some good acting in that film, right?
Full frontal acting, you're thinking.
I didn't say anything.
What are you thinking?
I'm just saying they're both good actors.
Yeah. That's just we like that. That's what we like on the show.
I tell you what, I don't want to see that movie, but if you want to go, I'll go with you as long as there's popcorn. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. What's it called? What's the movie called? Does it matter?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I didn't look that part
Where'd
up.
you find out about that? On one of their Instagrams? Do you follow them?
I do not follow Amanda Seyfried.
Do you follow Sydney Sweeney?
I think I do, actually.
How come you follow her?
I'm a big fan of her projects.
Of her acting.
I need to know what she's in next.
Yeah.
She's one of the great actors of our time. Kurt is in Ashburn. Hello, Kurt.
Kurt.
Hi, folks. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Listen, I'm an old rink rat. I played all my life. And I got to tell you something. I don't understand this animosity towards the Pittsburgh Penguins and the Steelers. I know Washington area fans don't want to hear this, but they're the two of the classiest franchises in all sport. When the Caps won the Stanley Cup, Pittsburgh took out a full-page ad in the Post congratulating them.
Did they really?
While I want to see us beat Crosby and Malkin, I don't hate them.
Did they, in the Washington Post, they did that?
Yes.
I don't remember that. I'll take your word for it. It's very simple, though. I can explain it to you if you need me to explain why people hate them. It's because that's our main rival.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm very uncomfortable with the way hate is thrown around like it's having a hang.
Like it's having a what?
I don't even hate Dallas. I hate seeing them win, but I don't hate Dallas in football, and I don't hate the Penguins.
That's good. Good job by you.
I'm sorry?
That's a good job by you. Yeah, you have a good heart.
Well, thank you. And you know what? I'm getting old. It's not that good. Anyway.
That's a good thing.
I don't know if it's a healthy heart.
That was a good thing.
But you have a good heart.
Yeah.
You don't have any hate. I don't think hate is like a real term.
It's sports hate.
Sports hate, right?
No,
there's a
okay.
vitriol. There's a load. I don't think if Sidney Crosby was stuck in an elevator and I found out about it that I wouldn't tell the cops to go help him out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, fair enough. I understand. It's up to me to understand that hate in the sports context doesn't mean hate like with Al Qaeda or Taliban.
Well, that took a swerve there.
Whatever you need to do to quantify it, yes.
Did Darius dump that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No one knows right now.
We didn't need to dump that.
No one knows.
But that's funny, Kurt. Good line.
Thank you,
Let
Kurt.
me just tell you, they're among the classiest franchises in pro sports, Steelers and the Penguins.
That's good for them. I'm glad that they are classy. And they gave Ovechkin, I think, the reason for his call. They gave him a Rolex last night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not suggesting that they're not classy, by the way. But they're the enemy. When they play the Caps, that's a great rivalry. There's an animus there because they had what we didn't for a long time as well. And the fan bases, I mean, they're insufferable. They hate Tom Wilson. They pretend like he can't play. Mr. Classy fan base is telling me I'm a fat loser all day long when the Caps are playing the Penguins on Twitter. Because they're so classy. So, yeah, they are annoying. And it is okay.
They're super classy on the portrait gallery steps after games.
Right. It's okay to have sports hate.
And I got plenty of it, and they're the subject.
You
of
actually have real hate.
Oh, yeah, I got that too. But I got both. But we're just doing sports hate right now. Yeah, the 92, 94, 95, so many times. Just joy stealing. Didn't matter that we were better. It was just because it was Lemieux, because it was Ron Francis, a young Jaromir Jagr, who I still hate to this day. All of it. They're so obnoxious, yuns and yins in those stupid jerseys, just ruining my time for years. So yeah, I will continue to hate them. I got us both, Kurt. You and me. If you got 0 units and I got 100, we got 100 units of hatred, brother. I got you.
You sound like a sweet man, though.
Very nice guy.
But in 91, the Penguins eliminated the Capitals from the playoffs. And then they did it again in 92 in 7 games. And then they did it again in 95.
95,
in 7
96.
games. And then they did it again in 96 in 6 games. And then they did it again in 2000 in 5 games. And then they did it again in 2001, and I cried in 6 games. And then they did it again in 2009 in 7 games. And then they did it again in 2016 in 6 games. And then they did it again in 2017 in 7 games. You get the gist here.
You see how that kept happening?
That made me sad a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't like them very much. Appreciate the call, though. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Double play is next. How are you winning off the field? What little thing is going right in your day that nobody else would care about? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Then what happens?
You're going to remain right there.
It's time to win off the field. It's a Friday in lieu of a double play. We count up our blessings here. How are you in the win column? Got something fun planned this weekend? What's going right in your day that nobody else would care about? Call us now. Let us know. We'll celebrate with you. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We do this today.
Who has that?
Danny Routier.
That's me, Chuck. Miss you, pal. And I did the standard transfer to my bank account, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm not going to see this in the bank account for 3 days or whatever. But it does the thing where it says 1 to 3 days. Well, it went in 1. Like it was almost right away. I didn't even sign up for instantaneous. The instantaneous one, it's like you pay us, we'll do it right now. But the 1 to 3, it's like when we get around to it. We'll send it over there. It's your money, but it'll take a couple days to get there. Well, it did it in 24 hours. I was stunned by that. So therefore I am.
Thank you.
What, Bruce?
No.
What, buddy?
Huh?
What?
How?
Thank me for what?
You have one thing to say, Bruce.
What did I?
Winning off the field.
It's the most typical thing of Bruce Allen.
Well, yeah, now you say that.
You
but
have one job, dude. One.
Like, what is his job right now, though, by the way?
Say winning off the field. Right now, doesn't he he just counts money.
I'm consulting.
I doubt it.
No.
I think he sits at his house for $7-8 million home or whatever it is in Malibu, wherever he is, and he just enjoys his. I'm gonna go on living my life.
He did thank me though, which was nice.
So let me ask you this: I don't know if this could be construed as winning off the field.
Uh-oh.
This is a bet that I made that hit, and I made cash on it. How do you feel about that?
I think we have a good chance of this being fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we're not, we're talking about a normal amount of units.
Right.
Because we don't unit chain.
We would never unit chain.
Not here.
I bet $50 to win $42 last night that the Capitals would lose.
Yeah.
Because I knew, like everybody knew, they don't care about this game.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not playing many people that matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so based on just the very basis of, it's a really good team playing a worse team in the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Capitals have never cared less about a game, and they're not really going to invest that much energy or effort. I'm going to get ahead of this, and so that I'm not angry and mad when they lose to Pittsburgh, this could be called the the reverse hedge or whatever.
You're talking about your emotions.
Emotional hedge?
Oh, we should use that. That's a term. We came up with that. Write that down.
50 on the Penguins. That's a good bit.
Thank you.
To win 42, and your boy got fat on FanDuel last night. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Do you have a bell over there I could borrow? Is there a bell? Oh, I'll use this one. That one counts. Yeah, I'll move it over here. Hold on.
See if you can reach it.
I think this is winning off the field bell.
Oh, I thought you were going to shame me because it was Caps Penguins and I bet on the Penguins.
Not at all.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me. I'm bothered that they lost to the Penguins. No one else is going to care at all because they're adults. I just can't. I can't. I don't like it.
Now, I did lose off the field as well because I did bet on a Dylan Strome goal, and he scored one. And for a little while, we're celebrating, and I'm high-fiving because I've got cash coming into my account. And then the Penguins challenged, and Ovi was offsides by like 4 inches.
Yeah.
And so that money never showed up.
Thank goodness for that rule, by the way. Glad they did that now.
Therefore, I was losing.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Oh, what's up, Frank?
Therefore, I was, DeAndre in Temple Hills, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, great, Danny. How you doing today?
Hey, buddy.
So I've been calling you guys all day for every hour on the hour trying to get some cap tickets, but the line been busy, so I finally gave up. But about 10 minutes ago, my buddy called me. About 2 minutes ago, my buddy called me and said, "Hey, I got 2 tickets for the Defenders this Sunday. You want to go?" So I'm like, "Yeah, okay, cool." So therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Have you been to any of their games, DeAndre?
Yeah, I have. It's a fun environment.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy
it. The Caps or Defenders?
It's gonna Defenders. It's gonna be really good. You'll like it. They are 3-0, trying to get a 4-0. They're playing an 0-3 team. They're 13-3 all time at home. It's good vibes. So have fun. That'll be good. Let's go to Drew in Stafford on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Buddy.
Hey, I am on my way home from work, and I have to take the kids to a sports game. They just so happen to be playing at RFK Stadium under the lights, and there may be an IPA in my future. Therefore, I am winning.
Winning off the field?
What sport is it?
Flag football. They got a flag football under the lights there.
That's so
that's
cool.
awesome.
You're going down on a beautiful playing surface in an awesome ballpark.
And a great night, too. It's beautiful out.
Pro baseball. I mean, Elijah Green once played home games there. Think about that. And now you get to play flag football there. That's pretty sick.
That's pretty neat.
Enjoy yourself and drink that cold beverage, that adult soda. Let's go to Steve and Olney on Grant and Danny. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Buddy.
Let me turn off my speaker. So I was one of your first winning off the field calls way back when. I come back full circle.
Okay.
Not much. A great day out here to be working outside. You know, all my work's been outside today. And every job I've been on, I got myself a nice check at the end of the job. So good day.
Winning off the field?
Attaboy, Steve. Let's go to Medi in Springfield on the Fan. You're on Grant and Danny. How are you winning off the field?
Hey, Grant and Danny. I hope you guys are doing well. First time caller here.
Jim's always just shoving it in the face of Bruce Allen. He's ready.
He knows the excitement.
Anyways, had the day off today. Just got done running 13 miles and training for a 50-miler right now. And, man, just looking forward to the weekend. And,
Did you say
go Commanders, man.
You didn't say 15. You said you're training for a 50.
50.
5-0. That's correct.
Are you aware that a marathon is only 26?
I am, but are you aware that an ultra marathon is more than a marathon?
I am not aware of that.
I was generally aware of that.
Do you think you're Forrest Gump
Hey,
or something?
you guys are awesome, man. Appreciate it. Love you. Love your show.
Thank you.
He didn't want any follow-up conversation about his running.
What is he doing, this
That's
guy?
so far.
This guy's Forrest Gump running across the country, wiping his face on shirts.
From that day forward, I was running.
Matt in Frederick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, man?
I found myself in physical therapy at the beginning of last year, as one does, getting older. I kind of forgot about it, and I got a letter in the mail this week that said, "Dear valued patient, we recently audited our billing system and came across some unfulfilled refunds that were missing from our billing company." So I got $60 in the mail from my physical therapy place over a year ago.
Damn it, that's how this works.
Winning off the field?
That's it right there.
That's the win.
That's it.
How do I get one of those? I've heard stories like this.
Dude, so we had that run of a month plus where everybody was sick every other day. I went 77 different trips to various Inova entities and stuff. I won't bore you with the whole story. I got a check for a similar amount instead of like you owe, because I've just been owing so much owing. It's like, hey man, here's like $61. And I was like, I'm Roger Maris now. That was great.
There will be a day maybe where the Paulsons get one of those letters.
Yeah.
Today is not that day.
Not one of them days.
And we have not had that day yet.
Yeah.
There's a lot of letters that come in talking about 60 or 200 or 400.
Mr. Paulson, anytime you want to pay us, please do.
I don't want to get fully on a soapbox here. Do you know how much they charge for like having a baby?
Yep.
It's a crazy amount of money.
Uh-huh.
It's like, and then you look at the paperwork, it's like $26,000 for the bassinet for the night or whatever. But the insurance is going to handle $19,000 of it. You know, whatever.
Well, God forbid you have an ibuprofen.
I mean, it's like, who makes up these numbers? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Like, remember when you were asked if you wanted to put the baby in the room overnight so you get some sleep or whatever for 3 hours? Yeah, that cost $1,400. And it's like, no one said anything about that. They just said, hey, do you want us to take the baby for 2 hours? And like $9,000 later, they bring the baby back. Everything costs so much. It's all fake money. Yep. Where does this come from? Yep. I think I would want, but probably wouldn't, someone to just explain how the insurance thing works to me at some point. Because it just seems so ridiculous. The numbers are just fake. Admit to me.
Oh, I can't. Listen,
no,
but I know what you're saying.
Someone admit to me they're just saying numbers. They're just going, this costs $16,000, and then the insurance pays $13,000. They really don't, and then I pay $3,000. And someone admit to me this is all fake.
Yeah, someone admit it cost me $500. Like, you know, at the end of the day, that's really what it is.
Just like all the others, it's like if I walk into a clothing store and you tell me it's 75% off, and the thing now costs $40, but the thing always costs $40, and you just wrote down that it cost used to cost this and you crossed it out, then it just costs 40. You know, I'm still paying what the thing should cost.
I know what you mean.
That's what's happening. Just admit that.
Mm.
And if they admit that, I'll just never talk about it again. But someone needs to admit it.
Like, well, it's when it's just, hey, this is just Tylenol. Like those are the ones that get me. I understand it's like there's expertise at play here. You're taking that baby and we're everybody's alive and we're doing like that's so important.
So important.
Now I shouldn't be touching anything. You guys got it. Yes, I want to pay for that. Your expertise. But when you just go, okay, this Tylenol right here, this is magic Tylenol. This is that $1,000 Tylenol.
Yeah.
That not the one you get from CVS.
Can I just bring my Tylenol from home? Or
can I bring it in?
The Beltway Blitz is next. We're loaded today. We got a good blitz, by the way. We're going to be breaking down the teams you care the most about. The Caps, the Nats. We'll preview the Defenders' fourth game of the season at home this Sunday with their defensive coordinator as well. And remember, we got Caps tickets to Game 1 Monday night at Capital One Arena after our live show 2 blocks away at City Tap House in Penn Corner. If you want those tickets, you got to be listening at 4:20 on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Nationals baseball is postponed tonight in Denver because of bad weather. Colorado Rockies the matchup tomorrow at 4:10 p.m. on the Fan, and then a split doubleheader on Sunday at 3:10 and 8:10. Capitals open the playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens at 7 on the Fan. Game 2 is Wednesday, April 23rd, also here in D.C. Caps lost to the Penguins 5-2, but Alex Ovechkin scored another goal.
Strome in and across. Ovechkin scores! From the office, buries it past Nedeljkovic. 8:97, and the Capitals are down 1.
John Walton the call on the Capitals Radio Network. The Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a new contract extension and given him a new title of President of Basketball Operations, alongside being the General Manager. Makes sense because of Luka Doncic. Miami at Atlanta tonight at 7, the winner against Cleveland. Dallas at Memphis at 9:30, winner takes on Oklahoma City. John Morant, the Grizzlies are hoping will be okay with that injured right ankle. Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart will not be in Green Bay for the 2025 NFL Draft. Mel Kiper Jr. of ESPN has him as the 16th best player ranked on the big board. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We've got Caps tickets to Game 1 on Monday night, 7 o'clock puck drop, to get the Stanley Cup playoff started against the Montreal Canadiens. If you want tickets, we got a pair in the good seats for you. You better be listening at 4:20 right here on the Fan.
We want you to listen to Grant and Danny and that radio show, this one right here. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, whatever. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to our Beltway Blitz, covering the teams you care about, jammed into a segment. We'll start off on the ice. And why wouldn't we, with the playoffs looming? Ethan Cadeau, Monumental Sports. Ethan, there's a lot of consternation about how the Caps played, their record down the stretch, the goaltending and defense that they're getting of late. How nervous should Caps fans be about how they finished going into their series with Montreal?
I mean, it's never good when you lose. I think they were 3-7-1 in their last 11. It's never good to go in the playoffs like that, but they've been ready for the playoffs to start for a couple weeks. I mean, last night they were resting John Carlson, Matt Roy, a couple other key members on the blue line as well. So I'm not too concerned. I think the guys are ready for the playoffs. They've been ready for a few weeks. But obviously it's not as easy as just flipping the switch. And Montreal's a good young team, last team to clinch. So, I mean, they're going to give them everything they got. I would say it's not panic time yet, but a good performance in Game 1 and Game 2 would really calm a lot of nerves of Caps fans.
Protas, Thompson, what do we know?
Protas, I think, is a little further away. Thompson was back on the ice earlier this week. I think we'll find out more at practice tomorrow and Sunday. I'd be surprised if Protas was ready for Game 1. Thompson maybe, but even then, I feel like Charlie Lindgren's probably the guy in net to start the series.
Yeah, that makes me nervous because Lindgren, I know his last game was pretty good, but he just has not played very well down the stretch. Who's more important, do you think, in terms of helping them in the first round if they could have their druthers? Protas at the peak of his powers or Thompson standing on his head?
I think it's Protas, honestly. I mean, he's been their best 5-on-5 player all season, reached 30 goals for the first time in his career, and you've kind of seen the offensive firepower take a step back since he's been out. He's been one of their best players. He doesn't even play in the power play, but plays important penalty kill minutes too. So I think without him in the lineup, that's a much bigger hole. I know Charlie Lindgren hasn't been as good this year as he was last year, but he has playoff experience. He basically willed this team to the playoffs last year, so I'd still feel pretty confident with him in that, but without Protas on the ice, that's a big loss.
Ethan, kind of put you on the spot here, but give me a matchup, a line, a kind of a key here that you think is going to help decide this series between Washington and Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, Montreal's top line is really the biggest part of their game. And Nick Suzuki, 89 points this year. Cole Caulfield on his wing, 70 points, 37 goals. And then their number one pick from a couple years ago, Slavkovsky, he had 51 points this year. I would say with the Caps starting at home, they'll get last change. I'd be expecting to see Pierre-Luc Dubois' line against them. They're usually the shutdown line from the top six, either them or Nick Dowd's line. And if they're able to slow those guys, I think the Capitals will have a pretty good time moving on. But if those guys get hot, I think it could be a series that goes to 6 or 7.
Yeah, PLD defensively was just awesome for so much of this season. Give us a couple names to keep in mind for this Capitals team in round one that you think have to either elevate their game or could be X factors.
Yeah, Andrew Mangiapane is one. I think he's going to play more minutes, especially if Pro is not there. He's been getting some power play time as well, and he's been on the second unit power play for much of the season too. He's, of all the guys they've signed this year that have exceeded expectations, he's one guy who's a 20-goal scorer in Calgary that kind of got lost in the mix, but he seems like a guy that could rise to the occasion. So I'd be looking for him. And then the fourth line is the whole. The Caps count on them so much in defensive zone starts. Nick Dowd obviously signed that 2-year extension. We know how important he is. Those guys are going to be playing a lot of minutes, so really need them to shut down that Canadians' top line and kind of keep these games low scoring.
Ethan, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. Hit that Nat sounder, Dares. Dave Jackler, play-by-play voice of the Washington Nationals. Hear those games right here on 106.7 The Fan. Jags, bit of a scuffle in Pittsburgh. Sounds like snow in Colorado. What does the weekend hold?
The weekend holds no golf for me and a lot of skiing. I brought the wrong stuff. So I've got up my chipping mat. I'm going to work on some golf instructional videos being trapped in the hotel. And then they've got a split doubleheader for us on Sunday. So get back to D.C. about 7 in the morning on Monday. So, yeah, I'm in a great mood. Thanks.
Jags, are you actually going to work on your swing in the hotel room?
Yes, 100%.
Well,
I've got like it's 2:00 out here now. I've got 4 hours until dinner, and I have nowhere to go. So we're going to be.
What kind of dinner are we doing? We get a nice steak dinner out of the night?
Oh yes. We will have a nice steak dinner tonight. There's a Elway Steakhouse in the hotel, a terrific steak, quality sides, maybe a dessert. Dinner will be good tonight. So we'll make the best of it. It's still a great life. Just a little ornery about the 7 a.m. arrival time with the split doubleheader on Sunday, but they don't ask me to make the schedule.
Is there a golf simulator, something close by that you could Uber to, so you don't have to just move aside like the chair in your room to get some chips in?
No, I hadn't even thought of that. We're holed up here. It's a little cold outside. It's definitely it's not fit for going outside.
Almost 80 today here in DC, Jax.
Good idea though. Maybe I'll investigate if there's a Top Golf nearby or something. I can get some swings in.
What are the start times on Sunday?
So for let's see, it's going to be 3:10 DC time, so 1:10 local for game 1. Then we'll take a little recess, and then we have a 6:10 local for game 2, which is 8:10 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, we figure we'll be on the plane maybe about 2 in the morning Eastern time on the way back east. That'll be good.
Wild that they would have them play that late.
They didn't ask me my opinion.
But that's insane to me. I know they have the day off on Monday, but you get in super late and then they start their series on Tuesday. So you're taking away the travel day. Wow, that's nuts.
Right. No, I mean, you make a valid point. I mean, I'm part of this. I'm venting a little bit, and we can laugh and joke about it. Yeah, but for the players, this is not what they. I mean, I saw a couple of them, trudging through the snow to get some lunch earlier. No one's happy about this. I mean, it's an Easter holiday, and it's going to be a 1:10 and a 6:10, and again, getting back at 6 or 7 in the morning to basically sleep away your off day is not ideal, and maybe there's some carryover effect. I think what's at play is the game tonight for the Rockies was going to be a big game for them. It's their launch of their City Connect uniforms 2.0, kind of like the Nationals had with the City Connect Blues the first series of the year. So they're expecting a big number. So the game postponed tonight becomes the second game on Sunday. So I'm sure they want the separate admission. I don't know that that's the case. That's just my thought on the matter. But if any player had the vote, I'm sure they'd want to play the 2 games right in a row. The weather tomorrow is going to be a little frigid too, and that's why they're not doing the doubleheader tomorrow. In fact, they moved the start time of tomorrow's game back an hour probably just to let it warm up a little bit and get whatever field preparations done. So Sunday's supposed to be a nicer day, and I can understand them wanting to do the doubleheader on Sunday for that reason. Be better for the players and for the fans. But obviously, I think no player would sign up for the split doubleheader and have it ruin your off day on Monday.
Jags, to matters of actual baseball, they have lost 6 of 8, talking about the Nats. Offense kind of disappeared in Pittsburgh as maybe the bullpen improved some. Just kind of give me a state of the union here.
Yeah, I mean, really frustrating offensively because coming off the homestand, when they took 4 of 6 from Arizona and LA, this team was hitting homers and they were scoring runs early, and kind of the offense just went away here in the last couple of games of that Pittsburgh series. And, they got some better pitching. I think the other issue, which wasn't a factor yesterday, but some of these games where they've been close and they haven't had to, they haven't gone to their A relievers, if you will, Ferrer or Finnegan. Those games have blown up. So if you're down a run or two in the 6th, 7th inning, all of a sudden you're down 5 or 6. So those are 2 major concerns right now. And, hopefully maybe just this day off is kind of a reset, and just Coors Field can be a reset. That's a good place to go if you're looking to get your offense going, and hopefully that'll be the case.
Jags, we appreciate you, buddy. Be good.
All right, so I'm Chip with the 8-iron. I've got room to swing my driver, I think, too. I mean, I've got a big room.
Let the big dog eat.
Let's get after it.
We might do some. We might get a bill from the hotel if the swing goes awry. But we'll try to keep the club in hand.
Go full 70s rock star on that thing. Rack up a bill.
Tell him that was Charlie's room.
Nice.
See you, Jags.
See ya.
Be good. Let's talk a little football, shall we? The DC Defenders are the only undefeated team in the UFL. They're back home, 3-0, looking to get to 4-0 against an 0-3 club this weekend at Audi Field. Sunday, 5 o'clock kick. Blake Williams is their defensive coordinator, the son of longtime Redskins DC Greg Williams, who stepped away earlier in the year. Blake has taken over the defense, and they are balling. Blake, thanks for the time. You're on in DC with Grant and Danny. How are you?
Thank you, Grant, Danny. I'm doing excellent. How are you guys doing this Good Friday?
Good, buddy.
We are doing very well. So let's just start with the game this weekend. A chance to get to 4-0, start the season perfectly. Give fans a little idea of what you've got in store for this Easter Sunday matchup this weekend against San Antonio.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. Our Wade Phillips, who had been the head coach of the San Antonio team that we're playing this weekend, has stepped away, and so Peyton Pardee, the grandson of Redskins great, Jack Pardee, who's kind of like who kind of was like my work grandpa and my father's work father, right? And so my dad coached under Pardee at the University of Houston, and then the one that brought him into the NFL at the old Houston Oilers. But Peyton Pardee is now the interim head coach there, and so we've got to just play our game, not let any of that worry us, and whatnot. And, play hard-nosed defense like we've been doing, continue to take the ball away and try to score on defense. And then we know in these interim things, sometimes we got to be ready for, hey, how are they going to steal a possession with a trick play, with go for it on 4th down, with a fake, punt or field goal. And we're ready for all of that.
How much for your defense is you're going to run what you want to run versus what your personnel maybe, kind of dictates in terms of their strengths?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, a personnel-driven thing, right? I mean, professional football is a matchup, league, and a matchup thing. That's our personnel, right, that we have healthy, that changes from week to week, and their personnel. And so we're always looking at those things to say, what do our guys do the best that we have, up and playing, this week? And what do we need to do to accentuate those strengths and attack what this offense, each week wants to do? And that morphs and changes a little bit from week to week. And I think we've got a great group here, a great culture here. We got smart football players here, and they've already been running the system for multiple years. So I think it allows us maybe to do a little bit more than maybe some of these other teams do that haven't, say, been together for multiple years. And so it allows us to be a little bit more NFL style from that standpoint and change the game plan up, from week to week.
Blake Williams taking over for Greg Williams is with us, talking about the DC Defenders and a defense that has them off to a 3-0 start, looking to get to 4-0. You got a player in Andre Mintz, who's the reigning player of the week in the UFL. Couple sacks, couple sack fumbles, a fumble recovery, and a big win for you guys over St. Louis. A lot of people think the Battlehawks are the best team in the league. Give me a thought on the game Mintz had, what kind of player he is, and then also, what other talent you've got on defense that might be turning some attention and some eyes in the NFL.
Yeah, I am really excited and proud of where Mintz is at and where he's continuing to go.
I think we're losing Blake's cell phone reception. Let's see if I can put him back on here and pull him up. Blake, can you hear us? Oh, he's breaking up. All right, I'm going to throw him on hold. Kickoff this weekend is at 5 o'clock for the DC Defenders. Just thank him. Let him know we'll get him back on after they get to 4-0, hopefully, because we got to give these Caps tickets away. We've been promising 20 after every single hour. Caller number 9. So we got some winning vibes going on in town. Defenders are 3-0. Capitals were the best team in the East, and now they're on to the playoffs. That there was your Beltway Blitz. But right now, caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. You are the third winner today. We'll have another winner coming up at 5:20 in 1 hour. But you're winning a pair of tickets in the good seats. Caps, Canadians, Game 1, Monday night, the 21st, coming up this coming week. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Good luck to all of you dialing right now.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. For my friends and my realtors, that's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. Listen to this. Their client, Beth, was able to sell her home for well over asking price and in just 6 days. How's that possible, you might be asking? Well, there's a difference between selling a home and selling it right. Beth hired Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home team because they know how to sell homes right. Their buyers in waiting program led Beth getting multiple offers. More offers equals, you guessed it, that's more money for you. So let them use their database of well-qualified buyers to get your home sold. Reynolds' Power Home team is so confident they will get your home sold for the most money that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That is their guarantee. Call the only ones you should trust. I trust them. They sold my place a couple years ago. The only ones you should trust to sell your home. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home team. Right now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. One more time. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by DC Defenders. NBA News, San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich was taken to a hospital after a medical incident at a restaurant on Tuesday night, but now he is home and doing fine. Dallas against Memphis tonight at 9:30. Concern is for Ja Morant. He does have a severely injured ankle, but he said he will play in the game. The winner gets Oklahoma City. First game of the night is Miami against Atlanta at 7. The winner gets Cleveland. The Lakers have re-signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension and given him a new title of President of Basketball Operations. He was already the team's general manager. Nationals and Colorado Rockies postponed due to bad weather in Denver. So Saturday's game now pushed back 2 hours to 4:10 on the Fan. And then Sunday, the game will be a split doubleheader, 3:10 game 1, game 2 at 8:10 p.m. also on the Fan. It's time to build the beer snake. The DC Defenders return to Audi Field this Sunday, April 20th at 5. The atmosphere, electric. The fans, loud. All that's missing is you. Tickets at dcdefenders.com/tickets. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
He is Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks much for making this show part of your day. Tony Pauline covers the NFL draft. He'll be here at 5. E.J. Raddick, NHL Network, one of our favorite hockey guests, will be here at 6. Let's talk to Joshua in Leesburg, who just won himself some tickets to go see the Caps in the playoffs. Joshua, how about it? Well done.
We're really excited. My son and I have been waiting all day and listening to all the shows. So he's the biggest Caps fan. He's never been to the playoffs.
Sick.
Thank you guys very much.
I love that. So have you called in many times, or was that a one-take Jake, your first opportunity?
No, we called in earlier too, but he stuck with it. So make sure that I was listening at the right time.
There you go. All right. Very good. Yeah. So you won your pair of tickets, Monday night, game 1. Go get a win.
All right, go Caps.
Thank you, buddy. By the way, about equidistant, little Hagerstown up into the west, Leesburg out there, Fredericksburg. Yeah, Hagerstown's
Leesburg to DC, Fredericksburg to DC. I'll give you that one.
Just in terms of distance-wise.
Yes.
I mean, Hagerstown's a little further, but the point is, it's like satellite points.
Hagerstown's a hike.
Yeah, it's up there.
Hey, we're playing, man. The Odyssey app. We got a big, strong signal.
Mm-hmm.
We're making moves here. We will be pre-gaming at City Tap House Penn Quarter on both Monday, game 1, and Wednesday, game 2, before Caps Canadians. You should come out, have some lunch if you get there early enough, a little dinner if you get there a little later.
Have both, hang out, let's go.
Exactly. Closer to puck drop. Maybe just take off second half of the workday. I mean, does anyone really work anyway anymore?
No.
There's no traffic ever going in and out of the city. I never see anyone downtown.
Mondays are casual days.
Yeah,
it seems like Fridays are breezy.
Monday, there was just a weekend, so you don't go to work. Friday, there's almost a weekend coming, so you don't go to work.
Tuesdays, there's traffic.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's some.
Not like it used to be, but some.
No, I don't wouldn't like it used to
be.
So
let's do the Monday no work thing.
Let's go.
We're doing it anyway. Let's just do it together.
Let's go.
City Tap House before the Caps and the Canadians at Penn Quarter. And then Friday, if you don't want to work, Pupatella and Chantilly. There's no reason you're not going to see us next week if you want to see us.
Like, Tuesday, we're kind of hidden away. We're taking one day from hanging out with you folks. Other than that, we're rooting the boot.
You guys are going to be tired of us.
Yeah.
By the end of the week. Monday, City Tap House, Penn Quarter. Tuesday.
Nothing.
And then we rested.
Yeah.
Respite.
Right?
Wednesday, back at City Tap House, Penn Quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, we've been going to a lot of sports bars lately.
Should we go to a sports bar?
Tap, National Harbor. Now, we're not doing the show there.
No.
But we will be doing a NFL draft party there.
All we're doing is hanging out, watching the draft, eating food. Doing
Friday, Pupatella Chantilly. Come on. You kidding me?
Come on.
We got to make tough decisions. There's going to be salads in our future. I can just feel it. I can smell it. We can't be eating crazy all week. We got to help each other out a little bit.
When that first Trey Turner goes by on Monday, all my willpower is just out the door. Like the first time I get order envy, my best laid plans are gone.
Envy. That's funny. Lee Corso is going to be retiring from College Game Day. See this story?
I did.
Corso is an absolute legend. ESPN announced this week that he will be retiring after 38 memorable years. I mean, this has been a tremendous career. College Game Day has been around for almost 40 years. Is that right?
In some form. Yeah.
I'm assuming the 38 years is his time at the network, but it sounds like that's also the College Game Day run. His last show is going to be week 1 this August. So right before September, when they kick off the college season. I think it's an Ohio State game that evening. Lee Corso is going to say goodbye. It'll be his final show. I'm sure they will honor him throughout the broadcast, and he'll get much deserved reverence and respect as a guy who helped build that show into an institution. Corso's he's one of a kind, isn't he?
Yeah. So the last few years where it became, okay, now that you're getting the analysis from Herb Street and Desmond Howard and, and maybe another guest or some of the expertise, he used to be able to throw fastballs in that regard too, while being funny and entertaining.
He was a football analyst.
Yeah.
Who had,
he coached
humor chops.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And some of the OG stuff where he's either trolling the crowd or getting them fired up, putting the mascot hat on or, head or whatever, just wildly entertaining. It's that same thing we talk about with the Inside the NBA on TNT. Everybody looks at that and go, God, I want that. How do we make a show like that? And it's just being a shouty show or something else. The chemistry of that group is real and it's awesome.
So I want to be careful about how I say this or what I say here, because I want to be very respectful. He is 89 years old.
Mm-hmm.
For him to still be doing television and to still be doing it at the level that he does, which honestly, at 89 years old, it is pretty amazing. I mean, traveling the country, he's going to random cities, to go to random towns, to do this traveling road show. And he doesn't do every single game, obviously. But dude, at 89, I won't be alive at 89. I could tell you that right here, right now, very confidently. I'll be gone for years before 89 comes along, okay? That's just a fact. But if somehow, some way, AI takes over and like no one dies anymore, I won't be functioning at 89. I mean, I'm not going to be able to go on the air and put good sentences together.
Mm-hmm.
For him to be doing what he's doing is astounding. But there is, at the end of careers of people, there's this weird feeling of, and I don't envy the decision makers either. Like, how do you do this? How do we, it should be on his terms. He, if he wants to keep doing it, we should let him. But also, to some extent, you're not a protection of themselves.
Because you could, and again,
there's a deterioration of what we know of him and what he is now. And we saw this with like our guy Sam Huff, who was one of the greats ever in town on the call of games. But like you got to be careful about doing it right and respectfully, because they deserve that.
Well, you could see on broadcasts, right, where Herb Street almost has his hand right next to Corso.
Him.
And you're waiting, and he's going, and you're talking about Smith, boom, like go back to your point, Lee. And it's, again, you're trying to be reverential because of the deposits put in, and he's still beloved, and he should be, but he can't deliver the same way that he used to. I don't think that's disrespectful to say at all. And so he's earned the right to go out on his terms, and he is, and it's awesome.
And I think in this case, and in most of these cases, I do think that it's still being on set and still trying till the very, very end here of your career is actually admirable. And I don't think there's anything nefarious. Like, people will make the case like this is, not right. Like the network needs to no longer have whoever it is. I'm not just saying Lee Corso, but you've heard of these before, these situations. Or like they are, taking advantage of his name or, I don't think that's what's happening. I think the networks have such love for these people they've worked with for years, because the ones that are still doing it at this age, they're the ones you want to work with, that have been around forever because they treat people well, because they are beloved. And it's all coming from a good place. But you do have this small minority of people that are loud that get upset, like you're exploiting him. And I don't buy that at all. I think he's happy to be there.
Mm-hmm.
They're really happy to have him there. It won't be the same when he's not there. It's all coming from a good place. But I also understand it can be uncomfortable in moments when it's just not the same, right? But I was thinking about Corso and his final show and how amazing it'll be and what a career he's had. This guy coached, didn't play, coached at Florida State in 1958.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, he coached at Florida State.
Yeah.
The year after my mom was born, who's coming up on 70. 1958. he has had an unbelievable life, almost entirely rooted in college football. He is a legend. This is a living college football legend.
That's the way to put it. I mean, for so many years, I talked about this too with when it comes to how lucky we are here in DC with some of the great broadcast teams that we've got, be it Charlie and Dave, Joe B and Craig Laughlin, and on down the line. The delivery mechanism sometimes is what you remember more than some of the players, right? And some of the teams, because I don't really have a dog in the fight for college football. My school didn't have college football. And I've, never really had that kind of allegiance that going to games and whatever can bring. So to me, he was the delivery method. Him and Herb Street and Reese Davis and whoever else has been on the set. The same way Steve Buckhantz and Phil Chenier for some 27-win Wizards teams were in my home every night talking to me. Joe B and Locker for heartbreaks, triumphs, everything in between. The delivery method it matters almost as much as the product itself. And he's one of those guys where when I think of college football, he's one of the first handful of people I think of. Not that I'm not talking about new NIL and the new world. I just mean when I'm going to figure out who's going to win between Ole Miss and Tennessee, I need Lee Corso. I need that guy to put the mascot mask on.
So I will miss him when he's not on this show anymore. I also have to say that I generally, you know this about me, I don't like that role in my shows like everybody else seems to. I wouldn't necessarily have that guy, like the Terry Bradshaw role, where like we're going down the line and we're breaking down the game, and then Terry Bradshaw's like, when I was on the farm in 1956, and everyone's like, oh, Terry, like slapping their knee. Whatever that is, I don't need, okay? But here's why I loved Corso. Corso was as good an analyst as anybody at the table.
Yep.
Maybe better. And he just did a funny, wacky thing that didn't take away from the show. It was like, I'm going to get up in a Notre Dame costume coming out of a break and dance a jig. I'm going to go put the hat on. I'm going to, do something funny quickly. But then I can also cut it. Like I don't want to knock Terry Bradshaw, who again is a broadcasting deity and legend for the NFL. But just for me personally, the last time he has said something that I thought was like a really good, well-researched point or, where I learned from something he said, it's been a long, long time.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's ever happened.
And maybe I'm being hypocritical, but the way I try to quantify it is if they invented that today, I wouldn't like it. I know, like
but they wouldn't do it right.
Well, you know what I mean. Like if a new, I don't mean the NFL show, but like if the new college football show that comes out on Make Up Your Network is like, we're gonna have a guy do some shtick, antagonizing or getting along with the local fans where we're having the TV show.
They do it every week. It's Pat McAfee. I mean, it's forced.
Yeah, and
he's standing up on a table leading chants, and he's making
same.
his pick, and he's turning heel like WWE. And look, people seem to like it.
Yeah.
But to your point,
Not the same to me.
It's just not my thing. They had Robert Griffin for a short time on that show, and I don't know if it was his idea or their idea, but he would jump into the lake in a full suit, or jump off of a boat, or whatever it was. Like they were doing the crazy thing for they're getting the clicks out there, and it was before social media, it was before clicks, but that was kind of what Corso did. But he was so good when he sat down at the desk. McAfee's got some of that because I think he could talk ball.
Right.
But I just think he tries harder, or it comes off to me like he's trying harder. Corso, it's very seamless. It's very playful. It's very.
It was, yeah. So he would have the not so fast, my friend, and here's why, and here's the point, and here's the insight, and then the finale is put the Alabama mask on.
But here's my question based on Corso retiring. Who is your favorite of those characters or roles on a sports set? And what I mean by that is like the funny guy.
Yep.
And they might do both, like Corso or like Bradshaw or whatever. But like the guy on the set, Barkley was this.
Yep.
I think he's become something very different now, where he's almost like someone that you want talking about worldviews in 2025.
You can talk about anything as far as I'm
because
concerned, yeah.
when he speaks, people listen, and he makes great points, and he's got this unbelievable perspective. But there was a time where it was just like, hey, Chuck, let's eat a donut together. It's like, okay, let's eat donuts. Who is your funny guy sports personality? Maybe it was someone on television as an anchor at the desk, locally, Sports Center, whatever, that you liked the most over the years. Because Corso's that answer for so many people. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
What up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals over at Ted Britt Ford. Bet you didn't know, but your current ride, it's worth more now than ever. Probably more than you think. And my pals over at Ted Britt Ford, they want to show you just how much that thing's worth. Seriously, bring it in, get a top dollar offer, and put that value towards something new. Speaking of something new, here's another little insider secret. You know who usually gets the best deal on a car? It's the people that sell you the car. The employee discount. It's significant, and it's good. You know else? You know who's getting it this month? You are. That's right. Ted Britt Ford is flipping the script. Employee pricing across a full lineup of new trucks and SUVs. So you pay what they pay. No fluff, no nonsense, just that big, silly insider deal. You got to love that. So take your trade in, go get a great deal, pay the employee price on a new lineup, as I said, of trucks and SUVs. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, new, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Anything less than 100,000 miles, you get your Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. You got to go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. And when you do, just tell them Danny sent you.
Lee Corso will be taking part in his final broadcast on College Game Day on Saturdays ahead of college football. Week 1 this year in late August. He was the funny man, in addition to being a really good analyst on that show for a long time. Who's your sports funny guy? Who is the person over the years that served in that similar role that you really enjoyed? 800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny.
So, number of guys come to mind. I'm sure you've got some too, GP. My number one here, John Madden. Now, you still got analysis. You still got the meat and potatoes, but you got it from somebody that so clearly loved what he was talking about, but also had this, completely unique delivery where you couldn't help but have fun with him, right? I mean, football's serious business, right? It's millions of dollars. It's a violent collision sport. And yet, all of a sudden, he's breaking down how someone holds a turkey leg, or this guy, like the I think of all the Frank Caliendo bits, where it's like if the guy has the ball and he crosses the goal line, Pat, that's a touchdown. But just the way that he would do stuff.
Well, the physical comedy
was great.
too,
yeah,
where he would bring in the turducken and he'd break it open with his hands. I mean, he did that kind of stuff all the time. I also think his size, weirdly, was a factor.
I do too. The Jolly Giant, and he was a great coach.
He was a great coach. But he was such a huge guy that standing next to any traditional broadcaster didn't play or whatever that's just calling the game. That big dwarfing physical personality, but then he's just this jolly, happy, laughing guy. I think that was definitely
it was infectious because, Summerall's as straight-laced as they come, just saying the yard line, 10, 20, 30. And then, like, Madden's coming in over the top his full spiels, like he's running faster, Pat, and just great.
Madden's such a good answer. I really, really like that one. I tweeted about this last night at Grant H. Paulson, if you want to follow me there, and I got a bunch of responses from people. We can go through some of these, but one person that I came back to over and over again as I thought about this was Bob Uecker.
Yep.
I think Bob Uecker, based on his role in Major League, I always thought of as comedic, even more maybe than he was. But he was very funny. He would say...
He's starting a sitcom.
Yeah, exactly right. He was an actor. Yeah. But, he would say hilarious things. In the same way that Yogi Berra, the Yankees fame, was known for these wacky phrases that weren't accurate or didn't make sense, and it were these Yogi-isms. Uke had some of those, and he was just a hysterical... He was a funny guy. He was a broadcaster, and in his case, he called play-by-play, but he was also very funny. Who was your favorite in that role? Let's go to Andy in Mechanicsburg. How are you?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call. I'm doing really well on a Friday.
Yeah, dude.
Appreciate you.
You stole my thunder with John Madden. I swear I could watch that guy all day.
100%.
But as far as ESPN, no one can beat Chris Berman and Stuart Scott. Those guys made me smile, and I got something out of it. And then locally, I grew up in the Mount Vernon area. George Michaels on NBC. That guy was entertaining.
Did George play that funny guy role? Because what I know of him was Sports Machine and kind of like your traditional sports guy. I always hear more about Glenn Brenner in the way of like the big personality.
I don't know. He always made you smile. I always thought George Michaels, he was smiling. His guests were smiling. I remember back in the day when he used to do that Redskin report once a week, and he'd have like John Riggins on, or he'd have Pete Wysocki on, or he'd have Tyrone Talbot. But he always entertained me, and I just don't want to forget about George Michaels.
I think it was our boss CK, but somebody sent me a video within the last week of that. It was so nostalgic for me, but it was like the trailer or the the commercial for that George Michael Sports Machine show. Not Sports Machine, but the Redskins Weekly magazine show that he did with Riggins and those guys, and they all look so young. But you want to talk about when local TV spent some money and just pummeled everything and owned. Like you had Theismann and Riggins and I don't know who the other one, but like let's say Charlie Taylor, whoever, like former player who was sitting there talking about those guys who just played next to George Michael, and like that was their weekly roundtable talking about the game coming up. But everybody watched it on a Thursday night. Some of those shows like still exist. I've done guest appearances and things on those shows over the years, but it's just not the same.
No, it's not. It can't be because there are too many options now. When there were no other options, that was the game in town.
Right.
It's, by the way, just as a quick side, it's what made Anchorman such a tremendous parody.
Yes.
Because you're actually hitting on something. that the local news guy, the local sports guy, those guys were larger than life.
Oh, they
George
were the best.
Michael,
Yeah.
Glenn Brenner and company, 100%.
Chris Berman's a really good answer. Actually, maybe the right answer, the perfect answer, because he is synonymous for shtick, for the schwammy bits, for the skits and the bits of, he's coming up with the catchphrases and everyone's got a nickname. Stuart Scott did a lot of that too. I think his role was different, but Scott as a at the desk Sports Center anchor, perfect in his humor. I mean, he delivered the goods on that. It was just, I think his role was more conducive to it. Whereas, some of these other guys that we're talking about, they got to crowbar it in when they're an analyst. Stuart Scott wasn't an analyst, right? Brandon, Fredericksburg, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Yeah, you guys just nailed it on the coffin. I was about to say Stuart Scott. That was someone I grew up with. Every time I turned on ESPN, he was icon, a legend.
Yeah, appreciate you, dude. I mean, to me, I didn't think of him as funny as some of the other guys, and it's not being critical. Like his was to me the booyah, not the catchphrase, but like it wasn't as funny as it was entertaining, right? To me, the funny guys, it was like Dan Patrick with "Gone" or Kenny Mayne with that delivery, or Craig Kilborn as more like the shaking it up guys.
But Stu had the zings.
Yeah, I mean, he had
cooler
zings
than the other side of the pillows. A lot of similes and metaphors.
Right, and to me, I'm like,
analogies.
he's the wordsmith that's making this entertaining, maybe a little bit less than funny. But I'm not here to pick nits. It's obviously your dude. But I don't know. I think of other guys as maybe being funnier, but didn't mean he wasn't great. I mean, he was. He was so good at delivering that highlight and making me care about whatever the hell it was.
Some of it could be age too. Like Stuart Scott was my era, whereas the Kilborn,
Patrick,
who was the guy that called Dodgers games for years, Charlie Steiner.
Charlie Steiner.
Those guys were before that.
That's my time. Yeah,
and so that's probably your Sports Center guys, your funny guys.
Right.
Then Stuart Scott was ours, and then Van Pelt after that. Him and John Anderson probably that Sports Center for a long time. Some of the other names that people brought up, John Kruk. That's a really good one.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Phillies fan, that's such a good television broadcast. I'll watch their games sometimes on .tv just so I can see what they're up to. Somebody referenced Harry Carey. Hard to argue with that one. Who's a better character than Harry Carey?
Come on, all-timer.
And then this is before my time, but I remember certainly who he was. Gold jacket wearing next to Cosell, Monday Night Football, Don Meredith. The turn out the lights, party's over. That guy. Do you remember him or too old for you?
Too old for me. So, yeah, I mean, my dad would always talk about it. That tandem was perfect. Another guy that kind of turned, I think the worm turned a little bit, Dick Vitale. Maybe not quite as funny, but again, still that like over the top, almost like a Muppet character, the personality of bringing games to you.
Great one. I don't know if the worm turned. You might be right. He hasn't been healthy, so his career essentially, when he was at his peak 7, 8, 10 years ago or something, I think that was probably the last time he was fully healthy and slowly but surely he's battled cancer.
Oh, he has, yeah.
It's been hard for him to get back. But I don't know that he'd be any less beloved now, necessarily. Tony Pauline covers the NFL draft. We're going to talk to him about what the pivot points are in the first round, Washington's chances to land a edge that they won at 29. What might they be able to get back if they were to trade down? We'll talk to Tony about that next. Remember, your next chance to win Caps tickets to Game 1 against Montreal, 5:20 today on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. The Tampa Bay Rays are calling up speedster Chandler Simpson per multiple reports. Simpson had 104 stolen bases last season and 214 stolen bases in 250 minor league games. Nationals and Colorado Rockies postponed due to bad weather in Denver. Saturday's game is now at 4:10 p.m. on the Fan. Split doubleheader on Sunday at 3:10 and 8:10 p.m. Miami against Atlanta tonight in the NBA playoffs at 7. The winner gets Cleveland. Dallas versus Memphis at 9:30. Winner faces off against Oklahoma City. John Morant says he will play despite a severely sprained right ankle. San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich was taken to a hospital after a medical incident at a restaurant on Tuesday night, but is now home and doing fine. The Los Angeles Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension, giving him the title President of Basketball Operations alongside with being General Manager. Capitals against the Montreal Canadiens Monday in Game 1 of the postseason and Stanley Cup playoffs. 6:45 on the Fan. Game 2 will be Wednesday, also in DZ. The NHL playoffs begin Saturday night with the Avalanche against the Stars, and the Blues travel to take on Winnipeg. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
G&D welcoming you back. Sponsored by the law firm Kandori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Remember, you got a chance to win Caps tickets to Game 1 for the final time today, coming up at 5:20. Make sure you are listening in about 17 minutes if you want to go see the Caps and the Montreal Canadiens. That is at the end of this segment in about 17 minutes from right now. Tony Pauline is outstanding when it comes to breaking down the NFL draft, consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskita.com. Tony, thank you for hopping aboard. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. What's the story of this draft? I mean, just sort of thinking about this up at the top, I don't know who's going second. I don't know who's going third. I think now we kind of have the intrigue starting there. Is that how you see the story of this draft?
Yes, to an extent, because I think whoever doesn't go second will go third, and whoever goes third didn't go second. So I think those. I don't think we're there's going to be a surprise. I think the story, which is really driven by the media, is where the Shedeur Sanders end up, because that story has seemed to taken all the oxygen out of the room. People say he should go second or third. People say, like me, say later in the first round. I think that's one story. The other story is Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Where does he end up? Some feel that he's going to be a top 10 pick. Does he really deserve to be a top 10 pick? And as far as I'm concerned, the last big story is Shamar Stewart, the Olympic type athlete from Texas A&M who had 1.5 sacks last year and 4.5 sacks in his college career. Where does he end up? So I think it starts with, I think what you bring up is a storyline, but I think it starts with Shedeur Sanders, and there's a couple other players involved.
All right, Tony, so let's talk Shedeur Sanders. What is the best case scenario for him in terms of how high he could go? What is the worst case scenario if he falls? And then what are some pivot points of interest?
Well, I think the earliest he goes is New Orleans Saints, although I'm not convinced of that at all with what's going on with Derek Carr. And we haven't had any finality as far as that's concerned. If he doesn't go 9 to New Orleans, which I don't think he's going to, I think you got to look at the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 21, who need a quarterback. As I reported yesterday, Mike Tomlin is in favor of drafting Shedeur Sanders. Mike Tomlin doesn't feel he really needs Shedeur Sanders because he's happy going into the season with Mason Rudolph. If he gets past Pittsburgh at 21, I think what happens then is you got to look at teams that may want to trade back into the bottom part of round 1 from the early part of round 2 to maybe draft Shedeur Sanders. But really from 9 to 21, You look at those teams there. Maybe the Seattle Seahawks, although they just signed Sam Darnold. I don't see any team in between those selections taking Shedeur Sanders because they need Shedeur. Or they need a quarterback.
Is there a chance then? It sounds like you're saying maybe that he could fall into the end of the first round. I mean, there's no way he would get to the second round, right? And I ask this because Washington's got the 29th pick. If somehow, some way he hasn't been drafted, I feel like that helps them with somebody possibly coming up to pick up an extra year as a fifth-year option for a quarterback.
Or they just want the quarterback. I mean, I do think, like I said, if he gets past Pittsburgh at 21, there's a good chance that one of those teams in the bottom part of round one trade out to a team that, is selecting at the top of round two, whether it be Cleveland, whether it be the New York Giants, whether it be the Las Vegas Raiders, on and on, that didn't take a quarterback early in the first round, but need a quarterback for the future.
Tony Pauline with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Tony, where would you have Sanders and then by extension Cam Ward in terms of quarterback hierarchy? Maybe if they were in last year's draft where Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May went 1, 2, 3. Not long after Penix, J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix went. Where do you have these two guys this year ranked maybe in comparison to those guys last year?
I think Cam Ward is maybe number 4. He's battling for that 4th, 5th spot after your top 3 guys. I don't think any of these guys come close to the top 3 quarterbacks that were selected last year. I think Shedeur Sanders is probably battling with Bo Nix for that spot as the 6th quarterback selected. I mean, a lot of teams, and people like myself, put a premium in a quarterback entering the draft off a tremendous season, off a high point. Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, even J.J. McCarthy. You could throw his name in that area. And that is Cam Ward. That is definitely not Shedeur Sanders, who really there's not a lot of difference between the tape from 2023 to 2024. In fact, you can make the argument that in some areas he regressed.
Tony, who's the best player in this draft, regardless of position?
In my opinion, it's Abdul Carter. It's not even close. I mean, people are going to, I think, mischaracterize him as an edge rusher, and he showed himself to be a terrific edge rusher last season when Penn State primarily used him, out of a 3-point stance at defensive end. But you go back to the 2023 film where he was playing more of a true linebacker spot, and he was terrific. I mean, he was dominant. Pursues sideline to sideline, stacks well against the run, showed ability in coverage, and even though the league is quarterback crazy now, you go back in the draft 25 years ago, it was the impact defensive player that everybody wanted at the top of the draft. And I feel Abdul Carter is exactly that.
So if he's there for the Giants at 3, you think they run the card up?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think it checks a lot of boxes for him. And, with the 3rd pick of the draft, you potentially get the best player in the draft. And the Giants, like the Browns, they have a head coach and a general manager that's on a very short leash. They got to get immediate impact from whatever player they select next week. That player's got to be on the field week 1, positively producing, and I think Abdul Carter can do that.
Tony Pauline on Grant and Danny talking NFL draft. You're on in D.C. Let's get to the Commanders. They have the 29th pick in round 1. Obviously a light haul of picks after some offseason trades. What's your outlook for Washington in the first round at pick 29? Maybe the needs that you like or don't like for them? And then what kind of rumblings, if any, are you hearing about players they may be in on?
Well, I think they would want an edge rusher right off the top. I think that is still a position of need for them. I think at some point in time, they want to get a running back. This is a running back deep class. I think they also want to add another receiver. They've done a good job in the offseason addressing some needs. So I think where they are selecting at number 29 and using picks to acquire veterans, as you mentioned, I think they just have to wait for the draft to come to them and see, what is available to them. Are there any good pass rushers still available when they're called to the clock? Is James Pierce of Tennessee there? And if he is there, does he fit their system? If none of the edge rushers are there, do they look at an Omarion Hampton? If he's there, Omarion Hampton may not even be there. Or, as we mentioned before, are there any possibilities for them to trade down, collect some extra picks, and then load up on those positions or address those positions in day 2 and 3.
Tony, are there guys that you just kind of referenced some of those scenarios there? And this is kind of what Grant and I have been sort of dancing around here for a couple of weeks leading up to this draft. Are there guys, like you mentioned for the Giants, if Abdul Carter's there, you set a record, Usain Bolt style, run the card up. Is there a run the card up guy that might be there at 29? Or are they best served trading back because now you're in kind of that eye of the beholder, 6, 1/2 dozen the other range?
Well, I mean, talk to me next Thursday. We don't know that. Obviously, if a highly rated player happens to fall, again, James Pierce, if he falls to 29, there are obvious reasons why he fell to 29. There are some off the field and character concerns. From a ability on the field point of view, yeah, I'm running the card up from James Pierce, who I like. But are you comfortable with all the other issues? If a Shamar Stewart of Texas A&M falls to them at 29, great athlete, I mean, fantastic in shorts and a T-shirt, but are you going to be able to teach him to transition that athleticism onto the football field, assuming he's even available to them? I mean, they're in a position where, I don't expect any big names except for the ones that I mentioned to potentially be there for them. Just have to wait and see, let the draft come to them.
Tony Pauline with us here on G&D. Are there some players in this draft that you aren't sure why they're getting as much praise or hype or attention that you've seen in mocks or otherwise that are going to go high that you kind of say, you know what, you enjoy that. That's not for me.
Yeah, well, I mentioned one in Tyler Warren. I mean, Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State, he's a nice tight end. He's not Brock Bowers. In fact, Colston Loveland of Michigan is more Brock Bowers than Tyler Warren, but he's good. He's a solid pass catcher. He's a solid blocker. He does everything very well, but he's not a great prospect, especially for some people talking about him potentially being the 7th pick of the draft to the New York Jets or the 9th pick of the draft to the New Orleans Saints, where he could end up. I think what Tyler Warren does is he brings the ability to start on day 1 for a team and produce very early on. I think that, Ted McMillan's a guy who's falling, and I think what's going to happen is Matthew Golden, the receiver from Texas, could be the first receiver off the board, but he's still very rough around the edges. He's not as dominant as Ted McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, was, but he's really done a good job in the pre-draft process. Ran 4.29 at the Combine, had a great pro day, and you just hope that you can transition all those skills onto the football field if you're going to take him in the top 15.
Tony, speaking of wide receivers, Ty Felton out of the University of Maryland here in the DMV, I know you've been very high on him. He caught 96 balls for 1,125 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, and you had a report this week that you're being told the Commanders are pretty high on him. Where might he go, and what can you tell us about the relationship between Washington and Felton, who's been in their backyard?
Yeah, well, like I said, I know that Felton would love to play for the hometown Commanders, and I know that Washington likes him. In fact, during their local pro day, they had him in, and after all the on-field drills, I was told they took him out, and for half an hour, they had him field punts. Now, the thing about Felton and the Commanders is, Felton projects as a middle of round 3 type of prospect, maybe late part of round 3. Commanders don't have a selection there. So as I said in my report, what do they do, the Commanders? Would they take him with the 61st selection? Seems a little bit early as far as my board is concerned. Do they wait and cross their fingers and hope that he's around in the 4th round? I don't think that's going to happen. But again, we talked about maybe them potentially, speculatively, let's say, trading down in round 1, getting a pick back in the 3rd round, maybe even trading down. I think for them to take Ty Felton where he deserves to be selected in the draft, they're going to have to be creative.
Tony, really appreciate the time. I know you got to jump. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Thank you for having me.
Tony Pauline, NFL draft analyst, with some good insight on what the Commanders might be able to do at 29. I do think Shedeur Sanders is quickly becoming, though, the story. He's been the face of this draft for a while, but because of the uncertainty now, it does feel like as we get closer, the linkage between him and the Giants is dying, and in the top 5 conversation seems to be dissipating. It could very well happen. Nobody knows anything. But it does start to feel more and more like our guests are saying, back end top 10 into the middle of the 1st round. I'm a little surprised by that.
But again, this is we've learned after so many years, you can't trust your ears or eyes as to what's happening right now. Anybody that there's variance on, sometimes it's true. Like I can't remember all the different examples, but Kenny Pickett was going to go high in the first round, and nobody's really interested. I think he went 20th overall, if memory serves, or 19th, somewhere in there. But sometimes the drop is real. Other times it's somebody's hoping that it happens, so they're trying to poison the well so that nobody takes a drink, and then they walk up and they think, nope, it's fine. Actually, we want that guy. So you always have to wonder who benefits from what around these times. I mean, this is borderline corporate espionage for everybody putting out information or stories or things like that about. So it's hard to tell what's real, but I will say the perception is if it's not 3 to the Giants, which it's now looking less so, if it's not 9 to New Orleans, ... then what? You're talking about a lot of waiting around, right?
Pittsburgh at 21, as Tony said, makes the most sense on paper, but that's not always how the draft goes.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants at 3 are going to get a dude, though, and especially if they don't take Shedeur Sanders, which might be best case for Washington. Not because he's bad, but it's a crapshoot. Maybe he's great, maybe he isn't. And he's going to take some time. But I do think if they were to get Abdul Carter, that is a slam dunk right away. Because Cam Ward, like any number 1 overall pick quarterback, see Caleb Williams or anybody else, it's a guessing game. In a bad organization here of late that hasn't won a lot, it's hard. Even Travis Hunter, a 2-way superstar with the Browns, I think he's going to be really good. But I think Carter is the safest slam dunk home run pick. And if the Giants take him at 3, he's going to be a problem in the division for a long time. The Cowboys have the 12th pick in the draft. Is there anyone you don't want to see them get just as a NFC East Washington fan? Because the guy that I keep coming back to is I could see them taking Amarian Hampton, home run hitting running back from North Carolina. That would be a pain to have to deal with him for years to come in the division. I'd rather them. I mean, obviously you want them to swing and miss it like a wide receiver or something.
Sure, yeah.
Or if they went line, that's pretty safe. You could go get a really good lineman. But I would hate for them to go get a weapon, whether that's Warren from Penn State or Hampton at running back. I'd like to see them do something where they're not getting anybody scared.
No, that's a good one. I hadn't thought about that specifically. Maybe a pass rusher that I like if Mike Green goes that early. That maybe a spot early for him, but the type of thing that would instill some fear. But I like your call there. Just a weapon, whether I would take him or not is irrelevant. I don't want them to have one and use it against me a couple times.
And we also know that the Eagles, who picked 32nd because they won the Super Bowl, will inevitably just get a guy that was supposed to go 15 picks earlier.
Who's the 13th best player in this draft? He's going at 32 to the Eagles somehow.
They will land like Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan. Yep. And then they'll trade Dallas Goedert. And you'll be like, yeah, of course they did. Or they'll get, Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan or something. We'll just fall right into their lap and we'll go, how do they do it?
The linebacker, Campbell from Alabama, the linebacker, somehow is 32nd.
Howie Roseman will just stay put and everything will work out exactly how he wants it to. All right, we are closing in right now on 5:20, which means when I give you the cue to call here in a moment, you're going to be dialing to try to win Caps tickets for the final time today. This is to Game 1 against the Montreal Canadiens coming up on Monday night, April 21st, this Monday, to kick off the Stanley Cup playoffs. Washington at home for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Remember, we're going to be broadcasting live pregame ahead of the contest 2 blocks away over in Penn Quarter at City Tap House. But right now, caller number 10 at 800, caller number 9 in honor of Ryan Leonard, not number 10. Very important distinction.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing this for Brett Connolly.
Mm-mm.
We're not doing this for Matt Bradley.
Mm-mm.
We're doing this for Dmitry Orlov.
Okay.
And we're doing it for Ryan Leonard.
It's really Ryan Leonard now.
Caller number 9, 800-636-1067. You are winning the 2 tickets to the Capitals and the Canadiens. Tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. What did a lady do to save her husband? What animal did she fight off? I'm going to tell Danny next. Guys, it's Grant. During the NBA play-in tournament, it's going on right now, FanDuel's giving every new customer like you, if you're new to FanDuel, a shot at $250 in bonus bets, which is pretty darn awesome. Join FanDuel today. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's 3-pointers, steals, assists, doesn't matter. FanDuel's got a lot of ways for you to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, do what I do and get in on live betting with prop bets, same game parlays for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Play in tournament action with FanDuel. Pretty fun. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nationals baseball game against the Colorado Rockies postponed due to bad weather in Denver. Saturday's game will now start at 4:10 p.m. on the Fan. Sunday is a split doubleheader at 3:10 and 8:10 p.m. The Tampa Bay Rays are calling up Chandler Simpson per multiple reports. Simpson had 104 stolen bases last season and 214 in the minor leagues. Miami at Atlanta tonight in the NBA playoffs at 7. It'll be the Miami-Atlanta winner against Cleveland in the first round. Dallas against Memphis at 10. And the winner gets Oklahoma City. John Morant's going to play despite a severely injured right ankle. The Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension and given him a new title of president of basketball operations, along with being the general manager. Capitals open their playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens at 7 on the Fan. Game 2 is Wednesday in the Stanley Cup playoffs against the Habs, also 7 p.m. from Capital One Arena. GW earns a commitment from a 6'10 forward Luke Hunger from Northwestern. Byron Curb on the Fan.
At 6 o'clock, in a little over a half hour, we'll be joined by EJ Radick of NHL Network. I want to know nationally, from the national perspective, number one, how worried is he about how the Caps played down the stretch? How worried should we be? But also, what does he think of this young Montreal team? They picked number 1 in the draft a few years ago. They picked in the top 5 the last 2 years, and then they went on a rocket ship into the postseason this year. And it reminds me of like the young gun Capitals, where maybe experience isn't quite there yet. Maybe they don't have the snarl, but they certainly have the speed and the talent. But what kind of matchup is this for Washington? We'll ask them about that. Also at that time at 6, we have our final 4-pack of tickets today to the DC Defenders. We're giving away tickets to their Sunday game, Easter Sunday, 5 p.m. kick over at Audi Field this weekend. So if you want those 4 tickets, make sure you're listening. Coming up in a half hour at 6 o'clock here on the Fan.
We are a ticket giveaway machine on this radio program today. Like, if you want tickets, you come here. And if you didn't get them, I don't know what else to tell you, man.
There have been tickets.
They just get out tickets. So many.
So I saw a story that, we got the winner on hold? I'm going to go to them real quick.
Let's do that.
Lucinda in Manassas. We should congratulate Lucinda in Manassas, our final winner of the Caps tickets. Lucinda, how are you?
I'm great. How are you all?
We're awesome.
I'm doing very well. So congrats. You're going to the playoff game. You were the final winner today at 5:20. How do you feel about getting your tickets to game 1?
I'm very excited. Thank you all so much.
Who are you going to be taking?
My boyfriend.
Oh, there's a good brownie.
Nice. That's good.
That's very good.
He's like way in your debt now.
Is he a Caps fan, by the way?
We both are.
Very cool. And so were you guys both calling it on different phones trying to get the tickets, or did you strategize or just luck out? How did it work?
Yeah, we used a couple different devices.
Well,
there you go.
That's good. Smart. That's smart.
Hey,
yeah.
You got to do what you got to do.
You want to win Caps tickets, you got to try. I'm all about it.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, enjoy yourselves. If you guys want to stop by on Monday, we're going to be 2 blocks from the arena. Before the game, you can come over and get some drinks and some food and say hello. We're at City Tap House in Penn Quarter.
All right. Thank you so much, Grant and Danny. Appreciate it.
You got it. Enjoy.
Pleasure. Lucinda and her boyfriend are going to that is how you be a good friend.
That's what you do.
You win tickets and you invite your pal.
Mm-hmm.
He's so nice.
Now, it's tough if you win the tickets and you don't invite him.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, like they're both trying to win the tickets. It's like, oh, I want him. Isn't that great? It's like, it sure is for me and my girlfriend who's coming with me.
Or worse, like her buddy who's a dude.
Yeah.
She's like, he loves the Caps more than you. And you're like, wait a second.
Oh, no.
No, he doesn't. She's like, he's always loved the Caps. She invites Carl from The Office. How mad would you be if your girlfriend won 2 tickets to a playoff game?
The Caps fan she told you not to worry about?
Do you end it? Now, I'm sorry if they're still listening. I don't want to talk about the end of their relationship. I'm sure they're in love and they're very happy and they'll have a great time on Monday. I think you end the relationship in this hypothetical while we're cooking up some terrible stuff.
So the hypothetical is
Lucinda calls in.
Yeah, the couple they're both trying to win the tickets at the same time with the idea that they're going to take the other.
Well, I would say
win.
it's not even verbalized. It's just obvious. We're dating. We're Caps fans. We want to go to the game.
We're both interested in winning the tickets.
Yeah, we want to win the tickets. So she calls. Ben goes, caller 1, caller 2, caller 7, caller 9.
Mm-hmm.
Ben tells her she's the winner. Ben has a nice conversation with her. Oh, how about that? What if she invites Ben? Well, because Ben has.
Well, now you got to break up because the prowess of Ben.
He's got a nice voice. He's very handsome.
Yeah.
He's got a 5 o'clock shadow. And she's
loves
like,
Maryland so much.
Is Ben even allowed to accept the tickets? I don't even know the rules on that. I mean, he's giving them out. That's a little bit shady.
That's
right?
a little shady, McCoy.
I can't do that. I got a girlfriend.
Ben, you're ruining the hypothetical.
Well, also, you're just going to a hockey game.
What
would your girlfriend? Let's keep going.
All right, here we go. Let's play that.
Let's play it out.
What would she
turn
say?
to Ben.
Yeah. So you call your girlfriend up. 1 to 10 scale. How big of a Caps fan are you? Would you say?
Me?
Yeah.
9.
9's good.
That's a good number.
You call your girlfriend. You're like, you're not going to believe this.
Mm-hmm.
I was working at the office today with the boys. We're giving away Caps tickets. Lucinda calls up. Lucinda wins the tickets. And then Lucinda asked me to go. And she's like, who's Lucinda? You say, I have no idea. She's just a girl. I want to go to the game, though. Your girlfriend says?
No.
She would be out on that? She knows you love the Caps.
It's tough. She's going to be like, why can't I get the tickets?
You didn't win them.
You didn't win them. Lucinda's being kind enough to bring you. She only has a +1. She doesn't have a +2.
I think the only option for me in this scenario would to take the ticket that Lucinda is offering me and then give it to Marissa. They can go and become friends, I guess.
Oh, Lucinda and Marissa go to the Caps game together.
Yeah, how about that?
How big of a Caps fan is Marissa? 1 to 10.
Yeah, pretty big fan. Her and her family, like she wasn't really a huge sports person until she met me. Of course, I do broadcasting and this stuff for a living now, so she kind of had no choice. And I'm constantly watching the Nats game on the computer while she is trying to chat with me about her day, and it pisses her off to no end.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
I'm like, what Dylan Cruz? It's it's beside the point.
Dylan Cruz grounded out or whatever he did.
Yeah.
But anyways, her family would always go to Caps games growing up. That was the one team that she kind of actually followed for the most part until she met me. Now she's a big Commanders fan, goes to Nats games with me.
This speaks to my point, bro. She understands the magnitude of a playoff game.
Yeah, she does.
You know how expensive these tickets are? That
She's been to Caps playoff games.
Right, and she would like for you to have that experience too.
Does she like you to be happy?
Yes.
Does she want you to be happy?
Sometimes.
How about this?
Sometimes.
Let's get her on the phone and let's ask her the hypothetical. Should we do that?
Do you want to call her?
Yeah, let's ask her, hypothetically speaking, would she be okay? This is not happening.
No,
Marissa.
literally, this is not realistic.
But in a world where you got the ticket from Lucinda offered, would she be cool with it?
Let's call her.
All right. Let's ask her.
I'm going to call her up.
All right. See if she wants to come on the radio. And legally, you have to tell her she's going to be on the radio.
Yeah. So do that off air.
Yeah.
First.
Do all the stuff you need to do so I don't get sued. Because I have 2 children. Actually, I have 3
You
children.
have 3.
I need to update that.
You should try to, by
I'll
the
have
way.
a 4th soon. Sorry.
Such a key thing to remember.
I need to keep adding to
keep
that
hammering
number
it. Yeah.
over and over and over. So I think my wife would say no problem, to be honest. Although now I'm wondering, I'm gonna have to text her and ask her that.
I'll tell you a quick story.
Yeah.
To summarize.
I don't think it's surmise.
How my wife would feel. Years ago, we'd been married for I think about a year and a half, and one of my best buddies, I was one of his groomsmen. He wanted to go to Vegas. A little bit cliche, but we did it, right? I don't know if you remember. We went to Vegas, and you guys called me, and I sounded terrible the following morning when we were out at some stupid club bar thing, whatever. But I told her, I kind of was like, hey, as a heads up, this is true. I'm not trying to be like a cool guy or whatever. But I was like, I don't really like strip clubs. I don't want to feel awkward in them. And that's my money. You can't have it.
It's the coming up to me and asking me to dance. Asking me to go to the back room.
I don't want to buy you that bottle of expensive alcohol.
If I could go in and just have a drink and just be left alone, I would feel terrible and shady and awful, but I could deal. It's the, please leave me alone. Please stop coming up to me.
Yeah, it's like to them, I'm the same as the guy that comes in all the time, like Lloyd, who's down on his luck, like, what's your real name, Toots? Like, I can't be.
You don't want to be Lloyd.
I'm not in the same. I don't want to feel in the same trough. Anyway, but I was like, just as a heads up, like, he likes strip clubs and it's his bachelor party, so we'll probably have to go. Just I want to let you know, is that okay? And she laughed in my face. She laughed in my face because she knows how awkward I am and would be. You see what I'm saying?
Meaning she didn't mind.
She,
She's
not
like,
only
what-
she not mind, she's like, I wish I could see you there.
Yeah.
I wish there was a camera on you, idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it just obviously you have a trust. Like, what am I doing? Where am I going? So I think my wife would say, you have a ticket to the game, and I'm like, yeah. Now if it's
you'll never guess how I got it.
I mean, if it's Sydney Sweeney, and she just calls up the radio station and she's like, hey, I've been listening to you guys for a while on the Odyssey app, and I really, really like want to take you to the Caps game. How does my wife feel? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, let me respectfully.
Yeah.
Would your wife think that Sydney Sweeney is after my husband Grant?
I mean, in this hypothetical,
she
you're
can pick.
missing. She called into the station.
She can pick any dude on the planet.
No.
It ain't gonna be one of us.
She's a P1, and she chose to call in and invite me to the game in this
Because
situation.
she knows you're a big Caps fan, and you'd have fun.
Or is it because she likes a portly fellow with a beard?
She's sweet on old Grant Harrison.
Nobody
Paulson.
knows. I believe Marissa is on the line. Marissa, thank you for letting us bother you. How
Thank
are
you,
you
Marissa.
doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing very well. So here's what's happening. This did not happen at all.
And it's not realistic.
Yeah, it's not realistic, but in a hypothetical, okay? We're giving away these Caps tickets all day long. We just had a winner named Lucinda who's going to take her boyfriend. But we were wondering if Ben told her she was the winner and she was caller 9 and she got 2 Caps tickets to the playoffs. And then she just said, oh, Ben, do you want to go with me? And Ben's like, who are you? And she's like, I'm just a girl. And Ben's like, okay, fine. And then he called you and said, can I go to the Caps game with Lucinda, who I don't know, but she invited me? What would you say?
I might just let him go. If it was a playoff game and he really wanted to go.
You're the lady, Marissa.
Ben, do you hear this?
I'm hearing loud and clear.
Marissa, you're letting him go to the game. What's your thinking on this?
I trust him. I have a lot of trust. And he's going to be watching the game anyway and not even worried about her probably. So.
See? And you know this based on all the times he's watching the Nats when you guys are sitting at home.
Yes, that's when he's watching sports, any sport, that's all his attention is focused on. So I trust him too much to think he'd do anything
If
bad.
you were trying to have a serious conversation with him in the middle of like the 8th inning of a Nats game with the bases drunk, do you think would he ever turn off the TV and be like, okay, let's talk? Or how does that work?
If it was really serious, but sometimes I have to repeat things like 5 times before he acknowledges it.
Relatable.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Sometimes James Wood is hitting, and she's
Sure.
telling me about. So I have to listen again because I got to lock in on the James Wood at bat.
But sometimes it's Jose Tena. I mean, here's the thing: you're gonna get used to it, Marissa. You're gonna have to repeat some stuff around us.
Sometimes Colin Poche is pitching.
Yeah, when Poche's pitching, that's when you get to the
I
bottom
turn
of
it
whatever
off.
she needs.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, what can I do for you?
Can I vacuum? I
When
haven't
the
vacuumed
fight-
in a while.
When the fight started in the Pirates game a couple nights ago, I closed the computer. I was like, all right, let's watch a show now.
You didn't want to see the fight? That's a good moment.
No, because I knew what was happening. I knew the bullpen was going to collapse. I just didn't want to be part of it. Didn't want to see it.
Understood. All right, well, Marissa, this hypothetical is just that. Lucinda did not offer him a ticket. Should not be upset at Ben at all. It's just, we were just wondering.
He did great, I think.
I think everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Would you allow him to go? He said you absolutely would not allow him to go to the game.
Oh, he didn't think I was going to let him.
No.
He said there was no way.
He used words like
Wow.
iron fist and like
He
under
said,
control.
I'm too much of a ladies' man, things like that.
Like in a cage is how he described it.
Yeah, he said Lucinda would fall in love with me, and she knows that.
Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, if it only takes one game with this woman for him to fall in love with her, then I guess she can have him.
Yeah. There it
Look,
is.
we just watched Temptation Island, and those people cheat on their partners
Those
within like
people.
5 minutes.
Yeah,
The
those
people
icky
on those
people.
shows.
Those are terrible people,
Yeah.
aren't they? Marissa, we like working with Ben. He's a very nice young man. You have a very good boyfriend.
I'm glad to hear.
All right. Thank you for
Thank you,
joining us.
Marissa.
Thank you for letting us
Thank
bother you.
you.
All right. There's Marissa, ladies and gentlemen. That is Ben's girlfriend.
What a pleasant surprise that was.
She said he could go to the game.
So, Lucinda, it's out there for you. You have options.
Right.
Let's say your boyfriend
Yeah, that's right.
will
With the-
cough. You can call back. Ben the
right.
Red will go.
Ben the Red is going to
He'll
the
rock
Caps
it.
game. Let's go.
Ben the Red can rock the Red.
Ben and Lucinda sitting in a
Caps game.
sitting in section 413. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? G&D here for our pals at Window Nation. It's April. It's a great time to spruce up around your homestead. Like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard to open windows and starting fresh and so clean. Especially during Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 free sale, which is going on, you guessed it, right now. There's not a single limit, no limit to how much you could save. And if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door as well.
I love Window Nation, just like Danny does. Multiple homes over many, many years for both of us. Windows, doors, they've taken great care of us with deals like this one. They're the best. They make their windows right here in America, and they protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of the other brands. So the sale's ending soon. Take advantage now. Don't miss your chance. Buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing until 27.
That sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to take advantage. As GP said, give him a call, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
All right, Danny, here we go. We're partying until what happens?
The song ends?
No.
Oh.
Until we die.
Oh.
That's the name of the song, right?
Seems so aggressive.
Wait for it. Let's see it drop here. Let's see what happens. Give me a little juice. Danny's getting ready. You look excited for it to drop. Here it comes.
There's a lot of anticipation.
There it is. That's what we're looking for. Danny came flying into the parking garage today, windows down. This was blaring. How loud? I mean, that must have been cranked to like 30 on your...
I wouldn't know where to find it. I will tell you that it took me forever, just at the very Chris Russell style, complaining about traffic. The last few minutes was not few minutes. It was 30-some minutes. Just that people couldn't figure it out. Just get out of my way. I gotta go to work, man. Move.
Traffic happens sometimes. Yeah. Today was one of those days.
One of them days, my friend.
Colorado's got a little issue on their hands, possibly. So they are retiring the numbers of Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, both of whom just finished their playing career this past winter, right? They're immediately getting their numbers retired, and there's major blowback about this decision at Colorado from a lot of their former players, many of them the former greats, because there's only been, I believe, 4 or 5 players that have ever had their number retired. This was a national championship team a couple of decades ago that had, school Hall of Famers and longtime pros, Chad Brown, on that team that don't have their numbers retired. And there's this perception, this feeling like there is a line that you're waiting in line to get your number retired, and that Shedeur Sanders, the son of the head coach, Dion, and that Travis Hunter are just skipping the line to go right to the front to have their numbers retired immediately. And while what they've done for the program is astounding, those two guys were the faces of turning Colorado from a almost defeated team that could never win,
1-11 a couple years ago,
into a juggernaut that was really, really good. Not a national championship caliber team or a playoff caliber team, but closer to that than a team that can't win a game. They did really, really good things, and they've turned the program into one of the most important and influential and talked about in America. So they mean something to the program. But when you see the former players coming out, and I'll read you some of the quotes from them that are really, really upset, you kind of understand. They're going, well, wait a second, what did they do? They didn't win a national championship. They didn't get to the college football playoff. They didn't have a year where they lost a game or two, right? They played some good football. In Travis Hunter's case, as a two-way player, as a Heisman Trophy winner, I don't think anyone has as much of an issue with that, even though there's a thought that, like, when you go to the Hall of Fame, you wait 5 years after you play. It's not instant. But specifically with Shedeur Sanders and just generally with the expedited HOV lane to the retirement, they're going, what about everybody else? Why are these guys getting their jerseys retired? What's your take on this?
It's insane that they'd have their jersey retired. Insane. It's absolutely insane. This is the Arthur Blank level of insanity to me. First of all, they're both great players. They're both going in the top handful of picks in the NFL draft. That's not the standard. You know what I mean? Like, to have your jersey retired with only a minimum of 2 years of contribution to the school, that right there is eliminating. Like,
you were good for 2 years, Shedeur Sanders. In Travis Hunter's case, you were exceptional for 2 years.
Incredible for 2 years. Thank you for that. I mean, like, for example, I had a teammate who transferred from South Carolina who was an all-conference player who was awesome for a year. Is he on the list to get his jersey retired? No, of course not. That's absurd. The whole point is that at a minimum of 3 years, given the current climate, I can understand that would happen. But to me, that should be the prerequisite is at least 3, preferably 4 years of contribution to the school at a really high level. So to me, right away, before we even talk about the caliber of player or whatever, skipping the line ahead of guys that, as you said, won national championships, that were doing meaningful stuff in the Big 12 for these 11-1, 10-2 type seasons years ago. I think it's absolutely insane that they would do that.
Shedeur Sanders was good, really good even, in 2023 in his first year as a starter there as a junior. But he didn't lead the conference in any statistic as a passer, not one, in the Pac-12. They moved to the Big 12 last year, and he did lead the conference in attempts and completions, completion percentage, yards, touchdowns. He had a pretty magnificent season. He finished 8th in the Heisman Trophy vote. That was phenomenal. So you're talking about one elite year and one really good year, 2 awesome seasons for him. But yeah, I'm with you. I think this is ludicrous. And the optics are also terrible because you're the son of the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Deion Sanders had a quote about this, by the way, that I found hysterical. He said that basically if Shedeur Sanders' name wasn't Shedeur Sanders, we wouldn't be talking about this. And he's right, because this wouldn't be happening.
Because he wouldn't have his jersey retired. Like, have you retired Darian Hagan's jersey from back in the late 80s? The game was different, but he ran for 1,000 yards, threw for 1,000 yards.
This was Dion yesterday. We're talking about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. If his last name wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't have this discussion. And to that I say, yes, Dion, you're right. Because the only reason you're retiring his jersey is because he's Shedeur Sanders. If he was Shedeur Rouillet or Shedeur Paulson, this would not be happening. But also the immediacy is problematic, in addition to just the credentials not necessarily being there. But if in 10, 12, 15 years, you've turned the program around sustainably, where now it's a power, and year in and year out, it's a 10-win plus team, and you want to say that these guys did it by coming to Colorado, by setting the foundation, we're going to retire your uniform numbers, your jerseys. Even though I think that that's a little bit silly based on just 2 years of Shedeur, I could live with that. But the idea that after the couple of seasons he just had, before they play another game, you're retiring his jersey, it's comical. Chad Brown is their Hall of Fame linebacker. He went on social media and said, if the players from the national championship team have not received such an honor, by default, this action dismisses, diminishes, and for a new generation of CU fans, erases their greatness. I would never minimize the impact of number 2 or number 12. They are amazing players, but this timing is poor. He got blowback from Dion and some other folks.
Of course he did.
Tyler Columbus, remember the former Redskins tackle who comes on the show with us from time to time? He does radio now out there and covers Colorado, where he played in school. He said the vitriol from former players regarding CU retiring number 2 is loud. And that's Sanders, not Hunter. I don't think there's as big an issue, again, because Hunter's one of the great college players ever. He just had a year that doesn't happen. But he said, I think most, including myself, believe he deserves the honor eventually. Bypassing the line, bypassing number 2 Dion Figures doesn't make sense. So many all-time greats deserve the honor and have waited their turn. Why so fast? 0 waiting period? Feels like the first blunder of the Coach Prime era that has upset alumni.
Yeah, this is a relentless back pad, and the athletic department, what they should be able to do is say, let's have a moment of perspective. But you can't, because you're basically in debt to Dion, who's giving you all the attention, not you as the athletic director, but the program all the attention, and you cannot disrupt the golden goose. So you have to allow him to do all of these things. And again, I'm not telling you those guys aren't meaningful to the program to try to kickstart it, because it was in the dumps. It was in a bad place for a while. But again, there are everyone from Rashaan Salam to Eric Bieniemy to, you go down the list of like NFL players or multiple-time All-Americans or guys from teams that achieved that were great for years.
That are in the School Hall of Fame and haven't had their jersey retired.
Yeah, like this is insanity. This is where you go, this is the cost of doing business, right? I'm going to have so many good things come. There's more money coming in. Everybody cares. There's eyeballs. I got to just stand up there and fake smile and clap and applaud while a 2-year player at my school has his jersey retired before dozens of deserving guys. It's nuts.
Deal with silly geese. Operate and suffer silly geese, basically. Deal with some silly geese consequences. And that's kind of what you are here with the immediate jersey retirement of the son of the coach who had the 2 good seasons, who is not yet even in the NFL. But I totally get it. The former greats and the players that are speaking out that are bothered. I told you this before. When they retired Sean Taylor's jersey, there was no animus about how great Sean Taylor was or posthumously giving him an honor, who meant so much to the era of the fan base that he did. But it really rubbed a lot of guys that are former greats the wrong way. It fractured relationships. Darryl Green, John Riggins, some other guys. And I just know that they fielded a lot of phone calls in the building over there from players going, seriously? The second ever jersey that's getting retired here? Not Sonny Jurgensen, who's 80, whatever he was. Darryl Green is not the guy. It's not Joe Theismann. It's not John Riggins. It's, 4 years of losing football in the 2000s. And obviously it's a very different thing.
Right.
But it still just rubbed a lot of people that were greats the wrong way about waiting in line and, all those things. And I don't think it was personal for any of them against the Taylors or Sean, obviously. But I get it. EJ Raddick of NHL Network. What kind of matchup for the Capitals will the Canadians be? We will talk to him about that next. And We've got those 4 tickets to the DC Defenders for you right here on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. NBA basketball tonight features the Miami Heat against the Atlanta Hawks at 7. The winner gets the Cleveland Cavaliers, the top seed in the first round. Dallas is at Memphis at 10. Winner takes on Oklahoma City. John Morant, despite a bad ankle, will play in the game. Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension and given him a new title of President of Basketball Operations. San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich was taken to a hospital after a medical incident at a restaurant Tuesday night, but now is home and doing fine. Nationals baseball against Colorado Rockies will not play tonight because of bad weather in Denver, so they'll play Saturday at 4:10 p.m. on the Fan, and then Sunday a split doubleheader, 3:10 and 8:10 p.m. Eastern Time, also live play-by-play here on the Fan. The Tampa Bay Rays are calling up Chandler Simpson per multiple reports. Simpson had 104 stolen bases last season and 214 overall. Capitals open the playoffs Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens. Live play-by-play begins at 6:45 on the Fan. They lost to the Penguins yesterday 5-2, but Alex Ovechkin got another goal. NHL Stanley Cup playoffs begin Saturday night. Avs at the Stars and the Blues at the Jets. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to rising high school stars and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
G&D welcoming you back on the Fan. We are sponsored exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll help you with your estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. Get a discount, kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to about 6:30 tonight on the Fan. Happy to be with you this evening. Remember, we're giving away Caps tickets all day long today on the Fan. If you missed that opportunity, we've got one more pair for you that will be given out at our event on Monday, live from City Tap House before the Caps and the Canadians in Penn Quarter, 2 blocks from Center Ice. We are fired up to be out there on Monday ahead of Game 1. And speaking of the Caps, when we're talking hockey and we want a national perspective, we always bring in our guy, EJ Radick of NHL Network. EJ joins us now to set the table for round number 1. EJ, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate you. How you been, bud?
I'm doing good. It's been a great year for the Washington Capitals and the fans down there, and I guess they're hoping to make it a great spring.
It was a better year until about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
but we are not going to look to gift horse in the mouth, right? I mean, they finished number 1 in the division, number 1 in the conference. That's hard to do. How worried should we be about how they played down the stretch?
Well, I think it's fair to be worried. I mean, I was certainly a lot less worried about them 4 weeks ago. I really haven't liked the way they've played in more than a few weeks, really. I mean, I thought that right up until the Four Nations, they were terrific. I figured they didn't have – inexplicably, they had – I thought for sure Carlson or certainly Tom Wilson would have been played in the Four Nations. That's a conversation, I guess, for yesterday and not tomorrow. But the bottom line is that you figured they would come out and would just keep rolling along. And it's been a little bit bumpier since then. There hasn't been, they haven't defended as well. They've had some injuries. The goalies, it's been a little bit dicier. There's, a couple of different things. So, I think there's concerns because this is a team. We've seen this movie before where teams have these really good regular seasons where there's not a lot of adversity. And then right at the wrong time, they're not playing as well. So we'll see. They get a Montreal team that's kind of a wild card. It's got some really interesting players. They play fast. Should make for an interesting series. But if the Caps play like they played earlier in the year, they should win.
Yeah. So EJ, to that point, some of it was, and I think there's a lot of ingredients in this stew right here. Some of it was how they were playing was a bit unsustainable. Like their shooting percentage was outrageously high. It was like 1 out of every 6 shots was going in, and that's not going to happen. The save percentages, some of the numbers that were bound to cool off. I think the cool off happened. I also think they didn't have much to play for the last month plus, really going back to February. I think the answer is yes to all of it. So now that we've got that, you mention it. Getting it back, I think, is way harder than a lot of folks are counting on. Grant's not panicked. I'm pre-panicked here, EJ. I've got the goosebumps. My hairs are standing up. I've seen this dance before, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We've all seen it. Hey, listen, we saw this movie with the same two franchises 15 years ago, right? I mean, Bruce Boudreau's Washington Capitals in 2010. I mean, you look at the numbers for that team. There's no way they should have lost to that series. Just no way that should have happened. And they didn't even lose to Carey Price. They lost to Yaroslav Halak, and they were up 3-1 in the series. I mean, that was a really talented group, and it happens. I mean, we see it in the playoffs. It just happens. So, Montreal, they just added Demidov to the mix. I mean, that guy is a good player. I mean, I know he just got here and he's a young kid, but he looks like he's been playing in the NHL for 10 years watching him play. And, the Canadians are going to make some mistakes, and they're going to turn pucks over, and they're not as big as the Capitals. So, for me and for Spencer Carberry and that group, I mean, keep the game simple, get the puck in deep, work those, some of those smaller group back there. Don't let Lane Hudson get running around all over the place. And, match up hard on Suzuki, and don't let him become a big factor, because that guy has emerged as a kind of a star player now. So, this is nothing that these guys don't know, but to your point, I mean, it is hard sometimes to get playing the way you were 4 months ago now.
So I want to get into a deeper look at Montreal and just get your perspective on how they've turned this around and who we need to be aware of maybe taking games in the series over from the Canadians. But to the Capitals, because I do feel like if they play their game, Montreal matters a little bit less. It's kind of more about whether they can find their A game again. But who are you more concerned about them not having if you're a Caps fan? Logan Thompson, who's closer but not yet ready, it seems like, for game one in net, who was maybe second in the Vezina when he started scuffling and then got hurt, or Protas, who may have been their best player at even strength statistically this year. Thompson or Protas, who's more important to not have and makes you worry more?
Boy, that's a great question, right? Because the Capitals have used both goalies, but Thompson has been the guy that piled up all the wins, right? And he was the guy early in the year that had really kind of become the 1A to Charlie Lindgren as the 1B. So you figured he would be the guy to be your playoff goalie. But Protas, I mean, he's a big, strong guy, and he kind of sets everything in the right order with that group of forwards, gives them a little bit more depth, 30 goals, and just a big man and hard to deal with. I hate to not say the goalie because, but I think Lindgren can play well enough. So I think I'm going to say Protas just because, it puts everybody in that, it keeps everybody slotted really well. I mean, that was the thing. And, you're right. It was unsustainable to score at that level with they were scoring a lot of goals early in the year. But, it gives them that 4-line balance when you have someone like that. He is a hard guy to handle.
EJ Radic with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's get into Montreal. Where do they have the advantage here? What are some matchups they're going to try to exploit? And then kind of go back to the Capital side of things. Where should they be trying to press?
Well, I think the Canadians are a speed team, a speed and skill team. They're not very big. You look at a bunch of their players. I mean, Caulfield's not a big guy. Hudson's not a big guy. Brendan Gallagher's not a big guy, although he tries to play like he's about 6'9", so you always got to deal with him. But, this is not, a big team, and I think that's an area that they will try to improve as they move forward. But they got a couple of, Uri Slafkovsky was a first overall pick a couple of years ago. He's been on a line with Suzuki and Caulfield. They've been very good. The addition of this Ivan Demidov, who's played all of 2 games in the NHL now, I'm sure a lot of your listeners aren't too sure about who this guy is, but they're going to find out pretty quickly because he's got tremendous skill and speed, and he sees the game really well. Just a really high-end young player. So I'll be curious to see how he handles the playoffs. Doesn't look like much bothers them. Even the other night when they lost in their game in the shootout on Thursday night when they were trying to wrap things up against the Hawks, Marty St. Louis said Demidov, who was making his NHL debut, looked like he looked like the most confident of everyone in their team. So good young player.
And EJ, let me ask you this, because he's kind of like their Ryan Leonard, who was like one of the, maybe the best players on the planet who wasn't in the NHL. But where he's Russian, where was he? Where did he come from?
He was in the KHL. He had 49 points. He had the most ever points for a U20 player, under 20 player in the KHL in their history. And he, like I said, I think he had 19 goals and 30 assists, something along those lines. Those are good numbers in that league for a kid. And he came over here and he had a goal and an assist in the first period of his first game, and he looked terrific. Now, he made some mistakes. He's going to have, play away from the puck he's going to have to worry about, but he's a really talented guy. And it just gives them that makes them a little bit more dangerous. These games are always, guys, they're always decided by a goal or two, it's seemingly. When you add a guy like that who's, he's a home run hitter, he could score and make plays on his own. Boy, that's a big add. So I think it comes down to like the styles, right? The Caps are big, strong. Spencer Carberry has had them playing the right way all year. They made a huge jump this year. And the Canadians are smaller and maybe a little bit quicker, and they can kind of sting you a little bit. But, I think, Washington, I think you guys hit it. If Washington plays their game and it's about them and they don't get, again, you're the favorite, you think you're going to win. These things it's kind of crazy how they work out. But if Washington plays their game the way they should and defend well, they should win.
EJ Radick, NHL Media and NHL Network, is with us here on Grant and Danny, breaking down Caps, Canadians. All right, let's learn about Montreal here. Give us a little scouting report. So you referenced the top line. Suzuki's their top point guy. Cole Caulfield, speedy, outstanding. And then they've got, I think, a pretty scary line with Demidov, who you've been talking about, but Patrick Laine's on that line with him as well as a former star. So what do we need to know about as far as the forwards? And then on the back end, I mean, this Lane Hudson kid, his numbers are ridiculous.
Yeah, he tied the 60 assists, tied Larry Murphy, who had set that record back, I think it was 80-81 when he was a member of the LA Kings, for assists by a rookie defenseman. So Lane Hudson, people have been telling him he's too small ever since he was a baby, and he just keeps proving everybody wrong. And he's going to be, in my view, he's going to be the Calder Trophy winner for Rookie of the Year. He's a terrific player. They got Caden Goalie back, who had been injured and missed some time, and he's another good defenseman. Mike Matheson is a really good skater. He's been in the league for a while. I mean, they can move the puck out of the back end of their group. So Washington will want to be smart with chipping the puck in and just work those guys and make it hard for them, and don't let them get their skating legs going and be able to, transition the puck up the ice quickly. So, again, Montreal, fast, skilled. The goaltender, I mean, obviously Samuel Montembeault will be under heat to play well, but, he's the kind of guy. He's shown the ability throughout the season to play well in long stretches. He was part of Team Canada at the Four Nations, although he did not play. I mean, he's a dangerous guy because this is the first go-around for him. Maybe he could turn into a Yarrow Halak. So they're dangerous, the Canadians, and they've played well down the stretch, but they are young, they are inexperienced, and they are a smaller group. So that's the area that the Capitals should try to take advantage of.
So you mentioned Montembeault. I want to ask about him, but is there a backup lurking that's going to steal the series, a la Yaroslav Halak, for them at some point? I'm only asking because I'm scarred from it.
I don't see that happen. And the kid Dobish played early in the year, and he started out, I think he won his first 5 or 6 starts. And played really well. He's an interesting guy. He played at Ohio State for a couple of years, came over from Europe, and played in a couple of different, junior leagues in the U.S. and played well at Ohio State. And he played well for a while with Montreal, but he kind of, caught up with him a little bit. And, they've been leaning heavily on Montembeault. If it gets past Montembeault, I think that they're probably looking at, setting up those tee times.
Yeah. So what about Montembeault? A bigger guy, 6'3", almost 220. What's the key to bothering him, making it difficult for him for Washington?
Well, it's like every goalie, right? I mean, get in the kitchen, make it hard around the net. Washington's big and strong in front. Rattle those defensemen a little bit. Get under the goalie whatever you can. Get on the edge of the blue paint. and just make his life hard. If he sees pucks, he's going to stop them. I mean, I go back to his first game of the year this year. I think he had a 47 or 48 save shutout against Toronto, and they beat him 1-0 in the opener. And he's got the capability to be a big factor in this series. So it'll be up to the Capitals to make his life uncomfortable, and they certainly have the guys to do that.
EJ Radick with us. All right, so if you were going to make a prediction on the series, do you like Washington going in on paper?
I liked them a lot more 3 or 4 weeks ago. I can tell you that. I was talking about their path to the Stanley Cup final because they're in a situation in the Metropolitan Division that it's not the strongest division. So they were going to get likely, the weakest of all the playoff opponents in that first round, and then I think they could beat either Carolina or New Jersey in the second round. Then you're off to the conference final. Again, maybe I've been around it too long and I've seen these things happen before, but I just didn't like the way the Capitals played in the last several weeks. Now, maybe it was the Ovi thing. There was a focus on that. They're working in Leonard to the mix. They lose Protas. He's a big part of it. The goalie situation changed around a little bit with injury. I mean, they should win the series, but, you only have to look back 2 years ago. The Boston Bruins put up, 135 points in the regular season and ended up losing in the first round. So I think the Capitals are very well aware of that. They had, even though they were swept last year, it was a good experience for some of those guys to play in the playoffs. This is the series they should win. But again, I've just been around it a long time. I've seen strange things happen in the playoffs.
EJ, thank you so much, man. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too, guys. Have fun. Enjoy.
Yeah, you too. It'll be a fun time of year. EJ Radick, always outstanding. Good information from him. I think Montreal, while fast and scary from a skill standpoint, is so young that they're going to make mistakes. You just need to capitalize. They remind me of the Caps when they first started making the playoffs. It's crazy to say this, but now like 15 years ago.
I was going to say 2 decades ago when they did that, yeah.
But if you remember early in the Rock the Red era when they were the young guns and it was Ovi and Semin and Mike Green, and this is even like pre-Carlson initially. But when they were really young, Backstrom and those guys, and they were so skilled, they were fast, but they made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
And what would happen is in these series, they'd be out playing teams for, at times a period or two, but they'd turn the puck over. And then Pittsburgh would get the 2-on-1 rush and they put it in the back of the net and it's 1-0. And then it's 2-1. I think it could be that kind of series for Washington too, where I don't know that you need to necessarily carry play the entire time if you can jump on the mistakes that they make. Also, Montreal gives up goals. They're not great defensively. The strength of a couple of their D-men, like Hudson, who we talked about, is their offensive ability. Moving the puck, passing the puck, getting the puck up ice.
I mean, he's a tiny dude. He's like 5'9", 160.
Yeah.
He doesn't
play like it.
Well, he's great. He's skilled, but I gotta do something about that. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't know if I'm Tom Wilson, wherever it was going on the play, maybe take an interference penalty or two. Just something to bother that guy.
I'm going to stay out of the box as best I can. But yeah, I get your point. Like, be rough, be physical. But that's where they're going to miss Protas. This is my annoyance with that Protas injury. They are so big and so physical and so heavy that this would actually be a great matchup, you would think, at full strength, where you could just lean on them because you outweigh them literally and figuratively by so much that you could just wear them down in that way. That's where not having Protas is huge because your top line, instead of having Pro up top and just having a gigantic line, now you got Beauvillier, who's a small, fast guy who basically is like, would fit in well as a second or third liner with Montreal. Now, instead of, a third line where maybe it looks different, you got Mangiapane skating on that third line with little Ryan Leonard. Now, that looks like a Montreal line. So they've lost some of that size without Protas. But I don't know. I go back and forth on this all the time. It'll be one of our 8 topics, I'm sure, on Monday. But Thompson or Protas, who's the bigger guy to not have?
The answer is yes.
What hour is it,
Right.
I don't really trust Lindgren the way he's played, and that's my biggest concern. What if in game 1, in the first period, Lindgren gives up a soft goal, and it's been 6 shots, and he's given up 2 total, and you're down 2-0, and Thompson's just not ready? Now what? What are we doing? Now he'll be the backup, I'm sure, in a pinch, like in an emergency, he could come in. But now what? I mean, that's a really scary situation.
Precisely. And, this team that's young and not really supposed to be here, not a lot of pressure on them. I think there's a lot of pressure on the Capitals, who've been good for so long, who've had this window, still open, have had 5 first-round exits in the last 6 years. It's a veteran team. I know there's some kids, there's some help on the way, but it's an OV veteran production. This Montreal team, we talk about, you mentioned Patrick Laine, former star, 26 years old. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of their elder statesmen. There's a lot of so what going on right there. And again, if the Caps have been playing great, I'd feel a lot better about it. That's my own weakness. I'll get over that maybe, or maybe I won't. I don't know. But
I think that's everybody, though. I don't think anybody is glad that they played like crap in the last 2 weeks of the season. I don't see how they could be. My point, just to clarify, when I say I'm not as nervous or worried about it, is I don't think that playing badly going into the playoffs matters that much, because the hockey playoffs are so fluky, and I don't know that anything matters that much. I don't know that being the better team matters that much, that, you know, being a better matchup matters that much. I think it's like puck lucky and
do I get my deflection or not?
Exactly. I think that's just how I view it. Now, someone could say that's crazy. That's just how I viewed it my whole life. I think hockey's different in that way. But I'm not disagreeing that they haven't played at a high level. I think anybody with eyes can see that, right? It's just a matter of, do you think that come game one, like, momentum from the regular season matters or not? And I don't. But I also think they're a worse team right now than they were a month ago, if that's a different way to put it. I don't think there's any debate. With Charlie Lindgren instead of Thompson, and with no Protas, instead of being a team that may have made quick work of Montreal, they're not anymore. So now you're going to have to earn everything. All of our Caps playoff coverage and all these conversations are going to be brought to you this month by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Let's give away some DC Defenders tickets before we say goodbye for the final time this week. These Defenders tickets are for Sunday's game at 5 p.m. at Audi Field. As promised, right now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You are winning a 4-pack. They're taking on 0-3 San Antonio. DC trying to get to 4-0. For tickets and the full Defender schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest. What do you got on the slate this weekend?
We got some Easter plans. We doing some Easter egg hunting, and I'm going to do a little baseball coaching tomorrow morning. Stop by my alma mater and see the boys swinging a little bit.
Attaboy.
It'll be fun.
4, the fellows behind the scenes, Ryan, Darius, Ben today. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for hanging out. The number 1 rated podcast on all things Nationals baseball, Bustin' Loose Baseball, on the over-the-air radio, comes your way next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.